Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. In today's video, we are going to be speaking with the founder of a Ghanaian-owned online supermarket called Consume. Meet Cecilia. Hello, good afternoon, Cecilia.
Hi Stella. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I'm currently here at Consume. Why Consume?
Consume is a play on words, so it's basically consume.
Okay.
But we didn't want to use the consume with the C-O-N-S-U-M-E. So we thought, okay, why not change it and make it con, K, and the zoom sort of depicts how fast and swift we deliver your groceries to you. So that's why it's consume.
Okay, so tell me everything about Consume.
So, Consume is an online supermarket. Okay. And basically what we do is we deliver all your groceries within 60 minutes, within 1 hour. Okay. So when you go on a web app and you order your groceries, within 1 hour you should have it. It doesn't matter where you are in Accra, it's tried and tested, we'll bring the groceries to you. We started it because we realized that there are grocery delivery services in Ghana, but they are normally like platforms. And we had seen this sort of model in Germany, so that's where we are based, or that's where we were based. And there were all these rapid grocery delivery services that sprang up during the whole COVID lockdown period. So you order within 10-15 minutes, your groceries comes to you.
Oh, wow.
And we're like, wow, it's like
yeah,
within
15 minutes.
15 minutes, like you want to cook, you go online, and then you order, and then within like 10-15 minutes, they're ringing your doorbell. And then my husband and I were like, wouldn't this idea, like this sort of model be amazing in Ghana? Because there's so much traffic, one, there's so many busy moms, busy dads, busy individuals in Ghana, they're entrepreneurs, they're time-conscious people. If we actually brought this model down, we could try it, and if it works, that would be amazing. So that's where the idea started from, and then we just took our savings, came to Ghana, and then we started Consume about, we came down in October.
That's 2021?
2021.
Okay.
It took us about 2 months to plan the whole setup, and then we launched on the 10th of December. But prior to coming, we had already secured the location for Consume through my brother-in-law, so he did all the legwork. We basically just came and we set up. Yeah.
Okay. So what has your experience been? Okay, you mentioned we. When you say we, you and your husband.
Yes.
Okay, so what has your experience been starting a business in Ghana?
So the experience has been, it's been a mixed one. Like there are good days, there are bad days. Before we came, we had very high expectations. Like, oh yes, we're going to start a business in Ghana. We're going to create jobs. We're going to network with people in the same industry as us. We came down and reality set in. Like starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. So basically, when you come, you need to sort out all your business registrations, you need to sort out your business operating permits, all the documents that you need for a business, your fire certificates, all of that. And then, when you're setting up a business like ours, which is a supermarket, an online supermarket, you need shelves, you need suppliers. So dealing with the artisans, we had to try 2 different artisans. It didn't go well. They weren't delivering according to the timeline that we were working with. So we had to use a third person, a third artisan, a third carpenter, and that's the one that worked. And then on top of that, you have to deal with suppliers. So you need to constantly be like checking, researching, making sure that you have the things you need, the things you don't have. You need to find like who can supply you with those stuff as well. So it's been very mixed. Also, if you're starting like a totally new concept, so online shopping in Ghana is not something that a lot of people do. Most people prefer to go to the market, they prefer to go to the supermarket themselves.
Yeah, that's what we are like. Most Ghanaians are used to.
Exactly.
Especially like Saturdays. Saturdays are like market days.
Exactly.
For us,
and so for a new concept, it's taken a lot of time, but it's been amazing. The customers we have who have tried our model, they come back over and over and over again. Today, one lady who orders from us, this is like her 4th order in the last 2 months. She's been amazing. She's our favorite customer. There are people who come back every 2 weeks. There's some who come back once, and they call us and they're like, wow, the experience was amazing. I didn't think it would be this easy to order on your website. Yeah. So I think it's going to take time, but Ghanaians are already getting there. There's like different apps that people use to order their food from restaurants, and then there are different like platforms online on Instagram where people used to order their clothes and stuff like that. So I think people will get used to Consume, because wouldn't you want to sit in your home and then you just order your groceries, you're doing your cleaning, your chores, you're going to your party, your barbecue, within 1 hour, the groceries comes to you, and it's owned by Ghanaians. So it's not a foreign company owned by some people from somewhere who have huge sums of money, millions of dollars. You know? It's actually Ghanaians who have come back and want to make an impact, want to employ people, create jobs in that process. So it's been great starting Consume. Like that's my goal.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you moved from where did you say you moved from?
Yes, so we moved from Germany to Ghana. Yes.
So why Ghana?
Yes. Yeah. So Ghana is home. When we thought of Consume, we're like, oh, should we maybe start in Nigeria? Because Nigeria, from what we hear, they are more adaptable and they're more willing to try new things, new models. And also because my husband has a bit of experience living in Nigeria, we're like, okay, maybe we should start in Nigeria. But then we thought about it. Ghana is home. You know, this is where our roots are. This is where our families are. You know, our extended families in Ghana. Why not come here and do this? If it works, that's amazing. So, yeah, that's why we decided to come to Ghana. And we didn't want to do Consume or start Consume in Germany. We actually thought of it as well, because there were so many businesses that started this model first
in Germany.
Okay. So there's Gorillas, there's Flink, there's Getir, there's in the US they have Postmates, DoorDash. There's so many others. So these people have huge investments, and it's their country. They're doing it in their country. Why can't we come here and with the little money we have also start something and grow it and make it big? Because it's ours. We can claim Consume. Any Ghanaian will go anywhere and say, oh, Consume is owned by Ghanaians. It's ours. Yeah. You know, it's not owned by foreigners.
So Zia, tell us a little bit about your background before moving to Ghana.
Yes. So I was born in Ghana. I grew up in Ghana. I always say I'm a Kokomlemle girl. I don't know if you know Kokomlemle.
I mean, we have some viewers from Kokomlemle. If you are from Kokomlemle, please let us know in the comment section. Representing Kokomlemle.
Represented. Yeah. So I grew up in Kokomlemle till I was 14. And then my dad had lived in Germany since I was 2. And he would occasionally, once a year, come down. And when I was 14, he came and then took us to Germany. And then I went to high school there. After high school, I went to university in the UK. And then after my bachelor's, I studied social sciences in the UK at the University of Kent, representing. And then after my bachelor's, I went back to Germany and did international human rights law and humanitarian law at the Frankfurt Oder University in Viadrina. So I did my master's, and then after I was like, I'm one of those people I've always wanted to live in Ghana. Okay. So even when my dad came and wanted to take us, I was so disappointed because my dream school was Wesley Girls High School. So when I was studying so hard, I was like, I'm going to get Wesley Girls, everything's going to work out. And then my dad was like, oh, you're going to Germany. I was like, I was so devastated. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in Ghana, go to Wesley Girls Senior High School, go to University of Ghana. I had everything planned out for myself. But then your parents decide when you're 14 what you should do. So we went to Germany, and I always said to myself, after university, I'll move back to Ghana and work. So right after my master's, I secured a job here in Ghana with a company, an international company. They do consultancy for international organizations, and they do advisory services as well. So I came to Ghana as a program associate. We did a few research, monitoring and evaluation work. Went to Liberia at some point to help with the projects there as well. And then after a year and a half, I was like, okay, Ghana is one of those countries where after a while you're like, I need a break. So after a year and a half, I was like, okay, let me just go back. And also, Ghana it tends to be quite expensive. You know, if you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, you come in oh yes, I'm going to this restaurant. The food is amazing, so you keep I'm going to this beach today, I'm going to that resort tomorrow. Yeah. Before you know it, you're broke. So after I used up all my savings, I was like, no, I'm going back. Maybe the best option for me is to go back, work, save up a bit of money, and come back. So that was the time I met my husband as well. We got married, moved to Germany, and then we saved up. I worked with a tech company called Ecosia, a search engine, but they plant trees with the revenue and the profits they make. So they plant trees around the world. So I went and I worked with Ecosia for a year and a half, and then after we decided to come back. Yeah.
Would you say you made a good choice starting a business in Ghana?
I'd say so. I'd say yes. So starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. It's not very like rosy as some people think. You need to be very resilient. You need to tune your mind to working in Ghana.
So how is Consume different from other businesses, similar businesses in Ghana?
Yes. So the other businesses that you're mentioning or you're talking of, they are platforms. So they provide the platform for third parties to put their businesses on there. So if it's a restaurant app, then the different restaurants put their restaurants and their menus on the platform. So it's basically just a platform they provide for you. They provide the whole technical support, and then you as a business put your things on there, and then they charge you a commission. That's how it works. With Consume, the difference is that we actually control the whole chain of the business. So we have our own platform, we have our own website, and everything you find on our shop, we actually own it, and we actually source these products ourselves. Also, we have a dashboard here in the store where when an order comes in, it comes straight to the dashboard, and then we quickly put together everything that you order, and then we deliver it to you. Another part of, one of the most important parts of our business is the Rider app. My husband is a software engineer, so he was able to build the Rider app. So the riders get the notification once an order comes through, and then they come here to the facility center, pick up the order and deliver it. So we control everything.
Do you also outsource the riders, or they are your riders?
No, so these riders are actually our riders. So we have them here, we employ them, and then they work for us. So we don't outsource the delivery aspect of it, because once we say we want to deliver within 60 minutes. If we outsource it, we want to be able to control that aspect of the business, and it's going to go against us and what we stand for. So we actually employ the riders, and then they are here in this building with us. When an order comes in, they pick it up, and then they deliver. So yeah, Consume is different in that aspect, because we control the whole chain, and it's our business. Anything you find on our website, we have it in-house. So we just pack it here for you. You're not going to wait for us to go running around town to look for the products. We actually have them in-house, and then we deliver to you.
So you said a lot. So what do you have to say to anyone watching this video, and why should one purchase from Consume?
So I'll say, if you want to start a business in Ghana and you live in the diaspora, you should definitely come and start. But there are a few things you probably need to take into consideration. So you need to do your research very well about the industry you're coming to set up your business in. You need to also connect with people in the same industry, network as much as possible. And before you come, even sort of try to source where you're going to get your products, if you're going to be selling things like ours, and that sort of thing. And people should, most importantly, purchase from Consume, because one, it's Ghanaian owned.
Yeah,
so it's not
very important.
Very importantly, it's not foreign owned. There's not some investors who have come in with big money to set up a business. It's Ghanaian owned. Two, we believe in this brand so much, and we see what the bigger picture is for Consume. So for us, if you support us, you're supporting the employees that we hire as well. So you're helping us put food on their tables and food on their tables for their families as well. And also, because we have the most competitive price on the market, if you check out our website, our prices compared to other popular franchises or supermarket chains are like way cheaper, sometimes 10 to 15, 20% cheaper than other shops. And the most important thing for us as a business is sustainability. So we don't use plastic to package our orders like some supermarkets do. We use eco-friendly, reusable bags. So if you're supporting Consume, know that your package or your order is not going to come in a plastic bag. You go to supermarkets in Ghana, sometimes for 4 items, they give you 4 different plastic bags. We don't do that. So we use reusable bags here in the shop. And Yeah, we're amazing, and the future is bright for Consume, so you should check us out.
So if you are watching this video, you heard from Cecilia and from Consume, and this is a good reason why you should purchase from them. I'm going to purchase my next product from Consume. Yeah. So what I mean, if you're not on Instagram, you should follow me on Instagram. I'll share my experience when I do on Instagram. So, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and your business. And guys, please, after you have purchased from Consume, let me know in the comment section. I have a toffee for you. Yeah. So is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video? Any last words?
Yes. So you can find us on Google, Consume or Consume Shop, and then in your search engine or your browsers, where it's just consume.shop. And yeah, on our socials you can follow us at Consume Shop. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Cecilia. Cecilia's a full name.
Cecilia Nana Monwa Crenso, but now I'm married, so I have to.
Okay, so you heard from her. Thank you so much for watching this video. Until next time, on my next video on my channel, we blow kisses. Some few days ago, Mitch Drew, a travel YouTuber, and Laurie Lawson, also a travel YouTuber, and I decided to embark on a trip to the north, specifically the Upper West region of Ghana. We went by flight, which cost us 395 Ghana cedis. The plan was to go by air and come by road. We were welcomed by Weyala, which was organized by Miss Drew. Shout out to Miss Drew. Looks like I'm going to leave the Upper West with her husband. This has been an amazing welcome, amazing reception. Check her out. She's an amazing artist. She's been all over the world. Her music is beautiful. It's amazing. I'm going to insert some of her music here. If only I don't get copyright claims, but you should check it out on YouTube. She's doing amazing. I am in wow, and this is a welcome, good welcome. We are back again, Charlie. Weyala welcomed us and made us feel at home, and she entertained us while we had lunch. Ready? Yay!
Number you, number what, number so, number you, Chenkono, Akono. Yet number you, number what, number so, number you, Chenkono, Akono. Get to number you, to number what, to number so, to number you, Chenkono, Akono. Sala, 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 sala. It's all to number the guamele, it's all to number guamele, it's all. So everybody's gonna respond after me. Say.
After a fun time with Weyala, we took a taxi from Wa to Jorapa, which cost us 100 Ghana cedis. So this is where I'm going to be spending the night. Come along. Whoa, this is going to be my bed. We then spent the night at the Royal Kuzi Hotel. The experience was amazing. While at the Royal Kuzi Hotel, it comes with a safari tour which cost us 70 Ghana cedis each. We saw lions, zebras, antelopes, hippopotamus. This is how we went. even though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here. The safari was so insightful and I highly recommend. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper West region, please visit the Royal Kuzi Hotel and opt for their safari tour. We left the Royal Hills Hotel to try street food, so we picked a loading taxi from the Jurapa station, which cost us 20 Ghana cedi each to Wa. While at the Wa market, we tried new snacks such as ice kinky with lemon, which was very different from the usual ice kinky we would usually have in Accra. We also tried tamarind juice, which was really nice. So this is how the sphere looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. We ended the day by heading back to Wichwa, which is a town in the Upper West region. It's about an hour drive from Wa, so we picked a bus from Wa station. So we are currently at the Wichwa station, about to take a bus, and we paid 10 Ghana cedi each. This is where we spent the night, which was the only option from the Wichwa Sanctuary. So one of the things that we were super excited about visiting the Upper West region was to see hippopotamus for the first time. So the next morning, we hopped on the motor to see the hippopotamus. We were super excited about it. We paid 40 Ghana cedi for the Motor King ride, 60 Ghana cedi for the boat ride, and 40 Ghana cedis for the accommodation. It's okay. Macaroni. Take your video. Do you have fish or egg? Yes, egg and fish. It was time to leave, and this is how the journey ended. are currently back at Wa station, and the plan was to come by flight and go back by bus. But then we don't even know the situation though. Here we are here in Wa, and the car that moves from here to Kumasi or to Accra lives at 6 p.m. No, from Wa to Kumasi lives at 6 p.m. and that's about 5 to 6 hours journey. And it's currently 2:35 now, and the shortest route is to leave here to Techiman. So we are currently in the Techiman car, which we paid 55 Ghana cedi. Drew and her other colleague left to Tamale because they still want to film some videos from Tamale, and we want to go back to Accra because we have work tomorrow. Today is Sunday. We are going to Techiman now, and you guys are coming along. This is going to be a long ass trip, but then you guys are coming along, so I hope you. And it's 6. So we are also still on the road. Currently people are alighting here, and according to Laura's map we are about 2 hours 19 minutes to Techiman. So yeah, I slept, woke up tired, so we are still on the journey and hungry. We are very hungry because we have not had any proper food to eat, so people are just wasting time. They are lighting instead of them hurrying up here. So I'm currently, in fact we are currently in Techiman, and we are getting another bus from Techiman to Kumasi. It's currently 9:35. We are getting a bus from Techiman to Kumasi costs 23 Ghana cedi. So while we are waiting, we've already booked the ticket, so we are about to get Indomie because we are all hungry. We are all invited. So we are currently around Kijitia, and there's no taxi. Uber is disappointing. So yeah, we are going to our hostel where we booked. Loretta and I have spent a night there before, so we cannot know there. Good morning. Hi, Larry. So we made it to the airport on time, even though we had just like 5 hours of sleep. We are heading back to Accra now, and I'm going to explain how I ended up at the airport instead of being on the road back to Accra soon. So even Kumasi now, it's 7:19, and it's going to take 40 minutes to Accra. Yeah, so we are finally in Accra, and guys, I have to give you a proper story time of how we ended up coming by flight, because no, you have to hear this. So we just arrived, and so far so guys, this brings us to the end of this video, but let me rewind to talk about how the entire journey was. So the plan was to go by air, that's from Accra to Wa. From Accra to Wa, they usually they just started recently, so you can get a flight straight from Accra to Wa, then come by road, that's from Wa or wherever we will be back to Accra. But then when we finished everything, when we finished the ritual, time was already on our side. So Drew and her camera guy went straight to Tamale. Then we decided to come to Kumasi and then come by road. But then when we got to the station, there was no car to Kumasi. The car that was only available was going to leave at 6 p.m. And mind you, we had reached there around 2 p.m. So we're like, no, we can't be at the station waiting till 6 p.m. before we go to Kumasi. So we decided another alternative, that is taking a bus from Wa to Techiman. It's a town close to Kumasi. Then when we get to Kumasi, we would go from Techiman to Kumasi. So we picked the bus from Wa to Techiman. When we got to, so there's this dangerous road in Ghana, which is after Bole, towards Techiman, towards Kumasi. So when we got there, the policeman stopped us, and then he was like, we should hold on. So he piled a lot of cars, and then it was more of like a convoy, just to be on the safe side. So even though we were in the bus, we felt more safe. Then we got to Techiman very late. Then we picked another bus. The bus was not full though. That's when we had Indomie before the trip. Then we finally got to Kumasi. We settled at Tumi Hostel around 1 p.m. Slept for 4 hours for the next day, for the next flight. So yeah, in fact, not the next day, the same day, because it was the same dawn. But then I thank God that everything was successful. The plan was not to come by flight, but we were too tired. The journey from Wa to Accra by bus, my dear, if you have money, just buy your ticket. I wanted to experience it for the experience, for the culture, for YouTube, but I was like, no, I was too tired. The bus was not comfortable, the road was terrible, and I couldn't afford to also sit in a bus for extra 4 hours again, knowing very well that I have to be at work Monday morning. So Loretta and I both opted for the flight. On our way back, I called my friend Hima, cheers to you. So she quickly booked the ticket for us, because we have been on the road, the network keeps fluctuating. I hope you enjoyed raw footage from Wa to Accra. Thank you so much for always sticking around watching my YouTube videos. I love you so much. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Let me know in the comment section if you've been following from when I left Accra to Wa and all my experiences. Let me know my real subscribers. Let me know you. So yeah, until then, I want to say I love you all. I'm about to do some work. Back work. Wait, is it? Yeah, back door. I'm about to work. Yeah, I want to say I love you all. Let me blow you a kiss. Mwah.
What's happening, my good people? Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri, and I'm your host. We appreciate you joining us this week for another episode. We have a wonderful conversation with our guest, Viola Labby, who's from Ghana and Toronto, and now she lives in Ghana. I'm really excited about this interview. I'm really excited for you to learn more about where she's from and what she does here in Ghana. So let's dive in. Thank you for joining us on Diaspora Link. We are live on Diaspora Link with our guest this week, Viola Labby, and as we do every episode, we're going to get to know Viola a little bit before we dive into the interview. Viola?
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, this is what we call choices. Okay. I'm going to give you a few choices. You can just have to choose one, and after you choose one, tell us why.
Okay.
Very shortly.
Okay.
Okay? All right. let's start here. Bolokatanga or Accra, and why?
Bogotanga, it's serene, it's tranquil. There's not chaos in the same way that Accra presents chaos, and you can just think more clear. And the artisans are there too.
And the artisans are there. Okay, all right. Toronto or Ghana? Just one and why?
Toronto.
Toronto, why?
It kind of made me who I am.
Okay.
It structured me in a way. Yeah.
Okay, great. No, that's it. That's it. All right. This is one of my favorites. Jollof or Wache?
Jollof.
Oh!
I'm a jollof. Yeah,
You
jollof.
that wasn't even the question.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't
a
like,
lot
I
of
don't like
people choose
wache.
Wache. You don't do Wache at all.
I don't even like rice and peas, like West Indian style.
You don't eat rice
I
and
eat
peas
it, but I
is not
just
your thing.
yeah, jollof.
Jollof all
with
the
goat
way.
meat.
Okay, you got
With
jollof
pepper,
specifically.
yes.
Jollof with what I like to say. Make sure the pepper is proper. Proper pepper.
Proper.
too. All right. Okay. How about this? You're a fashionista. So let's do Versace versus Fendi.
Fendi. Fendi is a bit more sophisticated. Versace can be like the true Versace, you know. It can be almost like a sophisticated mistress in a way, like the style. Fendi is a bit more, sophisticated, like more the woman I am in terms of like the apparel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one. Dress or pants?
Dress.
You prefer dress?
It's
over
just
pants,
easier.
isn't
Ghana's hot. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
simple.
And in Toronto, obviously pants because it's colder in the evening.
Gotcha.
In the wintertime.
Okay. So we want to thank Viola for playing Choices with us. This actually was simple. She's a pro. This is actually really simple for her. But we play Choices because we believe that our choices shouldn't necessarily push us further apart. They shouldn't divide us. They should bring us closer together. So even though we all make different choices every day in very basic things in our everyday life, we should learn to respect each other's choices. And as long as we respect each other's choices, we'll all get along. Right? Thank you so much. All right, now, one more before we get into our interview. We are going to move to what we call top five. Top five. So, well, I'm going to give you, I know I'm silly. People are like this. What's wrong with this guy? I'm going to give you 5 categories.
Okay.
You need to choose one and then tell us why.
Okay.
All right, number 1, your favorite book. Now, I'm saying favorite, but just a book that you would recommend.
Ooh. There's a book like when I was a teenager, by Nikki Giovanni. Something Storm. Was it The Quiet Storm or something?
I'm not sure.
There's a book. Oh Lord. Maybe that's cut because I don't know the title.
That's fine, but it's a book by Nikki
I think
Giovanni.
it's Nikki Giovanni, and it's about a young girl. I think she was in the Bronx, and at the time of reading the book, I was also coming into who I was. And in the
Okay.
book, the young lady, you know, she went through a whole bunch of things, and I think it's called The Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm, possibly by Nikki Giovanni.
Possibly.
Okay, but that's the one book that you would recommend. And you would recommend that for young girls and young boys?
Girls.
For young girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young
All right.
women, yeah.
Young women. Okay. What was that? We did your book. Okay. Favorite artist of any musical genre. So we're talking about musical artists. If you had to pick one artist, who would it be?
I love Jennifer
Of all
Hudson.
time.
All time, okay.
Just one artist.
I think Jennifer Hudson can take me there. Like,
Wow.
especially in Ghana,
Jennifer
where it's
Hudson can
needed to just, yeah.
She can sing.
There was a song she did, like, on YouTube, like, she was singing for Oprah, and
Okay.
it was during COVID. I think the song was called Heal or something. Like, she can just take you there when you're not expecting to be taken there, or
Got
when you don't know you need it. It's like a cold water in the Sahara. Like, she just does that for
She
you.
puts you there, whether you thought you needed it or not. You're
Yeah,
there, and then you realize you need it.
For sure,
Okay.
Jennifer Hudson, for sure.
Got you. Okay. Favorite food. It could be a specific meal
banquet,
or
a
a
banquet.
type of food.
A banquet.
A banquet.
Yeah, I'm a Latin girl, so palm nut soup
Palm nut soup is a banquet.
with goat.
With so we are. I think we got that. We know if you got a soup or jollof,
Yes.
it should be goat.
Yes, but I also like palm nut soup with yam.
Okay.
I like it with. I don't really like it with rice or face the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bankwa.
A
with
banquai.
goats.
Yes.
Now, so it's palm nut soup. What do you eat it with? Yam.
I like it with yam.
With yam.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
But at the house, usually it's like they sell all their food or
Okay.
something like that.
Favorite place to vacation? It doesn't have to be a place that you've been. It could be a place that you want to go.
Seychelles.
Seychelles. Okay. Why Seychelles?
I just think it's just beautiful. From what I've seen, it's just beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Last one is your favorite sport.
I did flag football in school.
Really?
Yeah, love it. Loved it.
Yo, I would have never guessed you say flag football.
Yeah, I'm feminine now, but
And we're talking about American football. We're not talking
Canadian, yeah.
Canadian
Yeah.
American football. You run in,
with
somebody got to pull the flag.
Yeah, I was running back. So yeah, all through high school, and
Yo.
yeah.
I need to see some tape, okay?
you can call my mom. Call my mom. She'll
Let me
tell you.
the mom.
I was number 26. My jersey was 26, and my
You
shirt was
played
25.
all throughout high
yes,
school.
except for like OAC.
And you were running back. You got records?
I got beat up a bit. I don't know if I got records.
But that prepared you for your life now.
Yes,
So
I was running.
These people here don't know that you used to be a running back. So
oh
they
yeah,
gotta
I'll take you down.
They got to come tougher than they become.
yes, yes.
All right, we want to thank Viola for playing our top 5. We suggest that as you get to know people in the diaspora from different cultures, from different places, one easy way to kind of get to know who people are, what they like, what they don't like, ask them what their top 5 is. What's your top 5? Let's get into the interview and dive into more about Viola Labby, where she's from in Ghana, where she's been, what she's doing now, and anything else she wants to share. And we are back with another episode of Diaspora Link, and I am here with our guest for today, Miss Viola Labby. Viola.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
I
for
think
having
this
me.
is going to be a fun interview because we know each other in real life,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we
and
do.
we do some work together, but I promise you I'm going to find out something new about you in this interview. Okay, so let's start here. What part of Ghana are you from?
Latte.
You're from Latte.
Both parents. Yeah.
Both parents from Latte. Ooh.
I know.
Wow.
And did you know we're the Aborigines of Ghana? So let it be known.
Okay, so okay,
We were
talk
the
to me a
first
little bit
settlers.
about that.
The first settlers in Ghana.
Who is we?
Latte people.
Latte people were the first settlers in Ghana from.
I believe it's from Nigeria or like that direction.
Really, I know a little bit of something about Latte. I spent some time in Latte.
I know you have. I know you have.
I'm not going to get into that right now.
Yes.
But mother and father from Latte. So that means Akan. Does that mean Akan?
Well, it does. Yes, it does. Yes.
It means that so Akan is a language.
Latte is a language. Latte is also the town.
Right. So I know Latte is a town. Latte is a language. I didn't know Latte is actually a language. And Akan is an ethnic group or a tribe, right?
Ethnic group.
It's an ethnic group. Okay, cool. And so tell us how you got from Latte to Canada and back to Ghana. Let's just take us through the whole story.
So I was actually born in Toronto.
Okay, you're born in Toronto.
Yeah, we were coming back.
No, a friend of mine
Okay.
has corrected me for all my people in Toronto. Because I was saying Toronto.
Toronto.
And he was like, bro, you
Yeah.
cannot say Toronto. The second T is silent. So
Yeah,
it's
Toronto. Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
Toronto. All right.
Yeah, so born and raised in Toronto, and I've been coming to Ghana. My family has been, my sisters and I have been coming to Ghana. I think we started when Ghana turned 50.
Okay.
So my parents had an early retirement, so one of us would go back and forth, kind of check on my parents, check on the house, and go back. I think my most recent trip was 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I realized, okay, there's a magnet. I think all of us feel it. There's a magnet when you come. No matter what sector you're from, no matter what you do, there's just something spiritual. There's something that pulls you back to, whether it's the continent, but myself and my experience is just Ghana.
Okay.
And so, primarily we would just check on my parents and go back. But 3.5 years ago, during Easter, we got a call from my mom saying, your dad had a stroke. And my dad and
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. My dad and I were like this. And so I didn't even really think about it. I just booked a flight. I was staying with my aunt over Easter weekend.
Okay.
Booked a flight and went to Ghana the next day. And all of us, like my siblings and I, we all came to support my mom and my dad just at the hospital. And he ended up later passing away. So before
Sorry
he
to hear
passed
about that
away,
as well.
thank you. He was on palliative care. And, just the motions of not really a culture shock, but just how things are done in Ghana, how healthcare can be a different experience here as opposed to Canada.
In Toronto.
Yeah, in Toronto. So yeah, through that, because of the Ojra Festival and a few other things happening in the community, we were forced. My mom was forced to stay in Ghana because my dad, they weren't allowed burials.
Okay, at that time.
At that time, yeah. So there was a festival, and there was other things happening with my uncles that we weren't allowed to leave, and so my sisters were able to leave. They, both have. I'm an entrepreneur. My sisters both work formally.
Okay.
Universities or whatever. And so I came back. Actually, no, I stayed. Sorry, I stayed and just did the best I could and just.
You still helping mom out?
Yeah, and just not working at the time, but just being frozen because my dad was like one of the most important. He still is one of the most important people to me.
Right.
But also trying to maneuver because Ghana can be a culture shock once you come to Ghana for that type of reason and experience the funeral process here. It's just different.
Very different. Very different. Steeped in tradition, steeped in culture, steeped in very different from the U.S. where if somebody passes, you contact the funeral home. They give you an available date.
Yes.
Once you get the available date, you send out the messages, and
yes.
everybody comes to the funeral home. You go to and it's done.
Yes.
But Ghana is very, as you said, very different. And coming from Latte, I'm sure you guys had to. There was a lot of protocols that you had to follow, especially during a time like Ojra. So, what year was that when you first came back?
Gosh.
Well, let's say because you were born in Toronto.
Yeah.
So, how old were you when you first came to Ghana, like your first trip?
I think I was like 8.
8, and then was it annually, biannually, pretty much?
No, from when I was 8 until Ghana at 50. So I think I was like maybe 19 or 20 or something like that. And then I was like, and connected with cousins that were also my age. So I have a cousin Valerie that was here, and so we formed a bond. And she encouraged me to come back, and also my uncles. A lot of my uncles were on this come back to the diaspora. Like, we need you. We want you to come back, take over what your parents are doing. And I actually suggest that to people now because of my own experience. Don't come back when you're forced to come back because a parent has died. If you do have that desire, come back now, even if you do stay for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. But yeah. And
so is there a big Ghanaian community in Toronto?
Yeah.
It's a humongous.
Yeah.
So you never really felt, being born in Toronto, traveling back and forth since I guess you were 8 years old, you never really felt like Ghana was far away or you missed it. It was never a foreign thing like, I know I'm from there, but it's all the way over there because you were connected at home in Toronto in the Ghanaian community, and you were traveling from there?
Yeah, somewhat. Like, my parents were part of this group called the Latte Awabi group. So there's a clinic in Latte right now. So my parents worked with an association and also with churches, and they sent mattresses up to the clinic and renovated the clinic. And so there was always a connection. I was very young to kind of be cognizant of it. I would say I really kind of fell in love with Ghana in my late 20s.
Partying?
No, just connecting with family.
I got you.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have assumed that.
No, it's fine. Yeah, just connecting with family and trying to get into business because my parents worked. My dad was a draftsman for Sears. My mom was a nurse, and so on the side, my parents imported shea butter, imported textiles. Like, so it was like Ghana was also always present in the house at some moment. Whether it was Saturdays, my dad would be playing like Amachi Dede. Like, it was something. There was always some element of Ghana in the home.
And so there was that entrepreneurial spirit there.
Yes, it was that hustle, like, working. And so I think that's what kind of drew me into Ghana as well. And also fashion. Just seeing the beginning of the supply chain in certain areas where I've worked in the end of the supply chain with Nordstrom and Burberry.
So that's what you did in Toronto?
Yeah, I worked in Toronto. I worked at Burberry. I was working CVM, so customer volume management. Okay. You kind of measure the algorithms of shopping propensities. Okay. It's data. It's in the store, but you're also working with data. Okay. And then Nordstrom was designer handbags. Okay. Which was quite an experience, but it taught me so much. And you did that in Toronto before, so you were doing that while you were traveling back and forth. You were still doing that? Nordstrom, I was. Okay. Because 2-week vacation, come back, go back. Gotcha. That kind of thing. Like, if you get time off, you just figure out something to do on your time off. Do you miss Toronto? Now I'm beginning to. My nieces are getting older, and communicating with them via WhatsApp video is limiting. Like, you want to touch, you want to feel. I have a few friends that, they've either gotten married or have children, and you want to, But is it Toronto, or is it the people in the community in Toronto, or is it a little bit of both? It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I miss a different type of structure. Sometimes I miss when things are...
What is that? Do you drink coffee?
No.
You don't drink coffee?
No.
Oh, because I was going to say, you know, I don't know anything about Canada, right? I'm learning. And this is, I always get clowned because I say all I know is Moose, what's that, Tim Hortons coffee, and Drake.
Oh, God.
I know, it's the worst, right? The Raptors are, you know,
Yes.
like,
Yes.
but no, one of my good friends is from Toronto. He's teaching me, and I told him I'm going to spend some time with him in Canada. And I'm trying not to continue to be the ignorant American about Canada and Canadian culture. So in your travels, working with Nordstrom, working with fashion, traveling back and forth to Ghana, has that taken you to other countries on the continent of Africa?
No.
So have you ever been outside of Ghana?
No.
Really?
No, never.
So-
I want to.
But
We have a
you-
mutual friend that was trying to get me to go, but
Okay.
I think because when I was working in Ghana, when I first started, I was on contract. And the 3 major roles I've had have been contracts. So I can't, you weren't permitted to actually leave the country.
Got you. Okay. Okay.
Just to travel within it. Like when I was at Versace, on the weekends, I would go to the north, either pick up orders or to manage an order, come back with my suitcase, straight into work.
But while you were, so we didn't even get to
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Because anybody who's listening heard you say Versace, so we're going to talk about that. But what I wanted to do right now is something that you're not expecting, so just do your best, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here we go. Now is what we call Africa in 60. Africa in 60 is where we asked our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds.
Okay. Starting now?
Look. She got all 54. I promise y'all I did not prep her for this, but she's just very confident. Okay, start now. How you want to do it, sir? All right. Do we got our timer? Okay.
Do I get a prize or like, is there cash?
It's like you get social clout. The viewers who watch are gonna be like, "Good job." They're gonna leave comments. Good job. Great job.
That's good.
Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
But maybe I'll figure out something later. maybe we can figure something out. You're the first person that asked that. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
South Africa, Zambia, Namibia, Morocco, Mauritius, Seychelles, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Senegal?
Nope.
Okay, Senegal. Let me go to this side. Rwanda, Uganda, Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia.
You can go north.
I already said Morocco, Egypt, although they don't think they're African. Oh, geez.
There's a country next to Egypt.
Who do I even know?
To the east and the west.
Okay, I think I'm done. Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
We still got
It's
more
time now.
time.
Okay.
We still got more time.
Where's my phone?
You can't use the phone.
Okay, no,
4,
this is shameful. I should know
3,
this. Wait.
2,
I'm trying to think of the Africa Free
1.
Trade.
Okay, stop. Good job. I think I counted about 17. That's not horrible. You didn't expect it, and you know, everybody's
You should
not
have told me
looking at the
before we
map.
did this.
That's why I don't. That's exactly why I don't. Okay, so Africa in 60. We love to play this game. We want all of our viewers to remember that Africa is a continent. 54 countries, different languages, different cultures, different protocols. So as we begin to look around the world and look through the diaspora, let's remember that there are different African people all over the continent. All right? Cool. Okay, so
Botswana. I just remembered Botswana.
the time is up. You can't add Botswana.
Shoot.
All right, so you mentioned Versace. Now, I think when I met you, you were working at the Galleria, managing the Versace shop. So talk a little bit, and you brought Versace here, correct? Okay, tell me a little bit. Tell me the story about the guy. This was in 2019 during the year of return when you guys opened, right?
1 year before that.
What, 2018. So talk to us about working with the Kempinski, Galleria, Versace. Like, you had to be in high demand. You managed the Versace shop in Ghana. All of these ballers out here? Maybe not. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard about the role. I was at a restaurant, and Nadia from Sai Wine, great lady.
Yes.
She started engaging and said, what do you do? What did you do? I hear you have an accent type of thing. I'd let her know. At that time, I was working for Nordstrom, and I let her know. Actually, I worked for Nordstrom at that time because I'd already moved to Ghana full time. And she said, hey, I know the recruiter for the role. Let me connect you. She connected me, spoke to her, and then I was introduced to the owner of the shop. So the shop is not owned by the Kempinski itself. It's owned by a member of the management team.
Okay. Is it Ghanaian owned?
No.
Okay.
Had my interview, and he's like, okay, when are you going to start? I was like, wow, okay. So I came into the store.
That's a nice job interview when you finish and they say,
it wasn't
when you
much of
start?
it. Yeah, it was just, what do you want? And
you're the one.
yeah, and I had questions, but it was like, just start. And a lot of diasporans have that experience too.
Okay.
Like, it's just when they see that you understand what the role entails, okay, let's go, kind of thing. And so yeah, I started, and it was just fixtures in the store, no product, no employees, nothing. The product was on site, but it was at the hotel. So
okay.
Before I was able to really hire a team, I had to just structure myself, just same way we would do in Burberry or same way we do in Nordstrom.
Right.
Build out a plan, had a network of who can do what, in terms of building a small little ecosystem, whether it's rolling racks down to sensor-matic machines. I also worked with an assistant consultant as well, that the owner worked with prior to me coming on.
Okay.
Yeah, I started with the inventory and got the team. Actually had I think we had 70 applicants. I worked with some people from the fashion industry in Ghana to say, hey, I need to hire people quick, and had quite a few. We had quite a few.
Were most qualified?
I would say 70 of them were eager.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
but
eager.
Not qualified. It's okay if they weren't, because if you had 70.
We had 70.
Right?
We had sets of 12, 12, 12, 12, yeah.
Right. If you had 70 and all were qualified, it had to be a hard choice. As opposed to, okay, half of these people are eager but not really qualified, but I have a pool of 25 that I really need to choose from.
Yeah, I think when you say the word qualified, I think there are people that definitely were great in the interview.
Okay.
Because I have an HR experience, I can tell a candidate, before I even train them, I can tell who I can work with, and or who would resonate with the company values. I'll say it like that.
Got you.
And I met 5 that week we had interviews. I met 5. It came down to 3, and then it came down to 2. And we just moved forward with that.
Right.
Started with inventory, getting rolling racks from Spintex, ordering sensor-matic machines from South Africa, getting a rep to come up from South Africa to install it. Some of the flooring in the store wasn't to standard, so it was an epoxy flooring, just had to redo the flooring.
Got you.
Worked with the Kempinski in terms of clienteling list, just essentially picking up what I did at Burberry and plunking it down in Ghana.
What was that experience like? Because I mentioned about you missing Toronto, and you was like, you missed some of the structure. So I'm assuming that opening a luxury brand like Versace in Ghana wasn't as simple, and I could be wrong, as it would be in Canada.
No, because the ecosystem is not, the industry is not, okay, it's here, but it's fertile, it's forming.
Okay.
Right? At the time, I felt like, in Toronto, if I want to pick up rolling racks, or if I want to say, there are agencies that will fit out your store for you.
Got you.
Right?
You can just hire. So is that an opportunity in Ghana?
It's definitely an opportunity in Ghana, and something that I've done after Versace, because people have seen it on Google or whatever, that, hey, this girl did this small girl did this, so she could do my store. So I think, yeah, in terms of fixturing, yes. So if you have a franchise,
right,
the head office will send you the product, once you've purchased it. But if you are, let's say you have a shop in Trasacco or something like that, I don't know of an agency in Ghana that will say, okay, you want to bring in this retailer, we have this product, authentic, product from Italy or wherever it is. There are no agencies like that, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So, it's a matter of going to Spintex to get this and to get this, and it came together.
So I don't own any Versace pieces, right? And I'm not a label name brand kind of guy. I like my tailor to measure me and make clothes.
You like quality behind it, yeah, bespoke.
Yeah, yep. And I think probably, but I know Versace is it's a big name, right? It's a big name in luxury brands. Talk a little bit about Versace in Ghana specifically as a brand and the kind of customers. Was it mainly people who stayed at the Kempinski who shopped? Was it native Ghanaians?
Yeah.
And then just give us a little summary of, as a matter of fact, let me do this.
Okay.
We're going to take a break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll pick up, okay?
Okay.
We'll be right back with Viola Lavi on Diaspora Link. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back here on Diaspora Link with our guest for this episode, Viola Lavi. We're going to continue our conversation about her work with luxury and Versace in Ghana, and then move on to what I really want to talk about is what she's currently doing in the North. Viola, okay, so Versace. So Versace, Galleria, luxury in Ghana. Your take.
Okay, so I think there are many forms of luxury, and I think whether it was COVID, but there is a democratization of luxury.
Okay.
Right, and so the luxury that I went to school and learned and was raised with is very much a capitalistic form of luxury, where it's like customer service and where it's about making money, right? Like at Nordstrom, we had a Celine department, and there was a handbag for a Python handbag for $30,000, right? And so I think sometimes a lot of
excuse me, a Python
handbag.
Was it like an albino virgin python from the
I remember the colors.
Australian mountains? Like, was it something that's just one of a kind? Did they kill the only one?
There were 3 in Canada.
Okay.
Right? And so we were one of the stores. The location I was at, Yorkdale Mall, was one of the stores I got it, and Vancouver got 2, because Vancouver has a
$30,000 US dollars. That's a lot of money.
Canadian dollars.
Okay, 30,000 Canadian. That's still a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money, yeah. And so, like, when you were raised with that type of luxury, you think, or you equate luxury with something being expensive. In Ghana, it's the purity of, or it's the connectivity to the artisanship of making something by hand, right?
Which is luxury.
It is luxury. It is luxury because, let's say, Jean Baptiste or Dries Van Noort, these are designers in Europe. They also have tailors and ateliers that work with their hand. But because there's a capitalistic structure around them, And because I think there's a proximity to whiteness, people think, oh my God, this is luxury, right?
I was going to ask that.
But there's luxury in Ghana. And I don't necessarily mean eco-luxury. I mean there's luxury that is equitable and equal to the luxury that you find in Europe. It's just that there's their system that we're operating in terms of this formal structure of supply chain management, right? In Ghana, we don't have supply chain management. If I'm struggling to find rolling racks and Spintex and I have to fly in somebody, well, the store has to fly in somebody from South Africa for a Sensormatic machine, that is not an ecosystem, right? But in Europe, in Canada, US, yes, you have those systems.
It's all there.
And I think it's also that whether it's black people or African people, we haven't given language to what we do, right? In terms of this word luxury. So I have a friend who owns New Afropolitan, Jewel Arthur, mutual friend. And
shouts out to Jewel.
Yes, yes. And what she does, she works with artisans as well in terms of hand-carved tables. And all of these things are luxury.
Right.
And I think because of where it is geographically, people undermine it. And sometimes we undermine our own art because, again, we don't work with price points.
But you said something that was so key. And that is that luxury, most oftentimes, even with us, is defined by its proximity to whiteness. I'm going to steal that concept because we sometimes also have to, I guess, decolonize our own minds, right? Because most of us were so if you grew up and you didn't grow up in a rich household or wealthy household, when you saw luxury, you saw white people. You didn't see luxury with black people.
Yeah.
Right?
Whether it's someone walking on the street and she had
And you weren't, and we didn't define luxury by things just being made by hand, because if that was the case, we all grew up luxury because our parents.
Yeah, and it's biblical.
Right.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's so what do you think needs to happen?
I think for sure, even before I moved to Ghana, sometimes when I would just come to Ghana for fashion events and kind of dip out, I would meet people and people say, I would love for my product to be in, I think at that time I was working, I can't remember who I was working for at that time, but they were like, I would love for you to help me get my product over into Canada, right? Help me pitch to a buyer type of thing. And I would say, why do you think that coming to Canada it means success, right? And then I would rewind that and say, okay, so do you have distribution in line? Like, how would you get the product there? Oh, I don't know, right? Okay, so how long does it take for you? What is your lead time for maybe 60,000 units? Oh, I don't know, right? The system, that structure is not ours, right? So I think if we're gonna, because we are in this global fashion ecosystem, we have to learn it.
We have to learn that system, whether it's ours or not.
Yeah, right. We need continual education. Even myself, I've worked in industry. I went to school for fashion almost 15 years ago. Like, I think I'm aging myself, but almost 15 years ago I went to school, and I'm even relearning because the system, the industry has changed since I went to school. The industry has changed since I worked for all these companies back in Toronto. I think we need to. I know I hate to say it like this, but I think we need to. It's not learning the white man's way. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
But we need to learn how the system works.
But it's a global system, right? It's a global market. And if you're interested in selling to a market that can afford your product, that you want to price at a certain level, and you want to have it in Nordstrom, and you have to be able to supply 60,000 units or whatever, because Nordstrom likes it and they want to put it there, then you have to learn that system.
And even if you don't want to onboard in a department store, even if you want to have a distribution center in New York or something, so you have a drop box, not a drop box, a cross dock, right?
Okay.
Where your product hits on that country and then it's shipped. You need to understand the way the system works, right? You need to understand supply chain management. So whether it's YouTube or whether it's a Parsons course or whether it's asking a funder or whatever it is, you've got to find a way.
We need to figure that out here.
Yeah. We need to figure it out here and make our own, but make it African, right? So whether it's in Ghana or whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in, not South Africa, but whether it's in maybe a black African country, we need to figure out our own.
I smiled when you said that because I started thinking about the African Free Trade Agreement, and I'm like, with this agreement, we should be making millionaires and billionaires in Africa by selling and creating products and services to other Africans.
We should. Operative word.
We should.
Should.
We should.
Yeah.
Last question about this. As somebody who works in this field, I consider you an expert, right? Why? Because you get it. You talk about it. You know it. When, like, I just learned something. Was it cross-docking you said? I didn't know that till now. But I heard it, and now I'm going to use it with somebody else, and I'm going to sound real smart, right? I'm like, well, if you don't understand cross-docking, then you don't really need to be in this business. But what do we need to do for us as people to begin to switch our minds around so that we begin to redefine what luxury is?
I don't think we need to redefine it. I think we just need to share what we do already. What we do already is luxury. I think we need to understand. I think what I do with Versace, like, I had a great young lady that worked for us and worked with the store, and you know, she went to school at Radford. It's a university in Legon, fashion university, and she gets it, right? And so I think once you're able to download information into a young person, they continue it, right? But I also think the education system in Ghana, in terms of fashion schools, we need to teach the difference between fashion and retail. Retail is the engine that drives product, right? And I think people just, we put it all together, and then we don't scale because we don't understand retail. Retail is the supply chain management, and it can be done on the continent. And with this Africa Free Trade Agreement, like, I hope that one day it'll involve the creative industries, because a lot of the women and men, a lot of the continent is informal trade in the creative industries, right? And I'm not saying we have to, what's the word? I don't want to say professionalize, because that's not even a word.
Standardize?
Yes, standardize. We can leverage, and it's with partnership. It's also with diaspora partnership as well. We can leverage what is existing, whether it's somebody, you know, making this flag at.
We don't have to redefine it. We don't have to change it.
It's there already. We just have to give it language and document it, create data, obviously, because that's when investment comes in. If I'm an investor in Toronto or Silicon, wherever the heck I am, and I don't see that this is actually viable because there's no data to back it up. I'm not going to invest in it.
It has to be data.
It has to be investment for sure. In consortiums and all that.
So this actually, I believe, is a perfect segue, because as you started to say that, I was like, this is what she's doing in the North. She's creating this. She is the change that she wants to be. So let's talk a little bit about your work now with Woven. Tell everybody what Woven is and exactly what do you do with Woven.
So Woven is a socially conscious home goods brand. I work with artisans in Bolgatanga, and we create baskets. We create woven items for interior spaces. So primarily, I think my favorite part of Woven is our custom design service. You know, so it could be anything from a museum to yourself to a retail store saying, hey, you know, I need these units. And we work with artisans in terms of product development and specs, and again, showing them what the world, how their customer is outside, and that's something as literal as, let's say a basket is, you know, 10 by 15 in terms of 10 base, 10 high, and let's say an artisan says, oh, scrap it, I'm just going to do 20 inches by 20 inches. First of all, I won't pay for the basket. In the beginning, I wouldn't pay for the basket because I need them to understand that you're disrupting a client's order, because her shelf space is maybe 20 by 20. So you have gone and done your own measurement, and so I can't sell it to the person. So that means I have to absorb the cost, as a woman has to absorb the cost. And so yeah, we work with artisans. I don't think Ghana understands the potential of what we could do with in Bolgatanga alone, even the North alone, from like Shea to textiles, to Wa, and all the beautiful things that are happening there. We can commercialize what is normal for us and give it value.
You know what?
So when these...
go ahead. No,
go ahead.
No, because
I was going to say, sometimes when white... sometimes in my space, in the handcraft space, you know, because we don't value our own, maybe I don't want to say white person, but a person who is not black can maybe have this business, and they'll get crazy investment because it's like a savior complex. We are saving Africans, right? To me, it's just business. Like, it's a mindset shift that needs to happen. And you know, we worked with
somebody else could come and go to Bolgatanga, meet some weavers or meet some people, and let's say that person is non-black or non-African.
It's much more attractive.
Do a one-pager and say, you know, I need $1 million investment to help these poor women in this village use their art craft and take it worldwide. And somebody will throw money at them simply because it's a humanitarian effort.
It looks like, yes.
It looks like
yes,
a humanitarian
yes.
effort, as opposed to somebody coming in and working with people to help them create a viable
Yeah,
business.
it's kind of like how sometimes celebrities come to Africa, or anyone comes to Africa. Hear me out.
No,
And maybe
I'm with you. I probably agree with you.
yeah, and maybe they built a school. The school is not the impact; it's the curriculum that should be the impact.
Right.
Right. Because the school is infrastructure, just like we have Kotoka. It's a beautiful airport, but day 2 of the airport, it was filthy, right? Because there's no garbage.
You
There's
can
no
say that out loud. It was filthy.
It was
Clean
because
up.
We didn't think about the garbage cans. Like it's just pretty infrastructure, but it's the core, it's the SOPs, it's the structure of the internal company that matters.
Right.
And so Woven also works with other companies who are not necessarily in the basket space. So we build CSR programs for for-profit companies, and they
Really?
and they have nothing to.
I didn't know. See, I told you I was going to learn something
They have
new.
nothing to do with basketry, but it's
Okay.
in the north, and obviously I have data on what works in terms of training, and we build capacity in different areas, either for nonprofits, but usually for-profit organizations.
I have this. I have to talk to you.
Okay.
This is fine for the interview. Listen, we're friends in real life, so I'm learning from her right now. We have to talk about something I just learned about in this interview. So, okay, no, that's okay. So, one of the things I love about Woven, outside of the quality of the products,
Thank you.
and your creativity, is, as I mentioned to you, I love the way you present the products, and I love the way you present the artisans. Like, for me, it really shows in your photos and in the way that you present the work, that you respect them as human beings. And you don't get that a lot. Like when you mention about the stars who come here, or the Hollywood people, whatever, it's always like you come and I'm just waiting for the picture with the lady in the market with your outfit, and it's just like, look at these fresh mangoes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I love the way you present it. Can you talk to us about some of the other work you do? Because I know you do training, and how many women are you working with? Give us some data on kind of some of the impact that Woven is having.
Yeah, so we work with, predominantly it was 200 in the very beginning, so this is 2 years ago in the very beginning. During COVID, we worked with Scale Up Africa.
Okay.
Their consortium here in Ghana.
That's a homie.
Okay. And she worked with Woven to facilitate a capacity building training for 70 artisans, 70 women in the north during burial season. So I wasn't too sure about the timing, because the women sometimes can't stay throughout the day because it's burial season and women are behind the funeral process.
Burial season.
Yeah,
Okay,
kind of like what happened with me and my dad.
Okay.
And so we worked with them to train them with capacity building in terms of quality control, quality assurance, microfinancing, because it's not like Susu is familiar,
right?
But we want to help these women. I don't want to necessarily scale. I wouldn't say scale, because scale is much later, but just help them to improve their profits, right? And so the women reinvest their profits from basket sales into the home, into their children, and maybe the men are in the south, maybe the men are in Accra. We have we work with artisans who we work with the husband in Accra and the wife in Bogatanga.
Okay,
because he's in the city, maybe weaving during the day, but maybe having a maintenance job overnight, right? And he's sending that money back home.
For them to continue. Okay.
Yeah, so we work with other companies, not necessarily in basketry, but to provide that training. And we also worked with Google Will. Google has a foundation called Women's Will.
Okay.
And so we work with the weavers that are 25 and under, because they speak English and the training was in English.
Okay.
Just in terms of like positive self-affirmation statements, in terms of, I'm the best weaver, or just even being able to speak up. When you're sitting, don't sit like this, like speak up and to be present. And so it was great, because they've some of the artisans have never heard of Google, or they've never even engaged or had that type of experience. And so I was like, madam, you have to come back. And so I work with them in terms of microfinancing, but I don't give money, I give straw. And it's for our orders. Yeah, it's easier to track, because I know that you haven't used the money for something else, because that's what happens.
But you give straw for your orders, but they get paid for producing the orders.
Yes.
Nice.
So because
that's a great model.
because traditionally microfinancing is cash, right?
Right.
And so I find sometimes if you give cash, they may use it for something else, and I don't get my order.
Right.
And then the customer on the other end is like, Viola, you're unprofessional, right?
Right.
But it's not me. It's the supply chain. It's culture. It's anyway. And so yeah, it's been wild. And with this
So now you're at like 270, 300. How many?
270.
You're at 270 now. And that's a lot of people. How do you?
Yeah, so each group, like some women are really, really great with single weave. Like there are two types of weave. Some women are really great with double weave. Double weave is usually the more expensive product. That's usually the high-end product. You're going to see it in like Loewe. You'll see it in, I believe Vivienne Westwood also did.
Okay.
Anything that's high-end, it's a skinnier weave, and so it's lighter, and so it like the shapes can be wavy and really, really cool. Single weave is usually laundry basket, something that needs, something that requires much structure if it's going to be carrying something. And then there are also things like hats, like if it's a custom order, someone says, hey, Viola, or hey, woman, we need.
The one thing I saw that I was like, this girl is smart. This woman is smart. It was like the glass holders.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
The custom glass holders.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm about to put in another order for something. I'm going to put in another order for something.
Yeah.
Viola, we are running out of time, but before we leave, as a native Ghanaian who grew up in the Ghanaian and African diaspora and who has decided to come home and decided to stay, regardless of how and what circumstance, leave us with some advice for Ghanaians abroad in terms of how they can make an impact here, and for non-Ghanaians, non-African born Africans abroad since the year of return, people coming. What advice specifically would you give for people coming for business?
Oh, for business, okay.
Give us like one gem, one Viola nugget that you can leave us with.
For business, I think it matters on the sector, but I do think training is important, because I think when I came in, or when anyone comes in to start a business, you're going to expect that the staff, or that the team will know what the team where you're coming from would know. And these are like everyday things about punctuality, or these are like small little things that do make a difference. I think you need to invest in training for sure. And hiring a recruitment firm I've worked with someone, Maureen from Bawoni Consults.
Okay.
She's amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So I do think you need to work with someone who understands the people you want to work with.
Okay.
Whether you're a Ghanaian or not.
Or not.
It doesn't
But
matter.
somebody on the ground who knows
Someone on
what
the
that
ground who knows
recruiting
what-
pool
yeah.
looks like and knows how it works.
Yeah, because otherwise there's going to be disconnect. You're going to waste resources. You're going to waste payroll because you're not going to get the result you wanted.
Right.
Because you haven't taken the time to understand the way your staff thinks or moves or
Understood.
behaves.
That's a good piece of advice. So training and invest in HR.
Culturally relevant training.
Culturally relevant training.
Yes, for
and
sure.
invest in HR.
Yeah, because what works in Manhattan is not going to work here. It just doesn't. And it
Definitely.
shouldn't, because Ghana is not Manhattan.
Right. It's a
Accra is
different
not
place.
Manhattan.
It's a different place.
Yeah.
Viola, I am a big fan of yours. I'm a supporter from far and near, as you know sometimes. And I just really look forward to seeing Woven grow. Like I'm one of those people that when I open a magazine to see Woven, I'm gonna be really, really happy for you, just because I feel like you deserve it. Again, I love the way you treat all of your people like human beings, and you present them in their full humanity. And I just believe you're fair and you're a dope artist. So thank you for joining us on this episode.
Thank you for having me.
We want to thank our guest for this episode, Miss Viola Labby. Make sure you check out Woven, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, as always, Diallo Sumbri. We really hope you appreciated and enjoyed this interview and conversation with Miss Viola Labby as much as I did. And as always, we'll leave you with some proverbial wisdom from our ancestors in the form of a proverb. Today's proverb is, "It is no disgrace at all to work for money." Thank you. We'll see you next episode.
Ghana Police Service for a decrata be about 12 bonte or mutual musa and sentimo, a bullion van in some semi cosway, no better near couples in any account. Or much more my year, arches on Guswa air and on sentum de Wakaku, as on one cassa apposi form from one cassa macache, or more to me and whom me and watches or so, a join is a cool natches or moody Sajumano, or my Ghana. Naya Police Superintendent, and as a Director of Public Affairs at the Ghana Police Service, I used to Superintendent Alexander Kwekwa being no this and Chimu buyer, or the other just say, or Mugu so a yen Chimu, and to be being your Musandi Bible to just set away your mouth for so a behunya echo. Solomon Chair Ghana ni no so no de USA ya Washington memo na cheso no de ote no no de nsemfo bi ababe to dwa e kire se anampo otwe mu se nsema e fast anampo ne ba ye ma ne kanchema one natena mfie du ba konkwa nsemsem na secretary bi ntino chese na wo so omutumi e papa mu na otwe mu a emre bi omutu ya madwen se omutu kwan e de akọ USA anampo bi manso emre mkodu ho no na chese obi a eni nkrata ntina wo so omankasa de omuti pimpim se na be yo mbenya nkrata Intakoba say ya mami bi a na chese odi nchemu eba se mami no wo chese oni niku ayem pape manampo munta watete intina akasa chese obe some sign divorce letter anampo paper se ne be ya ebetu ama na ho kwan na chese otumi e de free aware anim na ansa na no se otumi aware no ansa no no abrante no enya nkrata otwem oni abayewe anampo ne kanchma ne kwaka wonsem no kuma kanchma se nya de obeje atumene anaso ochina intakoko wie ye no o se so why wadwen sese ma me na obakwa ware no se na be abenya nkrata dia ene me de menya madwen sache se me ware wene anampo mepene o se ba na sa na o se irabe eja no hono na chese okọ na so sisi o kasa se na me na do me no so nya oyere ene e baba kwa sisi o mutina no fe.
It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Zero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
Today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that, though? You are able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist, to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you
The consulting.
at hospitals? Like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, thank God for nose mask though. First of all, thank God for nose mask, because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought, the daughter brought the mom, and then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible, Hey, no TV, so no not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, but your brother, how are you? And I said, oh, they've been worried. And then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her.
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
Or you exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next.
Okay, anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are
yes,
you talking about
so
money?
In terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laughs. My biggest paycheck so far is at the 1,000 laughs. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's on, it was good. And my biggest exposure would be, so that's the monetary side. But for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. It was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
Yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one would be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to Ghanaian stage.
Yeah,
and the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me, which is everywhere. Like so. And then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of the island?
Victoria Island. Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Echo, beautiful Echo Suites.
Echo Suites.
Echo Suites or like, is it suite or suite? Suite.
Suites.
Yeah.
Suites.
So I checked into Echo, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten? Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Ghana, Nigeria jollof and
Oh, but Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like, the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay. But the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
Yeah, it doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But their gushi, their oporo. Oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well, and the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi and Ponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah,
like
their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, is done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was
their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us, like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Doctor.
But that's theirs. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member.
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where but I am not sure you say in my phone. Oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize, you divert. No frigidity. So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy.
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kasua.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training for voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You wanted the shortest one.
They do something,
Yeah. Usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like, as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
You see,
true.
So you have to wait for me to finish.
True.
Now today. You get me? Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews at the my second time on 1,000 Laughs. I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016 August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again.
Oh no, those days 2016 when I was coming out. Hot. Yeah, so you have blown twice. So I believe in 2016, and then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before, and as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, you know, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, you know, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that.
Oh.
So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was that I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, and he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, like, so what happened the previous night? And I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh,
So,
sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this one?
Please, excuse. Yes.
Please cut this out of it.
No, they took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
Where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bosses of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
How did they calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
If you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or... You want the experience, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady? And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me. They called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came.
Ooh.
Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said, yes. He said, 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe...
You hold her breast.
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey, God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So, with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke, okay? We are living in a sensitive world right now. And the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke. Because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else. And a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your
yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? And they took away the toll booths and the traffic intensified.
Ooh.
And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, fun nice. Because there are vendors there.
I know.
Yeah. Hey, boss.
Yeah,
we driver man, like what's happening?
you know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. Like I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in like what came in his mind. Like I've thought of it. Like he saw it and like, okay, well maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey, why?
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay, or you would maintain a side?
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is the Rabna young and when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
because what?
No, can we continue?
Do you have anything?
Oh, no.
Talk. Like, let the people
No,
know.
like, I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer, though. That is fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others?
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Like
Yeah.
I've never. What?
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
With what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The masturbation, you know that I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy.
So do you use soapy? Do you
some use
creamy?
okro.
Do you okroy? Whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, it's for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, if you know. So
Hey, this pastor dear.
that's a question.
This pastor that is hey.
That's
This
a question that
pastor.
I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I might as well sit on the
This
fence.
pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like, almost, out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm part of the 2.
Huh?
For you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very
How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like, you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time, you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time, you're like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new. Yeah. It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we would go nationwide, so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra. And so we go Techiman, Brekum, Volta region, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need too many lighting, the sound, good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that works very well, you'd have to eat off it. Be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. Now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugene still singing Angela, because it's good music. Yeah. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy. Comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, Popular but Broke, and we sold out to the National.
I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra. Let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky. Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked, and then he said, "Yo, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big." And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year. You can imagine, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums, and the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's
when you call on me?
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is Obi Ampons. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obi Ampons on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plaza FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you. And stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi Amponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course, I have delivered. So, Obi Amponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far is all too soon. We have come
all
to
the best with your new boyfriend.
all the.
Far too soon.
All too soon, we have come to an end of this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
You may have heard about the Black Sheriff Bruhaha. Well, if you haven't, he's been described as an ingrate amidst claims of having signed a distribution deal without the consent of his management. There's also the other side of the story that says that DJ Slim and Kweku Christo, who are making the claims, are painting Sheriff black. Well, the Road Boys Association, that has been the management team of Black Sheriff from the onset of his career, has also released a statement on the matter. Spot on. We are seated for a conversation on this very one. I am Benefo Buabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of unlimited entertainment, ably brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. It's only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. My guests are seated. By the Duchuma Boatin is a columnist, and for friend, vivid, vicious, vociferous, because I saw the boha and I just say, and yasem kitwa or sharp. Vida, Kwaba.
What's that? Me Joso.
Very fine.
Boko, with that intro, I don't really know what it means. I think you.
As usual.
I mean, me that's it. Maybe I'm a little rough for the outside, but me more this and pineapple. You know, I mean, you're bad, sir.
Rough on the outside, yes. Smooth within.
Yes.
Because Moons and cuddles on my mind.
I need to put that out because as a program you do, they take your program there. Oh, Charlie. Say, Charlie, una mi who GhanaWeb. Now, Charlie, come close. Come close.
Yeah.
I mean, you say come.
And then so dear, yeah, or say come. And then so the enemy, no, or a nyai no, or sister who's were joining in a good one, that is what they call Jadia. Nenebe is a columnist and an author. And I'm a woman can say, just another kind.
No, me say, Adajinio.
Yes, all they call Jade.
No, David.
Mati. San or kind, or so one can say, Yati. Nene, yeah, fine.
Part-time.
Charlie. Nice one. How is the sales of the book going?
Charlie, it's going well, but then this is Ghana. Everything can get better.
Yeah.
It's the same. We have two petrol, you know. Affective example.
And okay.
How is it affecting you?
Charlie, the four they run like
smooth. Say
I rough. And you mean that, Papa. Say I know kada ni be sweet you.
Hey, go for some cut bicycle. Any which ways. Nene, free your mind, young girl.
We start young.
Yes, I see.
Okay, but your people sent me some topics, but then I don't know why there's something very important to talk about that, you know, they are not bringing it up.
What do you want to talk about?
If you read my book, chapter 8, talks about Nama McBrown. And anytime anybody takes my book, that's the chapter everybody opens first. Why? Because people love Nama McBrown, people of all ages. Kids, adults, everyone loves Nama McBrown. So her show on, if anything,
United Showbiz.
United, yeah, people watch that show a lot. People of all ages watch that show a lot. So for kids to be watching the show and be scared by somebody's dancing is something that we need to address as a nation.
Kids are scared
by somebody's dancing on another McBrown show.
Dance moves, you mean?
The dance moves are causing a lot of harm to the country. Fear and panic. No, somebody needs to sit and nod down.
That's
and
your worry for the week.
That he needs to slow down the dancing.
Okay.
They dance any rhythm, any movement, any
any form of construction. He dances worse than we friend say. I friend say Papua ni neighbor ko ebu won say no monante no.
Nti the week ni nyina nsema e show obu ni.
I share me bob from last week Saturday. And it's something which has happened since last year. It's something which Abu Bossa na like to say na be kese. You understand? Shocked. And as somebody who cares about showbiz, we need to not scare people from watching our show. When people come to watch the show, they're like, yo, they're going to watch this man dance again. That's something that bothered me from Saturday that I need to address it today. So yes, that's what I want to address.
Me am crashing me.
Hey, so your friend is saying you said something about his dancing last Saturday. What did you say?
You are still going to talk about.
No, what you said something. You made the
that words.
I don't remember the exact
words.
When
Arnold sees this, you see, the point is that I didn't know what you were going to free your mind on, and but
it's something that you yourself have talked about. So it's something that we are all concerned about. We need an intervention for Arnold.
Mate, dance God Lord, Bacho, Arnold, that's why. Vada yanko free your mind.
We muna ometna se twen odo se awa ahwedie no
Barbary.
No abroad kan. Ometna se twa. So for the week in dear, what I'm going to talk about Shatawale mami. Waba say oni baby da entino yempe baby man. As far as in any shelter bia or baby any ma penny for. And if you feel someone no babema no issue, I mean you should go Conin chain, Conifi and Coca chain is only baby. I don't see why there should be a radio discussion. A bimwenia jehon say what a Range Rover man a girlfriend and which you know nema me about out say unya baby in that. I mean obia one the personal issues artists and me sure so be one the family issues you can see the nina flood the airwaves na ebe see aso. So say unya baby in that ofane Paul Obileshia. They should stop disturbing.
Is it not possible, say, he may have tried every means possible to
now, who will stop you from entering your son's house? Why could you now fear him now? Boys need be a pamowana. I mean, I'm saying this because shatter, shatter. But I won't allow young consumers to also focus on their talent and their music. More than you maybe say what you try and name, then it draws the attention of Nipan, just like Kelvin Boy's baby mother tried to do and as I wanted to do. No? Then the whole discussion moves from the music. Now, personal issues. I mean, because it makes them stay relevant. But we are tired, especially with this particular act, Shatawale. You bread because then your girlfriend, and then your baby mama, and then your baby awenyano, and then your boys are all pamo me through camp na. Hate song, you know what he? Factual ni and discuss here. Me saw the hit song in the but now the way in the meaning say after talking about the talent or the creative work, there's something add-ons be or why be a bit me account was so say add-ons need the creative work need one number the way need giant suma. I am 2022 and I am person I don't want to hear these things. Now on to Moisha.
Okay.
We spoke at length about how was Sakra and me being a Christian me danya me ase for her life say bia ene me bia akoswa enkoyi I did say na say wo de I did say
free your mind that they okay
I did say some of the pronouncements any videos are never out it looked as if say or you be her days are numbered that is what it looked because all the ehun bi and na eye niana or you know. After that, a couple of videos on the soft mamios and the spiritual mother, you see the calmness as a BBI boko, and we appreciate that. Now, the few comments about Sandra and Kobia Ababetuho. I mean, you can argue it out, say no cry, but how they are making it look as if say there's a problem with her mentally, that is a problem. Misomewo. Ebiana was sakra, Ebiana, and sakrayana kasa means say. We will not see that trait again. It is a wabana or exhibit something different. I actually tells you since because we do not expect to see what we saw in the past years. So I don't know why they are making it seem say our mental problem. It may be true, say maybe I'll go through phases, be a mentally, a draining, but to put it out there and say free social media and go and seek help. And then I can say you or chinebino who evaluate and I say not same be or the babiano, yet the better to sebi or be a najene. What did them or make it such pronouncements?
It's not the first time you two will be for say on free social media now on your help.
But we're free social media. Obiane senya ne sakra etiki form. Your baby or while it said the enuanum Catholic for Roman for you. Or confessing a bonnet Roman father na was rebon fache. Ye nim face are all come on SS or no one bia allegedly. Eko mema ho sebe niomo koda ekwa ko jisika. You do not know how our only cleansing process needs to take. Abia, she needs to get some things off her chest to be able to pray for forgiveness and forge ahead. But then you come and make it look as if say the statement be or be making I say Najun Mukana. It's painful because for you to see your fellow woman doing that to a baffle front. I mean, it hurts. These are comments a bit to me a back door. If you do not need any prejudice and malice be associated with it, a idea was say a back door to say, oh Charlie, oh facing problems. Ye name depression, funny face define your mind with the course. It could be one of those faces. On also about out, I don't see the fellow male stars, but to say, you show how and go and seek help. I mean, before when you was glaring in our face, say, oh, problem. Sabre no can and you. But this is somebody what coiling and who shed them for a while. I feel no person or resa face beam.
Now, resa face, I know better bomb.
Now, Ebiana, your kind of cry allegedly say,
Ebia, and Yanocre, and from where Sandra and her colleagues are seated. They see say oh okay Abia because and you mentioned
that she's peddling lies.
Yes.
Share your kind or say o me pa cho na de me kind nya no kre na emum ye wom say nyina na ye ne me ma daji sika mo.
But I mean some
you get it.
And no na bi omo hu say because Nanaba has said he should stop peddling lies. Abia no hu say Sebio ubia na dwinimu etini like bibia hawa
no one can say na me no kwa sorry why that phrase na me no na ni mem of all the things e betimi aye wasase su one can say na me no aduane one can say na ekoso agya free but e hono nkoa no o use that phrase no and you and I will know say a free time or so wasakra no Sebi emema mu na oni o madan ko ho asem no ka osre ho bonifacha ogina so di tu manefo wan kase ono ko shopping wan kase ono ko Dubai but o se minu mienu nyina so was say a dream bibi ho kakra e bia na ko through a face but why would she make her pronouncements no particular one say sebi ye ne mema ye bibi jiska why that alone It's in the no can obey apologize here, fine. But to tell her say uncle seeking help no, I mean I think say
we wasakra. Near now we no usi unye bio. Assuming without admitting say that is what happened. One other can be born man.
There be on second or camel. Send you only we you know. Except you on can be born man. There be near on any boom we you know because a beer the king alleged statements.
Assuming without
oh yeah alleged or chnanko in court adaje. A beer na near only we ye ntino. Sabi me no ko didi we baby na me yem hwia. I'll tell you, say, you call honey, you should me and could do what has said. What's my say? It's not as a Christian, there one thing that who here upon is we need souls for Christ. Into also feel say, Abia near me, a young woman, Abia will fast our quine no so, and your how beba, and to become a who near you now, young Kunyamimu. Make our way.
No, can I have
no, you decided to speak about dance moves. It's not why
United Show.
It's all I'm saying is say so for say Wadam for no not Junimu Sebi Ekana Enye bedwe mu say ene ye be horo santo.
Yeah, but she also spoke about
also about bedroom.
Fine. Because still enema ye ken physical things a bit me see. Oni be ma koda. But adwuni mu no unya sa unni sa ade na ode be yes examination. I shouldn't put it out there.
You should seek help.
One
seek help for them.
It could be anything anyway.
To you, what does that help me?
Oh, say me nyame na match mu say
it
was generic like
said me ase no and na match no say it is fine but say it is so dia it's not too cool.
Okay. Yeah, but
the Bible said work out your own, specific on the word own salvation with fear and trembling, right? When you say you are born again, you say you are born again, and you want to live for Christ, you say you want to do that. Focus on your salvation. If you want to win somebody for Christ, you should go and see the person, right? I don't think that calling somebody out on public platform is ever going to change anybody's actions. You understand? When you call somebody out on a public platform, what it does, they make the person defensive because the person has to clear their name. Of course, Moesha may feel that he wanted to apologize to Sandra for something she had said about Sandra, and she did that. But that last part was what everybody focused on. Nobody cared about the apology anymore. Sometimes when you are speaking on a public platform, you have to know that there are things that may be red herring to you, but people focus on those things and distract from your message. There are a lot of people who try to pass messages on, but the approach of passing the message on make your message irrelevant, or it kills the potence of your message. I think that's what happened with Moesha trying to apologize, or quote unquote, as this sister is trying to tell us, win somebody for Christ.
We go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about Black Sheriff and the deal, the contract with Empire Entertainment, and then Wayne Chavez console.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Now, you know, I said we were going to talk about the Black Sheriff matter. Definitely, we'll talk about it. Because, Charlie, issues, you know, edosu, bebre, obiye kanedie. And of course, we need to really analyze it. But we'll have that conversation after Vogue. Irabra is on standby.
Welcome to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Irabna Everett. Today we are going to be tackling anklets. Yes, I'm going to be giving you a little bit of information and education on the anklets we wear every day, both men and women. Don't get it twisted. I'll be back right after this break. Welcome back. This is Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and I am Irabna Everett, of course. Before I went on the break, I did say we were going to be tackling anklets. Now, anklets are a daily thing that we wrap around our ankles. Like, we could put beads, we could put chains, we could put shells, and I just gave you the types of anklets right there. Anklets beautify, if you ask me, they beautify our outfits and, of course, make our legs pop a bit. You know what I'm saying? My anklet lovers out there, you definitely know what I am talking about. Moving on. Let's look at some myths that surround anklets.
Did you know that back in the day, young women who wore anklets were termed or seen as prostitutes or lesbians? Even though that myth still stands among the older folk, young women and men are free to wear as many anklets as they want now. Yes, some even stack up to 4 or 5 anklets and they're okay and good to go. Here are some type of anklets you can find on the market. The beaded anklets, the charm anklets, the letter anklets, the metallic anklets, and the shell anklets. Now, the shell anklets are basically made of shells, and the beaded anklets are made of beads. The charm anklets, you can place your name on it. You can place your boyfriend's name on it. If you want to place your mama's name on it, that's okay too. So yes, these are the type of anklets you can find on the market. Are you a fan of anklets, or have you just become a fan of anklets? I'm going to give you some ways you can style anklets. Note that you do not wear anything long enough to cover your ankles if you're wearing an anklet, because then what's the point of wearing the anklets, right? It's to beautify your legs and beautify your outfit. So you can rock anklets with some jean shorts, pencil jeans. No, to pencil jeans, not baggy jeans or boyfriend jeans, pencil jeans, and short, beautiful mini dresses. You can also wear a long dress like them bodycon dresses. Yeah, that's, I'm telling you, my dears, will pop everything. All right? Okay. It's about that time where I leave you guys, but did you know that Indian women wore pure gold anklets on their left leg to indicate that they were married? You did not? Well, now you do. Next time you're rocking an anklet, rock it with the and the all right? Don't let anybody do like, I don't know what this is, but yeah. That's it for Vogue. See you next time. Bye.
And that's a wrap now with Vogue. It's the lifestyle and fashion segment, a new segment on Bloggers Forum. Me who say vida share anklet that me name say Oshebia Oshe anklet. But wait me
me, it's just that me da I take everything off like jewels.
Okay.
Intimidating no will be an extra thing and some culture sign. I mean, say idea you to me broad, yeah, I can. I mean, why not?
But you don't have any problem with someone wearing it?
No. If I tell you,
yeah.
No.
How do you see anklets?
You know, generally speaking about jewels, right? I have a watch in my bag, right? I'm supposed to put on. I forgot to put on my watch. I'm not really into jewels.
A jewel person.
I've
never sharing that. You see
but then I don't have a problem with what anybody decides to do with their body.
Yeah.
I am pro-choice.
Are you fascinated when people wear anklets? Does it attract you?
If the person dresses good, the whole entire appearance, the fatana. Yeah. I know some people wear anklets and it looks good on them. I know some people wear anklets and I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah.
Okay, Mate. So, Charlie, rock it if that makes you feel good.
He likes jewels when it's resting on something.
Oh yeah, on the waist. I know.
No, not there. Go a little bit.
Over the necklace, here me say.
It could be visual.
Yeah.
Necklace.
It could be visual then.
Mate. So let's talk about Black Sherif. When this issue started, it sounded a bit awkward to me. So we're there, and then DJ Slim started this crusade, alleging that Black Sherif has ditched his record label or management and decided to, sign a contract, be near their day, and that even the house and the car that was given Black Sherif, car now on studio, a dinosaur were free her and 70 baby near their day. So it brought about a conversation about investment, how people who invest in the arts are protected, and whether or not such practices drives away or affect investor confidence. Now, the whole conversation is that Black Sherif, under the Chavez Records or Win Chavez management or consult, it has a contract, 5 years contract with Win Chavez. Now, the spokesperson of Win Chavez, which is Kweku Christo, has been giving details of their side of the story. He says that they have a 5-year contract with Black Sherif. Empire brought a distribution deal contract. They looked at it and said, contract in Enye, so Black Sherif shouldn't sign the contract. Later, Black Sheriff went ahead to sign the contract without their knowledge, and that the mass they saw Black Sheriff on TV saying, "Oh, Nebusian for Nebuano near the Adena, you know, Nebusian for Nema friends." When you have a management that is saying to all of this, it is what triggered the issue.
There was this deal that came up with Empire, and they brought the contract. But I think before my boss met Black Sheriff, he had a contract with Empire, which had expired last year, October. So they had to renew it. So when Empire brought the new contract, my boss said the terms in it is not going to help the artist. So he doesn't think it's right for him to sign it. And this basically is seeking for Black Sheriff, giving them a second sermon remix. That's one single, and another single that he's going to release. And they said they had budgeted 50,000 USDs for that. But we didn't know Sheriff had gone on to sign up and had presented one Aubrey, who was supposed to be an A&R for him as his manager to Empire. So when they were supposed to send the money to his account, they sent it to Aubrey, and it was only $15,000. And that's when Sheriff had approached my boss that he had gone back to do it. But this is the amount they gave him instead of what they initially said they was going to give him. I just went on TV3 to verify, and the question they had asked Black Sheriff was, who is investing in you? Because we have seen artists blow, but after yours, we have seen that your appearance, everything is going on smoothly for you. And what he said was his mom, dad, and his big cousin. And then he mentioned one other dude's name, Rich Game. And that was like, why would you, because you have a contract with us, so you should at least appreciate us. My boss is not interested in tarnishing the image of Black Sheriff. If he had not gone to the media to be ungrateful to him, if I should put it that way, the media wouldn't have even heard it, because he left the house like 5th of this month.
So that's Kwaku Christo in that interview with Amia Debra. Now, me started crying free. Mami, nene, a lawyer, a lawyer in the making. He has a degree in law. Any other day. Nene,
I've not read their contract.
You've not read their contract. Okay, so we are not discussing the contract. Let me put it this way: you have not, but I have seen the contract. And
you've read it.
I have read it.
Okay.
Say any name.
Okay. Okay.
But
what are the key takeaways from the contract?
Oh,
I'm curious, like two or three things that stood out to you.
So, Empire DNA distribution deal. We know what a distribution deal is, and then Chavez is a management deal. But what the manager of Black Sheriff has been saying, Madonna, is that these comments coming from DJ Slim and other quarters, they are not true, because omo complaint to say Black Sheriff adechi omo wajai management team ako sign a contract near that. It's a company friend that decided to invest in their craft, and that even the investment is not being put to use yet, because before they had recorded the second sermon. It was after that one and
against last year.
Yes. Yeah. So all the claims are false. But there's also been a statement from
I'm more curious on the reason I asked about the contract specifically. I wanted to. So he says it's a distribution deal.
It's a distribution deal.
And I believe that because when that Kwaku Christo guy did an interview with Amaya Debra, he said that he has gone to sign with a new management. And I was confused because I know Empire Entertainment is not a management company, they are distribution, and they are a record label. So I felt like
okay, so I
that
think
was what
that
I wanted
was,
to speak on.
Okay,
actually, that's what I wanted to speak on.
Not a management, but we know what Empire does.
Yeah.
So perhaps in his narrative, he made a mistake
He used the word management a lot.
I mean,
yeah. When I was coming, I was listening to that interview again.
Okay.
Because I was confused. Because I wanted to be sure.
Okay. So
and
it's not a management deal.
When it comes to this, since you are going the legal route, words are very important. So the reason why words are important is he has a distribution deal with Empire. That doesn't void the management deal.
Their consent is that he signed the deal
when
Chavez, that is the management team that is investing in him, had said that it is a bad deal. So it was when he had gone to sign the deal that they had made payments of $15,000. Then he goes back to Chavez and say, the people, this be the money they gave you, this, that.
Yeah, but then what's the name? The artist is the artist, right? The artists have the right to. The management works for the artist. The artist doesn't work for the management, right? The management can advise the artist what to do, but the artists, at the end of the day, have to take the final decision on how they want their career to go. And
even when we are investing in you,
have a signed contract.
Yes,
we have a contract.
The manager
and the contract is
the manager doesn't work. The artist doesn't work for the manager. The manager works for the artist.
Yes.
So the final decision on what action the artist should take rests with the artist, and the manager is supposed to honor the artist. Whatever the artist want to do. One, the manager will advise the artist what they want the artist to do. The artist can decide, I don't want to do what you want me to do. The manager is supposed to do what the artist said they want to do, not what the manager wants to do. But that's beside the point. That is not the issue here. The issue here is, I think there is an industry-wide problem when it comes to accounting and accountability in this country.
Okay.
Right? I told you, I said on this show before that when we were doing intellectual property in school, in Ghana, there are less than 20 intellectual property cases in relation to copyright. Even generally, I would say copyright and patent. I can't remember trademark of it, but we have less than 20. That means that there's been less than 20 times people have gone to court and seek redress in the court to the point where the court feel like we have to report this. You understand? What that means is that people don't take legal action seriously when it comes to entertainment in Ghana. And so, because of that, contracts don't matter in this country when it comes to entertainment. And I remember Akon said that he signed Davido years ago on a show in the US, and he was asked, does it mean that he makes money from Davido? He said no, because contracts don't matter in Africa. And that is what I think the issue here is. If we had an industry where people felt like an action can be taken against you if you go against the contract you have with them, Black Sheriff have moved different. I'm very sympathetic to Black Sheriff. I don't want to criticize him because I watched the freestyle he put out last week where he said that he was a 18-year-old,
yeah,
who just got famous and he has to deal with a lot of mental issues, right, with that. And I'm very sympathetic to him because I just finished watching the Kanye documentary yesterday, and Kanye is 44 years old, dealing with mental issues which came as a result of him having to be famous. So I don't know what he goes through on a daily, right? And he has a lot of papers, figuratively speaking, in front of him where he has to make decisions on, right? If I were what's the name? Black Sheriff, and I am currently the biggest artist in Ghana, and I have the opportunity to become a bigger artist outside Ghana, right? And I feel like somebody is offering me an opportunity where I can become bigger outside of Ghana. Would I want more money or would I want the platform? These are decisions. I can't choose for him, right? I think those are decisions that were presented to him, and he had to make a choice. Do I want my music to be distributed in the US and become bigger in the US, maybe take an L because people sign bad deals, and maybe after the third year, you're in a position where you can make bigger demands. That's something somebody can do, and that is not a bad decision to make. Somebody can decide that, okay, I'm already big, I want big money now. That's also not a bad decision to make, right? So he's presented with scenarios, 2 scenarios, and then he decided to go with one scenario, where he felt like I wanted a platform. I don't think that he made a bad decision there, right? That's why I don't want to be hard on him. The issue is when it comes to honoring the contracts, when it comes to going behind his manager's back, as the manager claims. That is where the issue is. But what does going behind the manager's back mean? Was it in their I've not read the contract. Was it in their contract that every deal that Black Sheriff makes, the manager has to sign on his behalf? Because sometimes artists in their contract, the contract requires them to sign the deal on their own behalf. So the manager just, saying, assent or dissent with their decisions. The manager serves like an advisor of a sort. You understand? That's why I said it will be difficult for me to have a point when it comes to, because I've not read the contract. I don't know what their contract says. If the contract says that the manager is supposed to sign every deal on his behalf, and then he went against that contract, then he's at fault. Then I can join the gang to attack him. But I don't know about that, so that's what I want to say for now.
Wada.
For this gentleman, no, like the kind of attention and you're so positive. I think Oba seen him, we all sat here, you know, Ebon Abaso for bringing something new. Make I say he attacks as if so be PA free TV, ni mama show with the Cadillac so ni machete na adieno. Now, I think we have to call a spade a spade. Yenim so what's now Zongo and a near D from Zongo. But the moment you decide to put something on paper, contract, I'll be signing on. Zongo near D no because once you put it on paper, I was also listening to Kwaku Christo on this flex in interview, and he did mention say there's one guy Fred Bia or Road Boys Association allegedly Ababeka said 2080 split nana Chavez for Black Sheriff Aircon. They wanted to, you know, revise it without on a Black Sheriff consent. Now, Abrantiano is alleged to have said, say, or percent kayema sheriff no 20%. Na company ni keep it 30%. Na 50% no. A year Chavez Penny no any omo boys no eche. And the management didn't buy that idea because they felt say Fakesiena was a co-sheriff for. Now the guy allegedly threatened say. So, Juma, you my who soon a percentage I pay the and the answer you better quite be a better so you better sheriff free monsem. Now, me name say, and on our cost ya, say, ye whom the ye who ya. More about out of a castle your more cannot no cribbianing. Now, how disrespectful so be you to the term company friend. So then inside every share will document as say assigning and you call the person a friend. Share investment and you pay Yama mufie Emma monthly allowance. Sheriff cried no you say allegedly no weekly allowance from man aside of performances. Aside that no so no 2018 now money ne co agreement say omo bejene krana. Apparently no omuja 20 ni man no he was being given 100% till the time we decided you say will be free if you own them. Now, we are artists, you need to be mindful of the people you have around you. The Road Boys Association will say, group will say, unit.
Road Boys Association.
Road Boys, no. Minimum, but me tie back interview on Peace FM last Saturday. And I'm who say, Ashe, Captain Polo manager, necessary abina, a brandy aquafana.
At the wedding.
That was when he mentioned, say, a company friend.
Yeah.
He kept on mentioning, say, you're more canning, you know, but they are backing whatever they are saying with documentation. Into any what have you got to show? A say, and you listen, so with the artist here, I was someone who said, talent need the Yakupon Jim free in some move, but Emre Yindin Castle. By the fireside, create him, none could from Pond the assembly. You have to think also Jane who sexually when yeah there's a reason why you appreciate talents and as a creatives like Sakodi to be relevant over 10 years no and easy maybe shall say no man minimum superstars na ex do and then Anakin Ashanti International those days that someone who buy, you need to so answer them for baby 2 ideas. You get it? I was saying, say, Obia Wanimre. Into woman now when you see main wasting. Apparently, you are always crying. Say, you pencophone be buying, you pencophone be buying. Now, why never you see can be show? Now, one day, what shall you pack your stuff out of a house away, JC one mount? Most our boys here, you are trying to. I'm tempted to believe, say, uprising against Papa benevolence because you know the car percentage you pay. So for said the American entisa for documented said all this while interviews are also in any no crane for all documented now they should see can involved say $15,000. Now principal one to cry yeah how I do your own boy task when he says can into table with so my I'm just telling them say he should be mindful of the guys surrounding him. I don't see this as a black sheriff kind of initiative.
But these are the guys that
it looks
oh no almost 30 years. So
when you almost 30 and come to me a pem so a cosra and come pem they realize a come concede at a point say your home so into was a couple will be money ebe kan home. So if you rightly do that, Noah, why do you betray the man this way? And this is an industry you try say you be protecting investors now. I have a lot of people coming to me and patron person boy me na me di me way out and I me who TV way. So the best I can do for you is say me booking interview am na ko kan wa adwen. But some sorry do we chi do akọ half because I mean in the end no and you might be say ya no be ye di actual. So what I'm saying here and say this doesn't look like a black sheriff initiative. Listening to the boys, it looks like an attempt from almost Umberry Belly so that the news neighbor out they can get these guys to panic and then give them the percentage that they want. So I'm bad and they stick there. But $15,000 argument with you, it doesn't really make sense to me.
Nene, how would this affect Black Sheriff?
I am of the opinion that there is no such thing like bad publicity. And that's my general position on everything have to do with any celebrity. As long as you are putting out good material that people can vibe to, it doesn't matter what else is happening. If the week the news came out, that same week, Black Sherry's song with Daku Vibes came out, and people were talking about how Daku Vibes is backing vocalist for Black Sheriff on the song, on his own song. So I don't think that is going to affect how the public listens to his music anyway. What I think is I don't know how it will affect the business side is a whole different conversation, right? Would it affect his relationship with Empire? Will Empire continue to do business with him? What is the deal? I've told you.
As for the Empire deal, as far as the conversation has gone, neither Black Sheriff's camp nor Empire is okay. So Empire has not spoken about the deal, but Black Sheriff's camp talks about the.
How does Snap have? How does Snap have a copy of the contract with Empire? How?
By how say? As for how people get information.
Okay, so I'm telling that I want to believe that if they have a copy of the contract with Empire, which means that they got it probably from Black Sheriff's people, right?
That's an assumption.
I'm assuming that. Okay, so it means that they have some form of communication going on. What I mean is that as long as his deal with Empire is ongoing well, right, or is going well, and his deal with and he's putting out good materials and artists, I don't think that this will affect him negatively in any way. Here's the thing. I don't think that this year, every artist have a 3 to 4 year lifespan on their hotness level, right? We are in the second year of Black Sheriff's hotness span, right? He has this year and next year to still be the biggest artist in Ghana. And I don't think that he should focus too much on anything but putting out his music. He should focus on putting out music. The contract issues, let the boys deal with it. If they're not able to deal with it, it doesn't matter. You can always sign new contracts.
Chavez PRO, Kogu Christo, serves an indication that they are going to court.
I would bet you here that they won't go to court. I'll bet you here. I've tried this on this show before. Anytime an artist or anybody in the entertainment industry questions to take anybody to court, I am 90% certain I don't go to court.
How would
because they have never gone to court.
So how should they solve this issue?
This is something that actually in the civil Civil Procedure Act, the first step to resolving any issue that involves intellectual property is to go to ADR.
Yeah.
It's through ADR, yes. So the first case, you cannot, actually even if they go to court, the court will tell them to first go to ADR because this is something that involves intellectual properties and something that is a bit sensitive. Courts will prefer that you, the artist, sit down and have an ADR session. So I think that the better thing for them to do is to get a mediator or get an arbitrator to sit with them and get them to be able to have, understanding. If they don't get to understanding and they want to go to court, which I'm 90% certain will happen.
So there is a statement from the Road Boys Association. The Road Boys Association is the team that Black Sherif has been working with right from the beginning of his music career. They said Road Boys Association RBA have taken notice of the ongoing conversations in the media about a supposed breach of contract by our artist Black Sherif. Although majority of the discussions are premised on ill-informed and inaccurate information, we would like to assure the general public and fans of our artists that measures have been put in place to address any misunderstanding between the parties involved.
Yeah.
Vida,
let me say something.
Okay.
There's another reason why I don't think that Snap them will go to court. Here's the thing. I don't think that they have their business structured quite well.
Oh, an entity that has A&R and all of that.
It doesn't matter. Anybody can have an A&R. I don't think they have their business structured quite well. I listened to their conversations around their business, talking about taking footballers out of the country for free, talking about helping people for free, right? Anytime I'm having a conversation with anytime somebody's having a conversation about talent, and they talk about, they use the word help and ungratefulness, I stop taking them serious. Because this is business. People cannot be ungrateful in business. They can only do bad business. You don't do help in business, you only invest. So if you use words like business and ungrateful, words like help and ungrateful, when you're talking business, I stop taking you serious as a business person. Yes.
I see. But let me get your comment on the release.
A quick one. Just
think it was spot on?
Tell the Road Boy Association that artist is spelled with an E at the end. Until next time, I'm going to share spelling because one is a spelling mistake where it will not make me take you serious in the first place.
Yeah,
now, that statement is not enough for me because the people are out there backing it with info. And said they will take care. So take care money Kobe who assembly. Now we see on the next stop now. Ni panel response na a bar. What we see from no onte. Into no yeah what they are feeding us with is a contract that you have even cited, and there's a signature that will be me be denying. Sad, Now the language in there, supposed breach of contract. Didn't you sign a 5-year deal with AE? And have they been bold enough to come and say I know I'm for
breach. What's a breach though? That's what I want to know. Because the distribution deal and the management deal are two different things.
Yes, but then once you saw the contract, does the management deal not involve distribution, Anna? Because
that is why they you see
because a breach in Benoit they wouldn't have listen breach in Benoit they wouldn't have consulted Chavez before.
If you listen to Kwaku Christo, it appears the whole thing is a takeover.
What that mean? What means is that what I think is that they are using the word management loosely and they want to run a record label. That's why I said their business is not structured well. What I think is that they want to run a record label, right? So what I gathered from what he said was that they want to run a record label, but they are using the term management. But words matter, especially if you are using words like you want to go to court. Words matter. So if in music business, a management and a distribution are two different things, right? When the manager says they will be doing distribution for you, how are they going to do distribution for you? Are they going to sign distribution deals on your behalf? Are they going to put your song on TuneCore? How are they going to do the distribution for you? They keep confusing record label and management. That is why I say their business is not structured well. They themselves know you can't go to equity. When you are going to equity, you need to go with clean hands. I don't think they have
What I'm also saying is
let's wrap up.
There was a consultation with Omo as to whether they should go for the deal. No more advice is say
Menko.
So if they have that upper hand over you, that's all fake track. They can talk about breach in a way. Well, I'm saying, say, Hammy said these things are happening because I didn't want to speak about Black Sheriff the way I'm speaking. But I mean, I'll heap everything on area boys who say, road boys association. I mean, I think said he should watch it. When the 18 years, it doesn't mean say we should be making excuses for you because of your age. Or be the 18 or manufacture there or China. It is where the 18
or China for manufacture there.
When the 18 or Bonum so that be free. It doesn't give you the excuse to say, yeah, China, this is 60 years. And then what you act right. No, we don't have time for that.
All right, so that's Vida Duchumwa Boatin. You also heard and watched Nene B. Nene B is a columnist, he's an author, his book is out. Everything that happened in showbiz and the people, is it who or that?
Everything that happened and the people who made it.
Yes, everything that happened and the people who made it. So
profiles of the top 10 most influential entertainment brands in the 2010 to 2020 decade.
Yeah. So that's how we wrap up. Nomination for oh, sorry. Mirefio, congrats, Vida.
Thank you.
Vida has been nominated for
yes.
Entertainment. Is it Pundit or Analyst? Entertainment
Yes.
Pundit of the year as Folklets
Media
Awards.
Yes,
how do we vote for you?
Next week, I'm also the code next week. So next week, I beg. Vote.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
The show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want from Jesus smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great news for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the cheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. We end this episode of Bloggers Forum. For more stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com, our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV, and watch all the great, compelling content that we have there. Go and vote for Vida and purchase a copy of Nenebi's book. Now, unye sikani yemfankra hot chocolate. Na yemfanye enyema. Don't get it. Forget about it. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. The name is Benefo Guabena Abrantiba.
Region is a beautiful hotel called the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in the Upper West region and I'm here at the most beautiful hotel in the Upper West. So come.
This unfair situation made a lot of street children, even though their father had left a lot of wealth for them. But for the passage of PNDC Law 11, many children wouldn't have gone to school. This beautiful law that Excellency Nana Ajmai Rawlings championed to let happen is the reason why people die and their own children and spouses are able to enjoy their properties. So today, as we celebrate International Women's Day, I want to celebrate her and thank her for her contribution towards this promulgation of that law. I also want the 8th Parliament to be remembered one day for the passage of the Affirmative Action Bill. I pray that the Minister for Gender and Social Protection will bring this law back to ensure its passage, because if the Affirmative Action Bill is passed, Mr. Speaker, a lot more women will get opportunities that will lead them to becoming members of Parliament, ministers of state, and also be placed in positions where they will be part of decision making. It is also on record that when women are parliamentarians, they will come together to promulgate laws that were new to the benefit of children and humanity, irrespective of which political divide they belong to. Mr. Speaker, even as I wish all women happy International Women's Day, I pray that women will continue to shine, women will continue to prove ourselves, so that the adage that what men can do, women can do better will really resonate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity afforded me to add my voice in celebrating our women in this chamber, in this country, in all parts of the world. Today has been set aside as a special day where the prowess of the woman and the contribution of the woman must be recognized and celebrated. Mr. Speaker, women hold very special position in society. Wherever there are women, there is excitement. Wherever there are women, there's a difference. It's not even for no reason why, even where you have all males school, among the teachers, definitely you find a female. Across the world, we know that women have special contribution they offer to nation building and many facets of our economies. But we must recognize the fact that women suffer some biases. Women suffer obstacles. There are a lot of barriers that confront women, and together, particularly men, must lead a charge in removing some of those barriers, in removing some of those biases, so tomorrow we can have a sustainable tomorrow. The statistics indicate that across the world, at the aggregate stage, we have almost a 50-50 population of males and females. And that must reflect in equal representation wherever the table is set up. And not only in Ghana, but across the world. We are advocating strongly a gender parity of 1 in schools, in hospitals, in parliament, in farms, in industry, wherever that some undertaking of importance is going on, we must push for a gender parity of 1. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that one of the notable quotations that is oftentimes referred to, and in this room my earlier speakers had made reference to, which speaks to the core of women empowerment, was moved by Dr. Pedro Agri. When you educate a man, you educate an individual. But when you educate a female, you educate a nation. That goes to indicate strongly that men have a significant place in advocating for equality for women, for creating the opportunity for women to come to the table. If ever we are looking for solutions, how we can end some of the social and cultural practices that we deem as outmoded, that must be eradicated from our society, like trochasy, like female genital mutilation, I always say that when the last female child is educated and when the last female child is empowered socioeconomically, that is when trochasy and female genital mutilation, like all other undesired cultural practices, will be eradicated. We'll continue to strive to create opportunities, particularly education, for the girl child. A lot of research have proven the intellectual superiority of females, and that is what must encourage all parents to fill our classrooms from kindergarten, primary to the tertiary with our girl child. The girl child must be granted access to education. And with the coming into force of free senior high school policy, the numbers have indicated clearly the surge in enrollment of females in our education space. We want to ensure that going into tertiary, we have a lot more women also transitioning into our tertiary institutions. So by the year 2030, we can attain confidently a gender parity ratio of 1, even at our tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, women all over the world today we celebrate. There are many inventions that have been done by women. There are many novel innovations that have been championed by women. And so women do not only have a place in the kitchen, women do not only have places where are quite feminine, but women have a place at the table of men. Women have a place in parliament. Women have a place wherever important decisions concerning society and its future is being taken. And so we as men are willing, and today we indicate our readiness to support our women. Without a woman, there will not be a man. Without a woman, definitely there will not be excitement in our homes. There will not be excitement in parliament, in our churches, in our schools, in our offices, in our industry. And we desire a lot more women to participate. I always use my home as an example. I am deemed to be the least intelligent in the home, with all the females around me proving to be more superior intellectually. So that indicates strongly that no female in any home must be secluded to the kitchen. No female in any home must be denied opportunity. The opportunity is only one. The first right of refusal must be given to the female. So our ladies, please be assured that we stand strongly with you, we stand firmly with you, and on this day, what a day to celebrate your contribution. We cherish you, and in all our discussions, we'll ensure that opportunities are granted for the female. On this note, and with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I wish all our women happy International Women's Day. Thank you very much.
The men want to compete very fairly with the women. Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to acknowledge the maker of the statement for this all-important statement on Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, the fight goes on. And I must say that in Ghana, we've not been left behind. A woman has gotten to the number 3 position before. That is Speaker Joyce Bamford Addo. Under President Atamuos, she became the speaker, and I'm saying the fight still goes on because a major political party during the last elections elected a woman to partner the presidential candidate John Dramani Mahama, and that was in the person of Prof. Nana Akufo-Addo. Right, Honorable Speaker, the theme for today is gender equality for a sustainable tomorrow. And it is related to climate change. And we know that the world is warming up. The ozone layer is being destroyed. And the fight has been going on for some time. Now the intention of this day is to see to what extent, if we can bring our women into this fight, whether we can really make progress. By this, I'm saying that we know that it is the men that usually destroy our trees. The destruction of the trees is by the men. But when it comes to the usage of the product, the charcoal, who are those who use the charcoal more? It is the women. So if we can educate the women to stop using the charcoal, I believe that the ripple effect will be that the men will not destroy the trees. So there's the need to bring in the women to assist. Let us fight against, charcoal burning and the destruction of the ozone layer. The same thing applies to things like the plastics. Yeah, the factories are there, they manufacture them, they come out. The end product is practically consumed by the retail sellers. And this is an area that both men and women dominate. If we can do something about it, for our women to understand that the plastics, when buried on the ground, destroy our soil. The plastics are killing our animals. The plastics in the sea are killing the fish. If we all will understand this and bring the women into the fight, and the women, the women are better at this than obedient more than we the men. Honestly speaking, in all aspects of the world, they are much more obedient. When they get the message, I believe that it will be implemented. Then, when it comes to even cleaning the environment, cleaning our household, the women are better. When a man cleans a place, you go there and then you still see a lot of dirt on the environment. Then comes issues like water, dirty water. We cause the pollution, the woman goes to fetch it for their domestic use. They are those who fetch the water, they see how dirty the water is, and they can't do anything about it. So if we can let the women understand that, yes, dirty water is not good for consumption, dirty water is not good for domestic use, I believe that we will be fighting in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, the fight by the women is legitimate. The fight by the women is on course. There's an open secret that if the German Chancellor, who just went out...
I remember, hold on. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, continue.
Yeah, there's an open secret that if the Chancellor, the German Chancellor who has just handed over, was there, probably this Ukrainian war would have been taking place. And so the influence of women on world politics is something that we need to cherish, and we need to promote our women to also move forward. However, I'm appealing to women to start working not only from the top. When I say from the top, yes, we are getting there. We are getting women to be ministers. The number of MPs women is inadequate, but we should also be working down where we are able to. The branch elections, when you see the number of women who are participating, is too small compared to the men. If you look at the constituency elections, constituency chairman, secretaries, they sometimes reserve only the women organizer for women. That is also not adequate. We know that women can write better than men. A lot of women can write better than men. So the secretary post is not for men. We know a lot of women can manage a constituency. So the constituency chairman post It's not necessarily for a man. The same thing goes on and on up to the national level. So whilst we are working to get to the top, let us not also forget about the bottom. I want to thank the maker of the statement once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Deputy Minister, I will give you the opportunity to conclude. So hold on a bit for me. Let me come to the lady. Is it Nadia Kutupong? Yes. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement on the International Women's Day celebration. And I wish to commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate all women in Ghana, women in Parliament, and especially women in Ladade Kotopon for the hard work they are doing. Mr. Speaker, I want to support or congratulate the market women out there. We all know that these market women are contributing their quota, they are working so hard and supporting the men to take care of our children. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the call for to break the bias in the sense that as these women work so hard to educate their children, the children have grown, there are girls in there, there are women in there, and so there is a need for the men to support us even as we come up. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about, when we talk about women in the market or in the informal sector, I want to talk about the likes of Dede Ashkishan. If we recall, during the Nkrumah days, she supported Kwame Nkrumah during the independence. And these are women that we have forgotten about. She supported with her money that she had accrued from her trading activities. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to mention Esther Oklu of Nkulenu. She was an entrepreneur who worked so hard, and today, because of her, we have the palm nuts in cans. Mr. Speaker, women have worked so hard, women have come so far, and I believe it is time for the men to support us to move forward. That is, we should, as the saying goes, behind every successful man there is a woman. I want to say that beside every successful man there is a woman. We need the men to support us in our cause, in decision making in our country. One Queen Mother said, when it comes to traditional meetings, the women are left out. And so we are asking the men, the chiefs, that when it comes to decision making, where women are concerned, women have to be involved in decision making. Mr. Speaker, women have really contributed our quota. And on this occasion, as we celebrate the International Women's Day, there is a need for us to break the bias so that the woman coming up, the school child coming up, will know that even as she comes up in society, even as she comes up to be a doctor, to be a nurse, to be a teacher, she knows that there is space for her up there to contribute her quota to the forward movement of our nation. On this note, I would want to say that women should know that yes, we can, and with the support of the men, we will be able to do it. When women are given opportunities, we do well to excel so that there will be a better place for us all. Mr. Speaker, talking about the environment, I want to talk about our river bodies or our water bodies, especially the Peshi Lagoon in Dadekotopon. The men used to go fishing, the women used to buy the fish, fry or roast and use the proceeds to educate their children. Today, what do we see? The Peshi Lagoon has dried up. There is no one going fishing there, and the women cannot buy the fish to sell. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'm calling on the Ministry of Environment to take a look at our water bodies to make sure that those who ply their trade through the river bodies, getting the fish to sell to make a living, will also be able to make a living. On this note, once again, I want to wish the women of Dadekotopon a happy celebrations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you for jumping into Lagoon, Teshi Lagoon. Don't you think we've had enough? But we have International Men's Day. Yes, let him come to Kofi.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I promise you I'll be very, very brief because everything good, they say, as a paitia, so to wit, everything good is short, so I'll be very, very brief. Today is an International Women's Day and must be recognized as such. And I want to thank the maker of the statement for drawing our attention to it. But Mr. Speaker, in breaking the bias, I believe that next year we will start from the chamber here. That when our women appear in such beautiful cloth, Mr. Speaker will also sit wearing the same. I would also be contributing wearing the same. And we will break the bias in terms of reaching out to the men to be able to carry the agenda and the project forward. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my colleagues who have contributed to this very important occasion and the statement made by the Deputy Majority Chief Whip. And I realize that they keep defining and defining very important roles that our women have played so well. But we have tried to reduce those roles our women do so well, which we all admit as inferior roles. How many of us, Mr. Speaker, can survive for a number of days without having something in our tummy? Our women who enters the kitchen to do this do it so well, and we appreciate it. But we don't consider that as an important role they have performed in such a way that when they are given other bigger roles, they will be able to do it so well. But a young boy maybe flies a helicopter or does a good calculation in mathematics and is so highly celebrated. I think, Mr. Speaker, we must start identifying the very little things our girl child are doing so well and raise the recognition of those ones in order for the world to appreciate the fact that women can do even much better given the opportunity in any role and in any assignment. Mr. Speaker, there are some other areas that our women could help themselves. By nature, the woman is defined and has come to be sympathetic towards somebody else even more than herself because of their upbringing. The woman will cry for the child first before even thinking of herself. These have carried them through into their world of work. But this should not be a limiting factor. We must encourage them to use this good thing to try to push even further. We witnessed in this country when there was promotion of send your girl child to school, send your girl child to school. It got to a point we had more girl child in the basic level than even we had the men. So it means if we intentionally put some efforts in trying to break the bias, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to achieve it. It's our wish that next time we meet in the 9th Parliament, we may have many more of our women joining us in places where some men do not want to come back on their own. The replacement may be women, because I don't know which man I'll be telling to drop for another woman to come. In places where a man don't want to come, I pray that the replacement will be a woman, so we could have more of the women joining us in this house.
Mr. Speaker, as promised, that I'll be very brief. I only wanted to register that we honor our women, we respect them, our mothers, our sisters, our wives. They are doing so well. and they can even do better given the opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a comment.
Yes, let me come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what Dr. Donko is saying, I can't say it in the mic. Other than that, I'll put sand in my sister's garage. Mr. Speaker, let me also commend and congratulate our colleagues, members of parliament, women across the globe, our mothers and sisters, like the last speaker said, our wives. We are really proud of you, and in a day such as this one, we can't but to remember all the good things that you are doing to help the development of our country. The Speaker, in doing this, I just want to draw the attention of our female colleagues that if we can concentrate on our just 5 areas in our endeavor, I want to believe will help the development of women better than, with a greater respect, the tokenism that we keep asking for. One area that I think, the areas that I think are very important that requires attention of our colleagues and our support is education and health. Then we talk about the employment and the challenges that they have. Then gender-based violence. Then obviously decision-making within the marriage, and then the freedom of choice and life satisfaction. If we can concentrate in these areas, we can help develop our daughters, our younger sisters better than sometimes the tokenism that we throw around. So let me say, this is the first time in the history of our parliament that you have 40 strong women sitting in the chamber. Since independence, we've never had this. And this is a very big achievement. We need to commend them. Yes, we need to do more to be able to get to parity. But to have 40 women, each of them fought on their own strength. I mean, if you look at Honorable Lydia, she has to beat a gentleman to be here. Ajay Laraba, she had to beat a man in a hot contest to be here. If you look at almost all our sisters, I mean, Teresa Winnie had to take a seat that was unimaginable that can even be taken by NDC. But she has to beat a gentleman to be here. Look at Elizabeth. Almost all of them, they fought on their own strength and got here. So you cannot discount them in any way, except to commend them for the hard work that they put in getting here. But Mr. Speaker, let me caution the jump to always ask, oh, we are women, so because of that, give us this. It's a worrying trend. You fought on your merit and got here. Continue to provide role modeling by working hard to justify whichever position that you get to occupy. I mean, I was here when the former former Supreme Court judge became our Speaker, Madam Bafodado, as Speaker, and those of us who were here with her, you cannot pretend to say that she was just favored. She deserved it. She worked for it. I'm looking forward to the day that we have a female minority leader or a female chief whip on both sides. I mean, when you come to Parliament, this is where the chunk of the work is. And I'm looking forward to the day that they'll be here. But the sad thing, Mr. Speaker, I must admit as a whip, is that when our colleagues get into the house, just like some of the other male colleagues do, they do not take the work that we do here very seriously. And most of the time, they absent themselves, they don't sit to really work themselves to the work. When you do that, you put the leadership in difficulty in trying to create, because you cannot just give opportunities to undeserving. It has to be given, and everybody says that, oh, this is deserving. And remember that we also have a standing order that talks about balances. I heard one of my colleagues, Honorable Henry Tosu, were talking and giving statistics of the females in leadership. For example, on our side, we have 20 I'm a very strong woman. 11 of them are continuous MPs. 9 of them are new MPs. You cannot just give leadership positions to people who have just arrived and are still learning. It is not done anywhere. You can't do that. And I can say, when you check, if I take my list and I go through most of the continuous women that are on my side, in fact, they got more than they deserve. Because our standard orders is very, very emphatic about creating the balances, whether gender, region, and what have you. And if I have to go through it, just because you see that if you run it through the percentages, you see that we deliberately try to encourage a lot of the women, and you can see in some sensitive committees that people even fought, why do you have to put this person? We deliberately put them to give them the opportunity to be able to learn so that they'll be able to match up and be able to come up very strongly in the house. I want to encourage our female colleagues to take the work that they do very well. I mean, I must admit some of them are doing very well, but we want to see a lot more of them taking the work that we do in the chamber here seriously. Mr. Speaker, the work of a parliamentarian is to be in this chamber. This chamber. If you are a parliamentarian and you cannot glue yourself to this chamber, then I'm sorry. You can be 3 times, you can be 4 times here, you will still lack a lot of things. The secret is be in the chamber from start to finish, as much as possible. Because this is more than a university. Because remember, the archaeology to zoology of our country passes through this house. By gluing yourself to this house and the chamber, you learn so much. Just because it will interest you to know, the moment we get to bills, you look around and see how many of the women you see. I'm drawing the attention to the weak areas that can strengthen them. You go to committee, some of them just go write their names and they leave, and they don't stay. I am pointing these weak areas to our female colleagues. These are the areas that you can strengthen yourself and be able to match up to you. One day, the opportunity for you to become a chair or ranking or in leadership avails itself. You'll be able to match and work efficiently. It is not there is a biscuit that you just share around. If it is given to you and you've not worked to be able to earn it, it will come with a lot of challenge. You see that you will be having a lot of challenges. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that I think that all of us need to concentrate, like I said, the 5 areas, education and health. Mr. Speaker, what excuse do we have that Parliament of Ghana, for the Republic, almost 30 years, we do not have a kindergarten here? How many females are members of Parliament? How many females are staff of Parliament? We tend to forget that they have a role that is very, very important to play, that is taking care of kids. And it inhibits women in terms of their employment, because she has to be sure that she has a place to keep the younger child so that she can concentrate on the work that she's doing. I have said this a number of times. It is long overdue. This parliament needs to have a kindergarten or a nursery that helps working mothers who work within this environment so that they'll be able to give out their best. Look at the health system that we have, the clinic that we have. We don't even have a gynae. So should any of our colleagues is pregnant or the staff here is pregnant, shuttling between here and probably read here, Palebu and other things, pose as a talent, and then we then complain again that, oh, she's not in the office, she's lazy, she's that, forgetting that these are some of the things that inhibits their progress. We need to wake up. In education, Mr. Speaker, I have said again and again, can GES justify where they get that rule that when a girl gets pregnant, she must be dismissed from school? It is not in any of our laws. It cannot be supported by any of our laws, but they do it. So if they will be in the same class, a boy and a girl, accidentally the boy impregnates the girl, then the boy continues his education, and the girl is dropped out and dismissed from the school. No, what the school needs to do is to empathize with her. Yes, every one of us sitting in this chamber cannot count the number of mistakes that you made in your life. But if one mistake leads to the end of the career development, that is inhibiting against women. And GES continue to do this. We continue to complain that, look, it is not sanctioned by any law. Because the girl child gets dropped out, the same boy who impregnated her continues his education, and you disadvantage the girl. What you need to do is that, yes, during the heavy pregnancy, she can be home. After she's giving birth, give her the opportunity to continue her education. You don't let her drop from school, because you are truncating her effort to move out of poverty, to be able to empower herself. This is something that we need to look at seriously. Mr. Speaker, I have always argued, when you look at the Children's Act, where it says that a girl at 16 can consent to sex, but she cannot get married until she's 18. I said that is primitive. If you believe that she cannot have sex, say that she cannot have sex. But don't say that she can consent to sex at 16, but she cannot get married at 16. What are you trying to do? You are picking a quota that is far away from ours. I want to encourage our women and all of us that in trying to empower our women, let's not forget our useful and valuable culture. Yes, there are some of our culture that people cannot even define. I mean, when you think about what do you call it, female genital mutilation, you cannot find basis for it. Away with, because it disadvantages the woman. It is not same as circumcision of the men, because this one really destroys the woman. We can do away with those ones, but the good ones that we have within our culture, we must make sure that in fighting for empowerment, we integrate it. We shouldn't just go blindly.
Leader, before you conclude, yes, honorable member for.
Mr. Speaker, I raise some point of correction. The Speaker says that the criminalization of defilement is in the Children's Act. The correct position is that it's in the Criminal Code, not in the Children's Act. Thank you.
Yes, leader, let's hear you. Let's conclude.
Okay, Honorable Apia Kubi, check the Children's Act. We've been working with it in this chamber, and I say that it's also in the Children's Act. But after that, you and I can look at it. Yes, but the basic principle is that the laws of our countries allow a young girl of 16 years to consent to sex, but cannot get married. So when she's 16, she can get pregnant. That one there, you're okay with that. But she cannot get married. And I say that is inconsistent. If you really want her to be able to have sex, then she should be able to get married. And I'm saying that put them together. It's either at 18 or at 16. But don't say that she can consent. I say that is way away from every culture that we have in our society. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to congratulate our female colleagues, women across the globe, and to urge that they should continue to work very hard. It is not easy. It is just not easy. I mean, it's easier said than done. That when you are talking about the challenges women face, you will never appreciate it if you've not come face to face with some of the challenges that confront them. But I will always say, don't be asking that an opportunity to be given you simply because you are a woman. I don't think that is right. Just say that create a level playing field that enables you to be able to compete effectively. I think that's the best way to do it. And we want to use this comment to congratulate all of you, especially the 40 gallant women in our chamber. It is our prayer that come the next parliament, the 9th, the 10th, maybe by the time maybe we are even in our 10th parliament, we should go a way that you are even more than the men, so that maybe the temperature in this house will be much cooler if we have many of you dominating this chamber. But please take the work that we do more seriously. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the statement made by my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ayawasu West Wago, and the Deputy Whip. Mr. Speaker, today marks an important day in the lives of our women. Today is an important day that every woman everywhere celebrates. on the theme Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite interested in the color part of this year's celebration. That has to do with purple, the purple signifying justice and dignity, green signifying hope for our women, and then white showing purity and achievement on our women. We are celebrating today of our women for their cultural, political achievements. And in Ghana, I think my colleagues have already made significant acknowledgements on the achievements of women, be it Chief Justice, be it Speaker of Parliament, be it ministers. And for the fact that this 8th Parliament have brought a unique in terms of women representation, where we have 20 women on both sides. But I must say that, Mr. Speaker, our current president, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he needs a serious applause for his acknowledgement of women in politics. Mr. Speaker, if you look at on our side, the majority, the 20 women who are ably represented, you will see that 4 of them are ministers, 8 of them are deputy ministers, 3 of them are committee chairmen, and 2 are vice chairman of committee, and 1 also representing Pan-African Parliament. This is a serious acknowledgement that the president has been able to make, that out of the 20 women who are ably represented in this house, 12 of them are serving in his government. It is worth noting that the chief of staff, who have been a former member of parliament in this house for Ayawasu West Wagon, is the first female to be a chief of staff. So this is an encouraging part of it. And for that matter, we need to be able to help our women. Today, when you look at our women in this house, you could see that they were in uniform. Every woman today is looking very beautiful. And I do agree with Honorable Kofi Adams that next year, International Women's Day, Honorable Lydia, you should be able to at least give us part of your cloth, so that we can also be able to join you in the celebration. I will end here, Mr. Speaker, by celebrating my mother and celebrating my wife for how far they have been with me. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister, let me give you the opportunity to conclude. Yes.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program that brings you the facts and updates that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we have a presidential guest straight from Ukraine, where there's a conflict with Russia. And these are students who are going to talk to us about their journey back home and also the things that are happening in the country before and after the conflict started. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In our studio today, we have Nana Kwache Ajiman. He's a NUX president for Chernivtsi, and that's in Ukraine. Also, we have Selom Jemeke. He is the vice NUX president in the same city. They are here in the studio. Welcome, guys.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. President, how has it been in Ghana so far? How many days have you been here?
I mean, I arrived on the 1st of March, so I probably have 2 days. I think 3 days here. Today is my 3rd day in Ghana. And everything's okay, just that I'm struggling to adapt to the weather.
The weather. How bad was it before you came in Ukraine?
I might say it was very bad. Not pleasant at all.
Is it in the negatives?
Yeah, negative, 20, 10, 5. It varies, but yeah, very bad.
What about you, Selom?
Same here. The weather conditions are harsh for me. Comparing it to Ukraine, even summer is not that hot. I mean, when we're coming down from the flight, they announced the temperature in Ghana 27. I was like, oh, that feels like me being in a lab or something. So it's the weather for me, and then I would say internet is bad.
Does that mean you already miss Ukraine?
Not really, just for some little things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to Nana Kwache. Can you tell us how long did it take you to move from your city to Ghana?
So we started our journey on 25th, and we arrived at first, so probably 4 days.
4 days.
Yeah.
Is it the same for you? You came together?
Yeah, we came together, yeah.
Okay. So did you also had to walk for hours?
Yeah, we did work for hours, yeah.
Okay, so let's just go back to when it all started. We know Russia has already made this, made this statement some months ago about their disinterest in Ukraine joining the European Union and all the little or subtle warnings that were going back and forth. Did you expect it to get to this level?
I mean, 21st century, who does that? We downplayed his intentions, and here we are now.
So at what point did you think it was becoming bad?
When we heard about the first invasion on 24th of February.
24th of February?
Yeah.
And 25th, you're already leaving?
Yeah, because you had to go.
Which part of Ukraine is your university, and which university is it?
It's in the western part. My university is called Bukovanian State Medical University.
Okay, so you're a medical student?
Yeah.
Are you also a medical student?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many students, Ghanaian students, are in that university?
For my university, Ghanaians, we have 37.
37?
Ghanaians, yeah.
And in the town, are there other universities where we have Ghanaians?
Yeah, I mean, let me correct that. We have 35 from my university and 2 from the National University, yeah.
Okay, and the 37 of you are the only ones in the town?
For Ghana, yeah.
For Ghana. And are there other members, NUCS members, who are not in these 2 universities?
Yeah, but not for my city, but other cities they do have.
Okay, and all of you are networked?
Yeah, networked, yeah, through WhatsApp platforms, Telegram pages, and then we have annual meetings as a union. So yeah, we are all linked in a way.
Okay, and how long have you been in Ukraine?
5 years.
5 years, same?
Same here.
Yeah. I think anything I ask is just going to have the same.
We went to Ghana together.
You went together?
We went from Ghana together, yeah.
So you were friends before you even went to Ukraine?
No, we met at the airport, and then we just started making friends.
Met at orientation.
But we weren't friends.
You're not friends. So you became friends at the orientation?
Not at the orientation, at the airport.
At the airport?
Yeah.
Okay, before you went to Ukraine together?
Yeah.
And are both of you coming from the same university in Ghana?
No.
Which university are you from?
In Ghana?
Yes, in Ghana.
I went to Kenya University for 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
And then you moved to Ukraine. What about you?
I didn't attend any university.
Okay, so you went straight from secondary school, you went straight to Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, so why Ukraine?
Okay, so I couldn't secure a medical school in Ghana, so to the requirements they needed from me, I couldn't score as people scored and entered. And my parents were not ready to pay any sort of thing from here. So I had to go to Europe and go and study.
Okay, and are you on scholarship, government scholarship?
No, my parents are funding everything.
They are funding everything? Yeah. Is it the same for you as well?
Yeah, the same for me, yeah.
Okay, so a number of people are not on government scholarship. Are there others you know who are on government scholarship?
I mean, 99% of the people there are fully funded from home. And I think just recently, they introduced the scholarship by the Secretariat of Scholarship for Ghana, and I think a few of them, not quite a number, I stand to be corrected, let's say 8 or 9 people are being funded by the government, yeah. But before we actually went to Ukraine, government was actually funding more people in Ukraine, but now, I don't know how it happened, but then that came to a halt.
Okay. Did you have to go through any state agency before you traveled for your education? Are they aware you are there? Did they have any relationship? Were they contacting you while you were in Ukraine?
Yeah, because I think before we can get access to actually travel, you need to go to the Foreign Affairs to get some affidavit signed, to swear some oath. I mean, they are aware we are all living. And before we left, we filled some forms at the immigration. So I guess they know our number out there.
Did they contact you while you were there before the whole crisis?
Before the crisis, I mean, before the invasion or
the
before...
invasion.
Before 2040, we were actually in talks with the government.
Okay.
Yeah, they were given signals, and then they were asking us to preach the fact that if you have enough funds, you can come home by yourself. But as I said, we downplayed the fact that this was actually going to happen, because almost every year we have state of emergency being declared and nothing happened. So we downplayed it this time, and then this time it was a reality. So yeah, we've been in touch.
Have you ever been in contact with the government before even the whole crisis, or you just heard from them when it started coming up, when you started hearing about the invasion?
I think for the we don't have an embassy in Ukraine, and at first we used to be under the embassy in Russia, but it switched to Bern, that is Switzerland. So I mean, when the ambassador got the notice that he's in charge of Ukraine, he comes there often to check up on us, organizes seminars to interact with us, and through the nooks we actually speak with them. They convey information to the nooks, and then we also relay to our members.
Okay, and there's been no funding or no special, offers from the government before this whole situation began?
No, I think
it was just meetings and communication and conversations.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when it started, when you heard the news and you heard all the political back and forth and everything, did you feel a little bit alarmed yourself?
Honestly, I was indifferent about this whole thing because, like my colleague said, we downplayed this action or whatever he said. So I was just being myself because the whole city was normal. Even the indigenous were just doing their own things, and then why should I be scared?
How far is your city from the capital city?
About 10 hours drive.
10 hours?
Yeah.
So you were a bit far away.
Yeah.
Could it be a different situation in the capital? Or the same situation?
They were
it was
just
normal?
living their lives. We make phone calls to them and ask them how was life in Kyiv, and then they'll be like, it's normal, nothing is going to happen. We happen to call some of our church leaders, and then they assured us nothing is going to happen, and so we were just living our lives too.
Yeah. And then you had the invasion.
Yeah.
So when it happened, all of you wanted to move out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All of you.
All of us.
Not all of us.
No, not all of us. Some people, I mean, the city is looking at the number of years they spent in school and the money involved, you know, they didn't want to come to Ghana, leave Ukraine, because it's quite sad to hear that I have some few months to complete school and this thing happened. So, I mean, if I were to be in their shoes, I'll be traumatized and acted the same way. But well, life is much more important than any other thing.
So how many people have you left behind?
Out
of the 37, the group that you had?
I think all of them are out of the city now. All of them.
But not all of them are in Ghana right now?
No, they are, most are in, I think all of them are in Romania with just one person. One is in the UK now. I think two are in the UK now, and with one person also in Hungary now. So I think the rest are with Romanian people now.
Okay, and they are not interested in returning?
They would. I mean, on Sunday they are going to arrive.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay, and these are all students, Ghanaian students in Ukraine, or just from your city?
I mean, in Ukraine, most moved to Poland, some moved to Poland, some moved to Slovakia, some moved to Hungary, some moved from Hungary to Czech, and then I think the majority is in Romania now. Okay. So they are going to come from tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, till everyone is back home.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me come back to Samuel. Yeah. What did you pack on 24th? Or you packed on 25th? Which day did you pack?
Honestly, I packed it on 24th.
Okay.
But me, I was just playing because I was fooling with them. We were all playing. And then I got a phone call. I didn't take anything serious. I was like, oh, on that very day, on the 24th, when I heard it, I was like, oh, nothing is going to happen. I mean, it's in Kyiv or in Kharkiv, so there's no way it's going to get to me. So I just packed, I took 2 shoes and then some clothes. They are all official. I mean, just shirts and like about 3 trousers.
How many bags? 2 bags?
Just one.
One bag?
Yes,
backpack or was it traveling?
Okay, it was a traveling bag with my backpack.
Okay.
Like, I had a camera inside and then my laptop.
Your laptop. And then just a few clothes.
Yeah.
What about you?
For me, I mean, I didn't carry much. He's laughing at me. I just need to shop again when I came to Ghana. So I just took my laptop, my documents, my files, I think my, how do I call it? My diary. And then I picked these trousers and then this shoe I just bought it here, and one shoe, and then one shirt, and then I picked my brush, and then how do I call it, my toothpaste.
Yeah.
That was the things, and a few books here. That was what I took. So I had nothing on me, so I traveled very light.
And what did you leave behind?
A lot.
What's the priceless thing for you that you've left behind?
My books.
Your books.
Because some of the books are very costly. I mean, and yeah.
Did you leave them in the dorm room, or you left them in an apartment you're renting? How are you living?
We live in an apartment.
An apartment, your own apartment that you rented.
Yeah,
not,
rented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
you locked it up.
Yeah, I didn't even inform my landlord.
So your landlords didn't know you were leaving?
No, I told them when I came to Ghana.
Okay. And you left the keys with them? Where are the keys?
Yeah, my roommate actually stayed. He came later on, so I'm sure he did that deal. But
he's not Ghanaian?
He's Ghanaian.
He
came later on. He's in the one in Hungary.
Okay.
Yeah. No, in Slovakia, sorry.
So your things are there. What did the landlord tell you? Are they going to keep them for you? Are they
they have to keep it for us. But I'm sure we are entitled to pay in our monthly dues to them. Yeah, so far as our things are there.
So you have to pay the rent?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about your journey from after you packed and how you got to finally arrive in Ghana. And then we'll also talk about some other things concerning your education and your hopes and beliefs and what to expect to happen in the coming months. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guests are from Ukraine. That's Nana Kwache Ajiman, is the news president of Chernihiv.
Yeah, you got it right.
And then we have the vice president. That's Samuel Selom Jemeke, and he's the vice president. Yeah. And they are all from a university. You are medical students. You've been in Ukraine for 5 years, and you've been studying medicine, living on your own, self-funded. And you are in Ghana now, something you didn't expect in the past 7 days, and it just happened.
Yeah.
So how many years more do you have to complete your education?
1 year.
1 year. What do you think could happen? What are your worst fears?
I mean, I'm not afraid. There are more options to explore. This is just, I mean, something, a bad wind blowing. So before maybe I can come to a conclusion, we need to consider the government's say in this, the Nooks as a body, the Ukrainian government, my parents, and also myself. So after all this is calmed down, we would come to an agreement and take the best decision. But I hope, I mean, I'll be able to complete it next year.
Okay. So on the 25th, it didn't look like it will come down soon. And on that day, when you packed your bag and you carried your backpack with your laptop and a few items, what was your next move?
Just to get to the border. Okay, before that, my brother and I actually wanted to buy a ticket, together with Ajima, wanted to just buy a ticket and go to Lviv, a neighboring city to us, which is just 5-hour drive from us. They had an international airport there because we couldn't have gone to Kyiv. It was mad in Kyiv, so we were just scared. So we wanted to go to Lviv, and then we just heard something. We heard a news that all flights have been grounded and all spaces have been shut down because of the whole thing. So we had to just find another means of getting out of the country. That's just using the border. The Romanian border is about 1 hour drive from Chernihiv. So
okay.
we're lucky.
You were lucky you were closer to the border. And how much money did you have then for you to even think of going to Lviv to charter a flight? Okay. Did you have enough?
Yeah, parents had sent money, so
they sent before the whole.
They were actually pressuring us to come 2 weeks before the whole thing, and then we're just telling them, oh, they should keep calm. School is in session. Teachers are assuring us that we are going to be safe, and also we're calm actually. And my parents were just pressuring me. So my dad used to call me sometimes dawn. he's calling me that, and what's the situation right now? How is everything? Like, I'm sleeping. When I wake up, maybe I'll get back to you or something. So that was it. Then on the 25th, we, together with Ajiman, Ajiman had to go and do the clearing in the school to inform the school that we are going back to our countries. My brother and I went in search of the bus because transportation was another difficult thing to come by as at that time. And then, truth be told, ATMs, they were not allowing us, international students, like, because we use international cards, they were not allowing us to withdraw money on the 25th.
What was the ATM rejecting your cards, or?
Yes. They will tell you insufficient fund. That's like, they don't have money in their ATM, like, the ATM. So it was something else for us. People were just calling us to ask for options, and then, like, we don't know what to do. So maybe they should just keep it on the card. When we cross the border, they can just use it. Yeah, it was bad.
So how did you get to the border, Nana?
Okay, so I went to the school to get them cleared, and the school was in support that we must leave immediately. And then I think the school also contacted the Romanian consular, informing them that students will be arriving at the border, so they should allow us. But before that, NUX as a body was also engaging the government in this whole process.
The government of Ghana or Ukraine?
Ghana. The government of Ghana, yeah.
Okay.
We are engaging them in the whole process. I informed the presidency that I'm moving with my people today, so they should be aware that we are moving. And also, they demanded we send them a list of students who are actually going to cross the border at that time. We gave it to them. They gave us a letter that showed that they've already informed them, and then if anything, in the worst case scenario, we can show the letter to the Romanian authorities. So, I mean, upon all these information we had, we were positive that, I mean, we can cross. But still, it was a little bit dicey, 50-50 situation. But we took the risk that, I mean, we can go. So that's how the journey started. So Selom and his brother, who was an ex-president for Chenifsi NUX, got the bus. The bus arrived at 1. We were supposed to leave around 2.
So it was a privately chartered bus?
Yeah, privately chartered bus, yeah. The school wanted to assist us in getting the bus, but we have already gone for our bus already. So I think at 3:30 we set off.
AM?
PM. We set off from Chenifsi. On our way, there was no traffic. I mean, 20 minutes into our drive, we got stuck in the middle of nowhere, where cars were not moving. I mean, a lot of people trooped into the borders to actually run out of the country.
And how many were you in the bus?
We were 37.
37. So the entire NUX body in Chenifsi?
Nigerians joined, and then Zimbabweans joined, yeah. 2 Zimbabweans, and then the rest were Nigerians, with 24 Ghanaians.
Okay.
So the bus was not moving for almost 2 getting to 3 hours. We were just sitting there with no movement. So I spoke to Selom and asked him that we can try and check whether we are near the border, and then come back and tell them that we can walk and then leave the bus. So we started trekking with him and his brother. We walked for almost 30 minutes. We weren't seeing anybody. So we had to stop and ask one woman who was driving that if we are supposed to walk, I mean, how many minutes is it going to take? She told us approximately 1 hour or 30 minutes. Like, okay, so we came back, informed our people. The girls were a bit skeptical and reluctant to follow that because they actually packed heavy. Some were having rice cookers and then, you know, for real, having a lot of food stuff in their bags. So we had to switch and then give our light baggages to them and then take theirs along so that they know that we are with them. So they agreed, and then we started trekking. And we trekked for, I mean, 2 getting to 3 hours. We arrived at the border.
2 to 3 hours?
Yeah, approximately.
With the heavy load? You didn't leave some behind?
Not at all.
Because we had reports that people had to leave behind some of their loads and walk because they couldn't do it. That's those in the other cities.
Yeah, for us, we didn't leave anything behind. I mean, along the line, we were cracking jokes, we were laughing at each other, calling ourselves lieutenant colonels, the war veterans. I mean, laughing at someone's shoes. I mean, we were making fun of each other. So it made the journey very interesting, and then we didn't realize time was actually going. So we arrived with very nice moods. And
you do meet a lot of people also working?
Yeah, the indigents were also working as well. Foreigners, I mean, almost everyone was working.
Yeah.
So you can't just sit down and then be like, you're waiting for the car to move.
Did you meet any racist, reactions on your way? Was there anything like that?
While I was walking?
While I was walking.
No. They were even happy taking videos of us, I mean, pointing fingers that they are also actually leaving. Everything was calm.
Everything was calm.
Because Chinese is very peaceful, honestly.
Okay.
Chinese is very peaceful.
Cool. Now let me come back to you, Selom. When you got to the border, what happened?
It's tragic, man. When we got there, it's funny enough, the soldiers on the border were Ukrainian soldiers, so of course they are going to allow their people to go before you. I mean, the blacks and Africans.
Non-Ukrainians, you mean? Or
Yes.
just Africans? Were they allowing people who were light-skinned to
Non-Ukrainians.
cross, or just non-Ukrainians?
Non-Ukrainians, I mean, yeah. Even people from Canada were still standing with us, so
Okay.
yeah.
So when we got there, they were just allowing kids and then mothers, I mean the Ukrainians, to pass. So
Ukrainian men were also stopped?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
if
I
you
think
are older than 18,
16 to 60 years, you have to stay and fight.
So they
for the
wanted
country.
to... Oh, they wanted them to stay and fight, not
I mean,
to
you have to
go
stay.
through
You
the
have to.
process.
You have to. Not once. You have to. I mean,
was there a law that was announced?
Yeah, it's a responsibility. I mean, as a guy from Ukraine, 16 to 60 years, if there's a war, you stay behind, fight for your country. So I think that because of the fact that they felt that they are going to, I mean, stand up for their country, they were bringing their wives and children, their families to the border, and they felt they need to, I mean, be privileged and have their families go first because they are going to stay behind. And that was, for us, it was understandable because, I mean, they are going to take up the mantle and then try and save the country. So the orders were very clear, as Selim was saying, children, mothers, and girls, you can go. Boys, wait behind. Afterwards, we will look at you.
And why did that affect you? Why did you stay longer at the border?
Because there are a lot of girls, I mean, a lot of females.
So they wanted to process everybody before they process the foreigners?
Yeah. If you are lucky, they will stop and then let some few boys also pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
there were no queues actually.
Yeah, there were no queues. That's the issue.
I think that was the dumbest thing they ever did.
So it was like a pandemonium.
Yeah, everyone was around.
Yeah. And how long did it take you at the border before you got your turn?
For me, why I laugh? I stood there for a very long time. He went before me.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I think I was.
How did you manage to get your way through?
I'm also smart.
So you had to fight your way through, and then you got in.
You know, funny enough, my bag was very heavy.
Yeah.
It was a big bag, so I had to throw the bag in the yard before, because you can't go in there with the bag with you, the luggage you're traveling with you. So that was what I did, and then I mean, lights and then freeze. When I got there, I came to stand by him, and
I was even in front, and he came to stand by me, and he went before me.
Yeah.
So I lost my baggage along the line, so I need to go back, search for it, and then come back to the midst of crowd. And at 4 a.m., around 4 or 5 a.m., I had a pass. While they have gone for, several hours,
I went
relaxing, waiting for us. So yeah.
11 p.m.
And what about the women who were with you with the heavy luggages? Were they able to?
They already passed, yeah.
Okay, so
because they were
given
women.
treatment.
Yeah, they were women, so they could pass. I mean, depending on your color, you're a girl, and you find yourself in front, you can just go. The issue is how to get in front.
Yeah.
Because there's no queue.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
So what did they check when you got to the border?
Passport
guards?
control. Okay, yeah, they will check your passport, your post-vid card. That's like the Ukrainian resident stay.
Okay.
When you school in Ukraine, you are entitled to one.
And if you don't have those ones?
One guy didn't have a passport. He from Cameroon. He stood there for hours. I don't know when they even left him.
So do you think he made it through?
Yeah,
He would have.
In the city, I saw him. The city of
saw him?
I saw him walking about.
Okay. So which city did you go into after crossing the border?
Sucheva. Yes, that's the city.
And did it take long for you to get into the city, or it was just around the border?
I think 2 hours from the border.
2 hours?
Yeah.
So how did you get there? Did you charter another bus?
Luckily for us, luckily for me, and when they got out, they have already contacted the Church of Pentecost over there. So the national head instructed someone to help us get a bus.
This in Romania?
In Romania, yeah.
Romania.
So even though there were, volunteers offering buses, giving food, providing SIM cards, water, and trying to let everyone calm down, the Church of Pentecost helped us secure that bus, wait for everyone, because they move in time and batches.
Okay.
So if it's full, they just go away. But this bus waited for all the Africans who are coming before they actually moved. So when I got there, the bus was there luckily for me. I just sat inside, got some water, and then sat down. And
So this is the Church of Pentecost of Ghana.
Yeah.
In Romania.
In Romania, yeah.
And they waited for Africans. So there were non-Ghanaians also in the bus.
Yeah, I mean, we were even with Mexicans, right?
Yeah,
Mexicans were
some
also in the bus,
Mexicans
yeah.
on the bus.
But we waited for every single black person to get into the bus before they move.
Okay, and then when you moved, where did you go to next?
We went to, take this one.
The Sucheva, that's the city we went to.
Yeah.
So a place was reserved for us, and then we spent some hours there.
By the church? Or
yeah,
by
they
They contacted them, yeah.
Okay.
So the the government of Romania gave us a place. It was quite comfortable. So we had to rest. They saw the need for us to rest because we've been standing hours. Ajiman can attest to that. He stood there. We were just on our feet at the border. It was sad and it was cold. I couldn't even feel my legs. It was numb and all. So when we got there, we checked in, we lodged, we slept, and then we went to take shower. Not long after, someone came that there was some problems with our bookings and something. So we had to move. But then he had contacted the deputy ambassador to Czech Republic there.
Tijani, Honorable Tijani.
To fix your booking problem?
No, to meet us.
Okay.
Because they told us that they would come for us after we get to Romania. So I was in constant communication with them. This number of people has crossed. We are waiting in the bus. We are in Sucheva now. We are moving to Bucharest. So we were just, talking with them. The ministry directed me through the ambassador for Czech Republic because he was going to be in charge of us in Romania. And he assigned Honorable Tijani to come to our aid. So we went to Bucharest airport, waited a few hours, and then he arrived, where he wanted to book a flight immediately for all of us to leave. But unfortunately, we couldn't do that. So we had to move to an airport, to a hotel, and then spend the day and come the following day.
We'll talk more about that because I want to know how you moved from Sucheva to Bucharest.
To Bucharest, yeah.
And how long it was.
Yeah.
And was there any injury on the way from Ukraine to Sucheva? There were no injuries?
No, not
And
at
did you
all.
spend any of your money on your way, or you didn't spend anything?
Nothing.
You came to Ghana with all of your money?
Yeah. The only thing we did was pay for the bus.
Okay.
That was the only...
That was the bus
at
from
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi.
But everything after Romania was free.
Everything was free. Okay.
We even cracking jokes that,
Yeah.
Did it free? You say it free. We just...
Glass and quan.
We'll talk more about that and your journey from Romania to Ghana. This is the lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are having a very interesting conversation with our Ukrainian students who arrived in Ghana a few days ago. We have Nana Kwache and Selom, and they are talking to us or telling us about their journey and what they went through and everything else. So it was quite an interesting spectacle and also experience. I'm sure you've never experienced anything like that before.
No, growing up, my dad is a military officer, so I witnessed him going for wars, and I used to cry anytime he went. But me personally, he told me stories, but personally, witnessing this myself was on a different level.
Was it a mix of fear and, curiosity, or what was it?
I wasn't scared, but I was sad that I couldn't have answers to what the members were asking me for. Because numerous questions were coming in, several calls was coming in, and I didn't have answers to any of them. And parents are actually worried, friends are worried, siblings are worried. what do we do from then? So that was actually my worry, not that we are all going to die or something, but then how to get the answers for them.
Okay, so at Romania, in the first city you were hosted, for taking your shower and eating and everything, what was the next line of action for you?
Yeah, to meet the deputy ambassador to Czech Republic.
Okay.
So we had to get to the capital city, that's Bucharest. So
there was a bus also?
Yes, the same Church of
Pentecost.
Pentecost.
Same bus, Church of Pentecost.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, we really commend them for their good work. We never thought help was going to come. I mean, yeah. So when we got, the bus was arranged and then we drove for about 7 hours.
7 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was late in the night, so I mean, I slept. He slept too. He was sitting by me. So
yeah, so you slept and then you woke up, you were almost there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Not proper sleep, but then, yeah, I mean.
And what happened there?
So we sat at the airport for, he said some few minutes, hours.
I didn't say few minutes, like for some hours.
We sat there, sir.
Waiting for the deputy ambassador?
Yes. Okay. He was coming from Czech Republic, so it was understandable. Like, he was going to take a while, so yeah. Okay. We understood.
From Czech Republic to Romania, Bucharest, okay.
Yeah, but some were impatient. My brother especially, he wanted to book his own flight and come. But I was like, nah, free bounty, my chain.
Because there was money, of course.
Of course.
So you could have handled your own situation.
Yeah.
But you just had to wait and
government to discare bounty, my chain.
Yeah.
I'll wait for it.
So the money came eventually?
It did.
So he came by air and you met him at the airport?
Yeah.
So what happened when you met him? I mean, what was the interaction like?
So I think with Honorable Tijani, the first time he saw us, he said he's sorry for whatever happened, and then they're going to make sure we are all okay. And whoever would pass through Romania would go to Poland. Funds are made available to help us, and solicitors come back home. Yeah. So he assured us that, and then we went with him personally, Selim and I, and then our financial secretary, to Qatar Airlines to try and buy tickets at the moment.
At the airport?
At the moment, on the spot. So they told us we can't do that because, I mean, flights are unavailable, so we can do that tomorrow. So he then decided to, I mean, he had already booked a hotel, I mean, advance for us, so we decided that we should then go to the hotel, get some rest, give us money to buy food, and then he took our passports, got our tickets, itinerary, and then brought it back. And the following day, I mean, students trooped in. I think around 70 or 90 students from Ukraine came to
They were Ghanaians?
They were Ghanaians. They came to the airport. I booked, I was in charge of the hotel processing and all that, so I booked their hotel rooms for them, took their passport, gave it to Honorable Tijani, and then he was working on their flights as well.
Okay.
So that's how come we were the first people to actually come.
What happened to the Cameroonian, the Nigerians who were with you from Ukraine into Romania? Did you leave them behind when we were moving to Bucharest airport?
I mean, from the start, Selim and I, to be honest, we knew the issue of we going to be divided after Romania was high, because it would turn into a national issue. If my nation wants me, I can't include someone from Nigeria. So they also had to, I mean, take matters in their own hands and try to reach out to their embassies. But then luckily for us, we got in touch with the Nigerian ambassador, the embassies. They gave us some few contacts. If we find Nigerians, we should let them call them.
So you helped them as well?
Yeah. So I think at the point they came in for them, and then took them away. But with the Zimbabweans, we came with them, but I think they slept at the airport throughout the time. We also went to our hotel to rest.
So they didn't even get any help?
No.
Okay, so now you had 90 people join you, and you were in the hotel waiting for the airline to be booked. So which airline did you
Qatar.
get? Qatar, same.
Yeah.
The following day?
The following day, yeah.
Okay, and then everything was smooth after that?
Very smooth.
All the 90? Because you said about 90.
The 90, they are still yet to come, because Qatar is not granting the government a chartered flight. That's what I heard. So they are still booking commercial flights for them. So it's going to take a while. But I know from tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, they'll be coming, because more people are even coming there. And I know Honorable Okutijo Ablakwa is also in Romania now.
Yes. So he's meeting with the 90 that are yet to come.
Yeah, I think more than 90 now.
More than 90.
Yeah, so he's with them, and then they would ensure they come home.
Okay. So when you arrived, You already told us about the weather, the internet issues, and everything else. However, I'm sure you are thinking about your other stuff, as you said earlier in the interview.
Yeah.
Who did you meet at the airport?
Okay. So we met a lot of media people. We were expecting that actually.
Okay.
So I actually wanted to disguise myself as a student. Like maybe a businessman.
Yeah, you're leaving something important out. I'd like to point to the fact that when we got to Ghana, the cabin crew announced in the flight that everyone should stay behind, whether first class, business class, stay behind. Students from Ukraine are coming, so let us move first before everyone will come. So when we got out of the plane, I mean, immigration officers with government officials were waiting for us. They directed us through the VIP channel. I mean,
so you used the VIP?
Yeah, we used the VIP. We didn't go through any regular, I mean, you know. So we are big men now. Yeah.
So you had fun, basically.
Oh yeah, we had fun.
You welcomed well. You had a media waiting for you, and you were the first team of students from Ukraine to arrive in Ghana.
So, government of Ghana has done. I mean,
and you got a last meal at after the airport?
No. We were dispatched to our various homes. So.
Okay, so your families were there.
Yeah, waiting for us. Yeah.
Okay, and since then, have you had any communication with government? What next about your education?
We still hold meetings, but with our education is on halt. But I think we need to wait for everyone to come down to Ghana, or the situation comes to a halt before we can actually discuss all these things. But I know, I mean, yesterday there was several meetings with the minister herself on how to get students out of Ukraine. That is Sumy. There's one city that students are actually stuck over there, both Ukrainians and foreigners. Railways are not working, roads are not working, and it's very worrisome because we are home and we want to celebrate the victory that we are home, but we can't actually celebrate the victory that we are home because our friends are still back there and we don't know what's going to happen. Foods are in shortage, ATMs are not working. Even if they are working, they are scared to go out because Russians are dominating there now. So that is an issue we need to also look at.
Yeah. If there's an opportunity for you to continue your education elsewhere, is this something that you accept?
Yeah, totally.
The 1 year that's left?
Yeah.
You would also accept
it? Because I mean, I was there to complete I was there to actually study and come back home and then have an impact over here. So if there's an opportunity, I'll just continue. It's the same thing.
Okay. But your things you can let go?
Oh yeah, we can.
Of course, I mean
they're just books.
For me, I brought my books, so I don't know about him.
Material stuff.
Material stuff.
Yeah,
which you can replace. That's cool. So what would you tell Ghanaians now that you are back, and those who are out there, if they are able to watch? Because I understand the internet has been shut down in other places, even though there are some internet connection elsewhere, or there are ways of getting the internet. We heard about Elon Musk also helping with the internet situation. What would you tell students who are out there who are stuck in some of these cities in Ukraine?
Please take the floor.
Okay, so students who are stuck, we are with you in prayers, and we are hoping that you guys will join us. And if you've not made your mind that you are going to come to Ghana, I tell you to make your mind now that you need to come home. There's no place like home. It's peaceful. I mean, Ghana has been, if you talk of peace, I think I would say it's number one, because I've never heard any sort of like war thing in Ghana. So if you are thinking of coming to Ghana, just try as much as possible to cross the border, and then we are there with we are here, and then we are in contact with the ministry. They'll get you out of Ukraine, and yeah.
And Nana, what would you say is the situation? I mean, do you take a stand on the situation between Russia and Ukraine, or you think it's none of your business? It's not something that you really want to, go into?
I stand with Ukraine, of course.
You stand with Ukraine?
Of course. I mean, numerous and several reasons why I need to stand with Ukraine. But most importantly, this is a place that I've stayed for 5 years with no issues. And this is a place that is actually molding me into the future medical practitioner I want to be. So I will stand with them, and I hope that cool heads will prevail.
Can you speak Ukrainian?
Troshki, small.
Small. What about you?
Trishki, small.
Who speaks best Ukrainian?
I think I do better than him.
Maybe we can try.
You can try?
Yeah.
I do better than him.
You had a Ukrainian girlfriend?
No. I never tried.
I had Ukrainian friends.
Friends?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you don't speak Ukrainian, do they have any options for you? Do they understand English?
Yeah, most of them do know English.
Most of them do.
But I mean, the translator also works, so
okay.
you can find your way. You can find your way out.
Yeah, so it's not that difficult to live being a non-Ukrainian and also someone who speaks English.
Not at all. The Nooks is there. I mean, if you have any issues, immediately you arrive in Ukraine, Nooks will come and meet you.
Okay.
Nooks will do your registration for you. Nooks will help you cook. Nooks is actually the embassy for Ghanaian students in Ukraine. So it's not much of a difficult thing to live in Ukraine.
Is it a cool place to live in?
Very. I can walk around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. with no, fears.
No security issues.
I don't think I can do that in Ghana.
Crime rate in Ukraine is very
You can
less,
actually.
When? Where?
In Ghana, we walk around.
You are lying.
Really? Sure.
Maybe in groups.
You've not been here for 5 years, so I just want
3 a.m. you can walk around.
Yes,
a lot of pickpockets and armed robbery in Ghana. Like crime rates in Ukraine
it's not that
is
much.
So less,
Yeah, so you know, with the media, you need to not believe everything you see or hear, and also you can't generalize because a lot of people see one event and you generalize. It's just as the fake news that's going on about the whole Russia and Ukraine situation. What were the worst ones that you've heard?
That the ones that I heard that we are almost all going to die. Yeah, because I mean before the invasion, there was nothing happening. Everything was running very smoothly. So I think that was, that actually put me off because
it put you off because it's not true.
It's not true. My mom was always calling me. I'm hearing the news. Things are going on. What is happening? But we were actually going to school, and nothing was going on. So yeah.
What did you also hear that you thought this is absurd?
they were just showing videos of 8 years ago an invasion which happened in a city in Ukraine, that's Donetsk, and my parents seeing this, it will trouble them. And calls kept on coming, and I don't like phone calls at all. If I'm not enjoying the convo, you come to tell me about what is happening here in Ukraine.
They scare you too.
Ukraine. Yeah, it's scary. So I wasn't really in for that. Yeah, they should stop that. They should propagate what is happening in Ukraine. If they don't have anything at all, they shouldn't talk about it. That's what I would say.
So what's your plan? Do you have a short-term plan to what do you want to do? What do you want to achieve right now that you are home?
Okay, now school is not in session. They declared that we have 2 weeks break. So we are hoping that school will go back online. We were having online in Ukraine before everything started. Yeah. So we are just hoping that school will start again, and then we'll continue with classes. But aside that, we'll engage ourselves in so many things. I just don't want to read medicine alone.
Okay.
Yeah, other things. Yeah.
So after your education, what do you intend becoming? A general surgeon or what exactly?
Okay, I want to be a pediatrician.
Pediatrician.
Or a urologist.
Okay. What about you, Nana?
I like children, but I don't want to be a pediatrician. I'll go for cardiothoracic surgery.
Okay.
I offer surgery. Yeah.
And your final words?
My final words. Thank you, Ghana. Thank you, Almighty God. Thank you, parents, and then dear citizens of Ghana, for being with us throughout this tough times. We know that you are scared for the people out there. The government is trying its best. International bodies are also trying its best, and I know that in due time all of us will be home safely. So let's keep calm, and then we know that everything will be fine.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming to our show. This is the lowdown. We just heard from Nanakwa Churchman and Samuel Selom Jemeki. And they are students from Ukraine. They arrived safely. They're the first batch of students who arrived in Ghana. And we stand with Ghanaian students wherever they are, including Ukraine. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of our digital platforms. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
appear to be first-class workers, second-class workers, third-class workers. Some workers feel that they really retire with nothing and nobody cares. And then there's a lot of envy towards a particular class. We cannot build a cohesive society that way. We all belong to the working class, and we must be well rewarded. Of course, there will definitely be slight variations in every society when you come to study their pension scheme. But it should not be such wide disparity that some virtually get nothing after having served this country 30 years, 40 years, whether as teachers, as nurses, as doctors, as planners, local government officials. The Speaker, we really must take a second and critical look at our pension system, and the need for reforms is really long overdue. And I commend the maker of the statement for bringing this to our attention. I end with what Mahatma Gandhi said, that the measure of any society is how you treat the vulnerable. And the vulnerable includes the aged, those who are retired. How do we reward them, and how do we ensure that in their old age they do not regret that they served our country, and that they compare quite favorably to their colleagues who served in other jurisdictions? I commend the maker of the statement, and I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let him come to leadership.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to say that this statement is very, very important, and we just don't need to leave it as a statement. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that whereas I agree to a number of things that my colleague, Honorable Atachi, has said with regards to the Senate trying to leverage the advantage it has in terms of resources to support poor housing facility for the working class, we need to also be mindful and ask ourselves how Senate facilities have been managed in the past. I mean, you go to Adenta and Esuyobwa and many other places, people are living in those Senate flats. And Honorable Atachi, they want to pay peanuts. Peanut that cannot even maintain it. Yet, when it is given out to private developers, the same people are willing to pay economic price to live in them. That's the hypocrisy. And that's the challenges that we're having. And you won't take my contribution and yours and others together with the working others at the lower level. Put an investment that cannot recoup even the investment that has been done. That is not done anyway. The reality is that, yes, I agree with you. We need to structure it in a way that is not managed by SNIT itself. They put up the structure and give it to private developer Ghanaians to manage it in a commercial sense, where it is profitable and beneficial to both the users and those who have contributed their money. Mr. Speaker, one of the major challenges SNIT is having with regards to even these hotels is that they want to manage it themselves. And Mr. Speaker, as people say in some parlance, the government property is not your father's property. No, forgetting that those properties are all of us property. The people will run them down, not run them properly. And then you see that they are incurring losses and constantly calling on SNIT to come and reinvest to bring them up. I simply ask, if private persons are able to run Holiday Inn, run Movenpick, run Accra Hotel, and make profit, why can't Labadi, La Palm, and all the others also run profitably? They can equally do that. If we look at them and run them efficiently, they will be able to do exactly so. The Speaker, I disagree with attempt to sell this property. And Mr. Speaker, it is important that our Committee on Employment and State Enterprise, state-owned enterprises, look at this by inviting SNIT to find out the details of why they want to do what they want to do. Because Mr. Speaker, one of the things that you know that unfortunately most of our state-owned enterprises, sometimes people who are given the mandate to run them today find another way of selling portions of them to themselves before they leave the scene.
at the detriment of all of us, of the state. And unfortunately, the Parliament is not taking full advantage of Article 103 in providing its oversight on these agencies. And I would want to see the Committee on Finance, the Committee on Employment and State Enterprises paying keen attention, inviting Senate to go into what they are doing. Just like my colleague Honorable Ablaka said, this is one state-owned enterprise that this House has not paid attention to at all. Meanwhile, it provides enormous challenge if it's not managed well. Can create a big challenge for all of us in the near future.
You've seen countries run to Parliament to change retirement age, sometimes simply because of the pension scheme. Today, I want to believe that if you call Senate, one of the things they will start advocating for is that can you change the retirement age to probably 65? They are looking at payment that they have to make. They are not because they want people to work. They want people to continue to stay longer, contribute, so that they will have to pay fewer people. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very, very important. Parliament itself, Mr. Speaker, we need to take advantage of the Senate scheme. So if you look at most of our colleagues who live here, and sometimes how wretched they grow, those who cross the age of retiring, unfortunately, because Parliament consistently uses the basic as a means to calculate our contribution to Senate, it is so small. And Mr. Speaker, some few years back, MMDCs came together, and with the help of the presidency, came together to use their consolidated salary as the basis for Senate deductions. And today, many of the former MMDCs are living better lives than former MPs. Mr. Speaker, the time to get Parliamentary Service Board to change this is now. Let's use the consolidated salary instead of using the basic. Yes, our deductions may go up, but it is better than the current arrangement that we are having. Because you guess, who are you deceiving? Using the basic, that is small, when after that's not what you earn. I think that we need to bite the bullet now, and let's take advantage of the situation, not to delay further, because truly, most of our colleagues are put at a serious disadvantage. And I keep saying this 8 times we are talking about former MPs. Yesterday, they were like you and I. Tomorrow, we are going to be like them. Let's not wait to fall into their predicament. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, to tax our Committee on Employment and State Enterprises to get Senate invited, get to understand and appreciate what Senate is doing, and how this House can input our contribution into how they run the scheme, so that it can serve our people better, not to wait 5 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe you and I may not be in this chamber, then they will run to this chamber that we should change the retirement age, simply because they cannot cope with payment to pensioners. With this, I want to thank the maker of the statement, that this is a very important statement that he has drawn our attention, and we should just not leave it as statement, but we should move further so that we can get the full benefit of the statement that he has made. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, majority leadership and honorable member for trouble. It's been yielded to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that if the Lord God Almighty does not invite you to his eternity early, we will all go on retirement. And that is the reality. If you don't die early, you go on retirement. And therefore, anything relating to Senate is very crucial and very important to all of us. Because if you look at what is happening to fathers and mothers who have retired, you realize that, yes, we need to do more. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is also that Senate, we can also say they've done yeomanly. They've done some good work, but there's more to be done. They've done some good work. I know that Senate really, in terms of their investment, has really based them on the principle of yield, on the principle of safety, on the principle of liquidity, diversification, capital preservation, time frame, and on the overall returns on investment. Mr. Speaker, and therefore they've been able to manage and sustain the fund to some level. But sustainability has become critical. And that is where I agree with the minority chief whip. But I just want to add that until maybe we say no to it, let's listen to them and find out their cogent reason of selling those properties. Because I've narrated to you the principle by which they rely on. Liquidity is one. Diversification is another. Yield, return on investment is another. So why don't we have the oversight responsibility that Parliament play? And because they are also to churn out annual reports, why don't we allow our committee to invite them, listen to them, and then push them to best practice and see whether it is good for them to sell those long-term investments. Because the objective by which they invested in those things, they must be able to tell us that that objective is waning and it is out of line today based on the dynamics of the situation or not. Because I know Senate also invests in the financial institutions, both banks, non-banking institutions, manufacturing, they've invested there. When you look at the pharmaceutical and the food beverages, they've invested there. Services, they've invested. Energy, real estate. Senate is all over. In fact, Senate is the largest share on the Ghana Stock Exchange. They are the largest on the Ghana Stock Exchange. And therefore, Senate contribution, to some extent, as I said, is good. But today's sustainability sake, all of us will definitely go on retirement if you don't die early. And therefore, what will be our take home? Someone define motivation. Someone define motivation as his stake in whatever he does. What is our stake when we get on retirement? And I believe it has made this statement very welcoming. And we need to wake up. Mr. Speaker, when I have met associations in my constituencies, public servants, civil servants who are on retirement, they form associations. Every district, they are there. I've met them. Mr. Speaker, it's not too good. It's not too good. The contribution that they made and what comes out of it, though we may not be able to blame Senate that much, because the contribution itself, the input is too low, and therefore the output will also be low. But should Senate also invest profitably, then we look at the numbers, and then we can do some adjustment, because I know every year there's supposed to be some increment for them. As to what extent that increment goes, I think that the annual report must show. So it's welcoming. Let's get the committee to sit up. Let the committee even come out with a report. Because out of every meeting, committees are supposed to present a report to the plenary for discussion, so that we can guide Senate, if possible, and for all of us, our future sake. And I agree with the minority chief whip that minority chief whip, don't allow Okujeto to draw your attention. I want you to look at my face. I'm agreeing with you, Tutujagu. I'm agreeing with you. So look at my face. Don't allow Okujeto to draw your attention. And the man just came from Ukraine. I don't know how he went to Ukraine, whether he flied or he went through the sea, went to Ukraine, and it was all over. And he's taking your attention. He's taking your attention. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's good that the advice you gave for Parliament, so that the gross and not the basic. Is it the gross you mentioned? The consolidated, yes, that's the right way. Not the basic. At least it will really help us. Is it still standing? You should sit. But okay, you should know I'm your senior in Parliament. You should know. I'm your
senior in parliament, so if you do out of order against me, so Mr. Speaker, he knows, so he sat down already, so don't invite him. Mr. Speaker, so we are grateful for this statement, and I think that there should be a report from the committee after inviting them, so we can all look at it and put our heads together and improve on the Senate facility for today and for the future sake. And the chairman is happy. He's former chairman. Okay, he's happy. So it will work well for us. I thank you, bro. You did well. That's a good one there. Thank you. And be churning out some of these statements. Okay, they are good because wherever we need to regulate human activity is very important. It is our own activity that has brought non-sustainable systems, and we need to regulate our activities. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member for Tong, not Tong. I mean, you came together. It's not your senior.
Just for the record, two issues for the record. I just returned from Romania, not Ukraine, the southern border of Ukraine, but I was in Romania. So Romania, for the record. Yes, Bucharest, Romania, not Ukraine. So just for the record. And then we came to Parliament together. You're
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to weigh into Honorable Akujato's debate with Honorable Moses, that Honorable Moses is a former leader of the House. Even though you came together, he's a former leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, if we can now, item 7, the commencement of public business, page 28,
item 49. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Education could. Page 28, item 49.
Well, honorable members, at the commencement of public business, let's turn to page number 28, item number 49, to continue the consideration of the Students' Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021. So before, Chairman, hold on. Yeah, Masha, can you? Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed on the clause to clause, I would like to seek your leave to amend the 4A, owed, not owned, and the B, there should be a comma after that, the demand that. With these two done, I would like to proceed to start with I, clause 5. Amendment proposed, paragraph C, subsection 4. Delete and insert the following. 4. The publication under subsection 3 shall indicate A, the amount owed, B, the demand that the amount owed should be paid within 1 month after the publication, and C, the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So then, will I put the question of the amendment? If there's no
Yes.
ranking,
The
you have
ranking. Leader, he has abandoned them. We have done the corrections.
So,
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week we had Roxanne the Fiamako with them having a lot of banter on this. I'm just asked that she be called to come into the chamber. But I know that we have other amendments. I just wanted to plead, Mr. Speaker, if they were indulged in, we should just do control with others and allow this so that I'll be sure that they have built consensus around it. So that we don't waste time on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
yes, Chairman of Constitutional.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just had a copy of the bill, but I'm not sure of what I'm hearing the chairman read, clause 5, subsection 4C. That failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt.
Mr. Speaker, before the courts, there are various rules for claiming a debt. And to say that once somebody doesn't pay or respond, it's an admission of a debt, I'm not so sure. You would have to go through the processes, probably take judgment in default, and then you proceed with that. But to say that we are making a law which would actually circumvent the process of the court, I am not sure, and if the chairman could explain that to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, if you go to, Mr. Speaker, if he goes to the 4, it is stated that several warnings must go before this final admission of the debt so that they can go to court to redeem the amount owed. So it is not just that. Go to the 4. If you don't read from the 4 before you come to the 5, you will not get it, Chairman.
Yes. Honourable Member for Asante Central.
Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced by the explanation because the procedure is that if the person doesn't respond, you have to go to the court and take judgment in default of defense or probably appearance. But a clause that
if the person fails to respond is an admission of the debt, are we then saying that we are circumventing the court processes? I am not very comfortable with that clause, and I will propose that we delete that particular clause, the C, that failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt. I am not very comfortable. Mr. Speaker, I'll tease my senior colleague to actually.
Honourable Senior Member, Honourable Member for Asante Central, will you then propose something?
Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that the clause is not necessary, we should delete it. That is the C. The 4C. I do not see its relevance because we cannot just make a law and say that we are circumventing the course, the processes that we have to use in court. Yes, the person would not respond, and you can go to court and say that I did A, B, C, and therefore I think that the court must give me the ruling. Before we are aware, people will be going into execution without going to court by this clause. So I propose that we delete the subclause 4C. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Buakwa South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I tend to agree with my colleague
that if you pay regard to clause 4, it's telling you about the processes that can come against somebody. Publication under subsection which shall indicate you owe this amount. The demand that the amount owed should be paid within 1 month after the publication. So if the C should be looked at again, then failure to pay the amount should occasion recovery. And I think, I mean, if we can look at it from that perspective, that if you know the amount the publication has been done, they've given you the time frame within which to pay the amount. If I'm unable to, do so, then it will occasion a recovery of the amount. And when we talk about recovery of the amount, that means a court action should be initiated. Sorry? Yes. So if you want to go by what you stated, then C should probably read that failure to pay the amount will occasion recovery of sin. Which, when you talk about recovery, the implication is that you go to court and say that this amount due has not been paid. We publish the name of the person, and therefore we want the court to give us judgment. That will be a necessary consequence.
Yes, Minister, I'll come to you. Let me come to the ranking. It appears last week we had a lot of banter with respect to the amendment session of Honorable Dafiamapo. I think we are coming to the same point again. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. I think it was after that we met, and we agreed that C, that failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt should be there. Then when you go to the which you are yet to take, the amendment you are yet to take, you realize that the decision of a legal, so something must be there to show that yes, the person has been informed, but failed to amend. Then based on that, we can take a legal action to set amount. So we agreed that it should be there, but it is still open to the House. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for that. If you are going to court to recover that, saying that the debt is admitted has a different legal meaning from what they are saying. So I do not probably see the relevance of the C. But Mr. Speaker, my attention has just been drawn to the A, where owned, the amount owned, it should be the amount owed. You've done that already, thank you. So would the chairman consider the deletion of the C? I say so because whether the person admits or he doesn't admit, you will still have to go through the process before a court and then claim the amount. And we cannot use a clause in a law we are making to actually circumvent the process of the courts. So I propose that the chairman considers the deletion of the C. Thank you.
Minister, let me hear leader. Yeah, leader, let me hear you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with my colleague that unless the chair can convince us that there is an objective for this C, it's implied. Because if you look at the A and B, and especially the new proposed D, it's implied. You don't need to have the C there to be able to get to the D. It's implied. Unless there's some special reason why they think that it should, that failure to pay the amount is an admission of debt. It is implied. So I hope that if there's no any special reason why it should be there, they should delete it so we can make progress.
Yes. Absence out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as Mr. Speaker and the House may recall, this particular clause and amendment was thoroughly debated, which even occasioned that we suspended, and after sitting, we went into consultations, and consensus was reached. Now, it was read in effect that C must stand. Following from A, after the publication of subsection 3, is to indicate A, the amount owed, and the subsequent to that in B, the demand that the amount owed should be paid within 1 month after publication. The C is there for the significance that in failure or for the delinquent borrower to pay the amount published, the failure to pay will constitute an admission that this is the debt owed by the borrower who has defaulted. Then, subsequent to that, the next clause gives indication of the legal steps. The 5 gives indication of the legal steps that the board shall take to recover such debt, which is the next amendment that we are coming to shortly. So, Mr. Speaker, I will indulge my colleagues to agree for the C to stand, even in the spirit of the concerns earlier raised that we need enough punitive measures within this policy. If we are amending to ensure that the guarantor requirement is removed, then we must have other punitive measures to ensure that recovery of the loans that are going to be disbursed is guaranteed. I so move. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, what you said is very appreciated, but did you actually, did you get what the member for Asante Atem Central said? In fact, he is saying that when we agree by this, it means we are circumventing the entire court process. Probably last week, he didn't advert our mind to that particular. So the mere fact last week we debated and came into agreement. If indeed is going to circumvent court process, then probably we have to look at it again. Yes, Leader, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And also, we should not use the word admission in this manner. You make admission when a claim has been made against you, a formal claim, a writ of summons together with a statement of claim are taken against you. And then probably in your statement of defense, you make an admission that so if a man should ignore your notice, that cannot amount to an admission. It doesn't follow. Maybe he wants to contest you in court. That's why he's refused to pay you the money. Or the publication does not contain the right amount, or there must be something of concern to him. That is why he decided to ignore you. So, Mr. Speaker, the admission here is not just an ordinary use of the word admission, but it's a legal term. And if you want it to be a legal term, you can always admit in court. So I was of the view that if you delete the C, it will not hurt the tenor of that clause. I don't think so. But if you still believe that you want to maintain this, then for me it should be like failure to pay the amount will trigger the court action. Yes, if you want to, that will trigger the court action, but it will not amount to an admission. Yes, so failure to pay the amount would occasion institution of legal action, which you said in 5.5. Yes. Yeah. When you say somebody should pay you, why, and the person does not respond, the silence does not amount to admission, with the greatest of respect.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think at this juncture, we have to go with what the just said, that the failure to pay the amount is an admission, will occasion a court action. I think that amendment, we would like that amendment. Yes. No, but the five. Mr. Speaker, in that sense, you can just do one or two. You either delete the whole of C and just keep the 5-5, or you merge the 5-5 into the C. And to make it maybe more elaborate, it is better to delete the C and then start with the board shall 1 month after publication into legal action to recover the debt, in addition to interest at the prevailing market rate. I would prefer that than maybe try to take out and say that failure to pay the amount will lead to legal action to recover the debt, in addition to interest at the prevailing market rate. Well, that's one of the things that you can do. But I prefer that we just take C out and then bring 5-5 as the D, so that it becomes more clearer as the C.
Okay, so now we've agreed that we are doing away with C. Table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So
we put the question.
So let me put the question on that and we move on. So all those in favor of the amendment of clause 5 for A and B say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The clause as amended has been agreed to. So we move to II, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, even though what has happened captures what we have discussed, I was thinking that the question would be put on the deletion of C. And then when we put that, then the rest you can then put on the question. So I pray you for the deletion of the C. Okay.
Very well. So, honorable members, all those in favor of deletion of IC clause 5 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the deletion of clause C of clause 5 subsection C is hereby deleted. Now the question is, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those against the amendment say no. Honorable members, clause 5 as amended is agreed upon. Now we move to II. Chairman.
Clause 5. Amendment proposed. Paragraph D. 5. Delete and insert the following. The board shall, 5. The board shall, 1 month after the publication, institute legal action to recover the debt, in addition to interest at the prevailing market rate. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. There's no contention. Should I put the question? Yes. So all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honored members, clause 5 II as amended has been agreed upon.
Mr. Speaker,
item page 30. Yes. I.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that amendment, I on clause 5, was proposed by Honorable Roxanne, that's in Ike Dakamoko, at the willowy session. He wanted institute legal action to recover, be inserted, but the amendment we just agreed upon, you can find it there, institute legal action to recover the debt. So it was agreed upon. So that amendment will not be necessary again. So you can stand it down.
So it means he has abandoned,
Yes.
has abandoned the
Yes.
amendment.
Yeah.
Very well. Yes, Ranking, what about the IV?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Ivy, what happened was the original amendment started with despite, and he wanted that despite to be deleted, and then we have subject to. But the legal team explained to us that subject to will not be ideal in that situation, so we should maintain despite. So it's that the clause begins with despite, and so. Yeah, so we encourage him to abandon this also.
So that one too is abandoned. What about the V?
For V, he still maintains it, but the House should consider it if it is necessary so that you can pass it. So if I can move it on his behalf.
Very well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, clause 5, paragraph G, subsection 7, delete and insert the following. The board may, pursuant to a court order, request any scheme established under the National Pensions Act 2008, Act 776, or any pension scheme operated and managed by any institution in the country to provide information on any contribution made by a borrower to that scheme, and the contributions shall be attached for the repayment of a loan under this Act. I so moved on his behalf, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, when you move an amendment, you provide justification. Why do you think that the original rendition should be out for this one? You need to provide some justification.
Ranking, are you in position to provide those?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I am not. Thank you.
So, Honorable, what do you do? Do you admit that he has also abandoned this particular?
Mr. Speaker, my worry is that if you propose an amendment, it is to cure something. Now, when I read what he's trying to do and what is there, I'm finding it difficult to see what we are trying to cure. So I was hoping that my colleague, the ranking on the occasion, who was going to move the amendment, maybe probably might have discussed with him the reason for the amendment. If he's not here and he can also not provide any reason, then it will be difficult to take the amendment the way it is, because I don't see the difference between what is being proposed and what is in the original rendition. I don't see what it's trying to cure. Unless there's something to cure, you just don't propose an amendment to change an original rendition. And unfortunately, I don't see anything that will be cured by taking the new amendment to replace the original rendition.
Yes, Chairman of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on the same length of the Chief Whip, Minority Chief Whip. And I will entreat the colleague member that is representing my colleague, Dafiamepo, to actually withdraw the amendment or withdraw same. Because the wording, if you read the import of it, the substance, it doesn't change from what we have in the, it doesn't change or add to the text that we have. So you may actually withdraw or abandon the amendment on his behalf. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Peter.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, I think I feel about it. He asked me to move that motion. I've moved it.
the House can vote on it to reject it. So I wish you take that decision, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So let's put the question. So the question on clause 5V, all those in favor.
Mr. Speaker, I think you have to start from II because he abandoned them, so that we don't put question on that. Okay.
So we are putting the question on clause 5, which is not abandoned. 5V. Yes. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the amendment of 5V, proposed amendment of 5V, say aye. All those against the amendment, say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. The original text hereby stands. So now let's vote for the entire clause 5. So the question is, as many as are in favor of the entire clause 5 as amended, say aye. All those against, honorable members, the ayes have it. The entire clause 5 as amendment stand part of the bill. Now we move to page 30, item number 50. There's no clause.
These were only outstanding.
There's no clauses.
Oh, okay.
There's no clauses. So I should put that one too. Very well. No, I'm told that in the entire bill we have clauses. Let's also put that one, that question. Yes. Clause 6. Yes. All those in favor of clause 6 standing as part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, clause 6 stands part of the bill. End of consideration stage. Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to page number 30. Motion page 30, motion number 50. The Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arise to move that the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, they are not giving any indication. You are just running at the speed.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. All those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Students' Loan Trust Fund Act 2011, Act 820, to dispense with the requirement of a guarantor and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Students' Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 duly read the third time and passed. Yes, now let me come to you, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I think a lot have been done today. So we are in your hands for adjournment.
Honorable minority. There's a
Mr. Speaker, you know we are under your care because it's past 2 o'clock, so.
Well. Honorable members, the time is 3:10, and I will therefore go ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow. But let me thank you for your cooperation. The House stands adjourned to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Yaba yakoya ya san aba ene de me baya na we de nya ma broni ne mom no ma me akuache ene me ni aba wa ro ne na sen papa ma me se me hye na unim se na ekono no de bia nsema e cost for entertainment industry ena na wotwe bia ne aboa no na chese ya de be somo eno na me gina ha me ba be ye nto de ansa na de be hye bibia se no ye ntwa ye wotima kakra bi ye ba bibia ho no bia na ye de asomo Ebusia besa mama kwa aba eba enkomo wo hoso na ne yen hye nsem na se ne ne hye ase fe mo yisha bodon an na kache ene na sentem de ono no se nyame afe no nyame de ne nsa aka no ntane ne wasesa na brabo ne nkeka ho ene na so wo no ne social media Instagram wo no ma otumi bo odi ne wa hye wonkom a me krama me akua che me gina onya me guso a etwen se me so wa be hye me nkom ene otumi tag no wa hye wonkom no ye won niam bi ne no na ye wo no ma ye Sandra nkobia no so ye chese ni twani na chese eye moisha aba begina ni chese ni post na si obetro ni sam tin otwem de chop pack asie pa breast and Sandra nkobia esanse ne nsem bia wo kafa no san Sandra nkobia chese ne boy one ne nam no oye ndrubone ne nsense meko wie no otwem a ose na brabo ye pa na nso sisi anyame de ne sa kon no moisha ni ntino ode bibia enkonkongu o pa o che o sefa ogina ye so e de boni bia chese nya wa ye bia no de ostro sefa ne boni nyina e fa che no me no na mro tro wie ya pe e na ye Sandra nkobia nso e bebe tro e de two post na se na o twem se onua se ne a wo do me no so saa na me do o de boni bia enim ye nyina no ye dodo ye ho saa ne nso ansa na no me pese wankasa no bomodian na chese wo de free social media kakra na chese kwa abonti na wankasa ko seek help e bia na no betumi abo e say social media de wo ta do ho bembe ya de na anhwa na nkofo asɛ wa brabo enti chese Ghana hanom de wodana se wo sori na hwe ensia na chese na Ghana na asaya ne sawo ana na nsa ye honom a ye hu se ye shata mama me che shata wale ne maame o de aba betu dwa se ye East Legon dan a ono ankasa ne ba shata wale so rent you so to de man no ye tu no afri honom enti ade Ghana fo obi ara fa 1 city 2 city mon kekekam wa no na mo fa man na chese on fa nko rent dan ne ba no manfo ekire ma shata wale pa ni nyina no sa na wo pa egu a wo de betu dwa san e na matodan wo East Legon na mama sa na wo twa yentro ene e by social media for ene anya asanketwa Shatawale omodi ya mema manye pa ene I rich artist of the year rich artist in Ghana sana ni nyina no odi afa ye kon ene e by the social media Shatawale ye de egu ne so ankasa na Caroline Simpson dodo na nim Sunday Banu TV presentation radio ne nke kan dia ya adie pano no na chese odi nsemfo bia ba betu dwa efa ne ba tisia we di 11 years o twema o hono ma na chese ono dia ya oyo obi a o have unprotected sex o tebe fefe dro pan ye obe wan na chese nyinsen na say na so we dia ne ba we dia ya miracle e de manopa esanse oyeye no okoye sokode no na chese o fe dro yi pan na so no sana ansai eba no 3 months after na cheso hu se eyade a onyem na ochema be ma kro na one ne nyemo ye no na ode tu nanim se owura menyimo o se ho na branch ne ka chen se kona kwa ya abortion o ka chen se dabi me menya abortion pese me wo o ti yo obe wo de ene ho nko akoy kokko pe bebi abe wo e na branch e ja no honom o se fine no no abon ho modi na chese owo branch e be wi ase branch e honom ne bebe ma ye ba bedi ne birthday no friend papa ni wo phone so ka chen se obe ne birthday onti o se lai ben o se ka chen no se o de mon dress on dware no sha na ntade fita na bono powder kama no ntena se ntwa me wi am yankasa be ba be famo wase se ne na se ekunu ya na se abranti one ne wo ye e ba be fa ne ba be ma mo makwa di birthday party na eno de ontimi nkyere kra Mama mfa mo nko mwachi kakra unsa 2021 mu de nsem bebre na chese sie na ba ko e ba ya chese na enye ni kakra ye eye gym instructor bia onipa boni fo bi ekokun no na ye tisu se ono ye mo friends ye or the little na e ba ne de no manfo ye kase eye obi yire na chese ono na etwem na ntisa onipa na ne kunu chese asoma e ma beku boy na ne e ba ye no so nipa na ne din so for nsem ya ye mama ekuma mama zimbi na ere bi ho no mo o kire ma little ni dan ni ono so ni dan o chema adebia na oten hu ekuma mazimbi pa oba hono mfie nson 7 years no hu se ekuma mazimbi eta ba branch yi dem na na ba ye no manfo ye hwese o nka ekuma e ba be ka bibia de afon wanampo be kasa wankasa na 2022 mu e na cheso akwa pie mu e wo Kingdom FM e no de bibia e wo hono nyina ba begu o chema sansem na no mo kasa no mo ka no ono onim ho hwe e na onyo no ochemo no sa little no ewum so ne dinkita we sante no onim jimi ni epa ene okwa otumi bua oso mu no ye usene mu otumi twenu ye pa afensu wo hompo na to person ye personal gym nkra na otumi no ye personal training ne nkeka ho na so no sa oba kwa na e ka so no ye ono akuma no o se enye ono a na emom na ne sister ne sister say bi enye ne maame ba na se na eyo na emom no na say omunyo mo kogem ni together nti no wa baba eni nua ba pekope nti ochire mamanfo munja isa modin di for a little no ekuma se onim ho hwe nti munja ni dimbo Ghana nyum tiri o san yesi ni twani 2 in 1 Miss Bell eno de aba betu dwa na o twem mi se ono ni nkwan na nyina de ana obom paye ma no pa se da chi bia nyame be ye na dom so no ankasa benya ne private toilet esan so no o se o hwe ni nkwala brem bia no free pa o se Jamestown oh jai eni okwa toilet ya salai eni asa efiti ahanom ekopem de tise wankasa be bia wo be hu o se otumi gina wono ma ne eto de bia na ne yema kan ye pa na ne yema ne yema boni so gina wono ma wo be hu an sa akokra bia ba na enkran for ne wona na mpo ne busuafo no onukpa eba openi aba onti na wo so no so parking to nche na che so openi no ebetumi akwa use private toilets no nti ono so no odanyame ase yie papa nti o manfo mo sere na ka che ne san one ne nkwa de nyina oni bibi papa bia ade papa ben ne wanya onti menye hye ne fan ekoti sen no sisi sanyame na dom ono so nya ne private toilet ono so sorry a otimiti toilet roll time bi opa bia no otumi rema obia entumi meka hye enfan kire no Na Ghana si ni twani a otisi ni twasi ye pa Clara Benson aye friend se mama sewa ene wiki mu de okwohwe social media pa pe ni behwe enya asem keto odi abrantie bi agina nachi mama sewa so de se munyina wonim enim a enim esra chiri nso a chiri enya asem keto ene abrantie so obi nim baby ofri odi chebi esi nanim chese hunhu nanim ene e bai social media for chirema na hwan ni we bisa no mama sa wade wenya boy ana we na miemia o kakra no mu bisa nsem na se ne ete ne de yen sheda enya emu aye bi enfimfim mama sa wa anampo ma meka nche GhanaWeb se bia we ya me boy ana se we ya me bio na se ne social media o kon ma na aye deja ye pa obi apeso mu se asoma me sa wa ya brante na chese o miemia no kakra na se oni ni twa line be de se odi moye bi ba enso be wo modi anse e ba be ka kire mu Prophet Kum Chacha ese Ghana for munjai san hwehwe nim no na afi eye nsenkyerefo a chese ase munni bibi dwuma bi di na mo sori na bibi ambanya bia na chese mo twotwoto oso ono daben na mo hu ye anampo mo te ye so ono ene Prophet Nigel Gazi umofia prophet omakwa akoko Otrema ayin na nse otititi na monfo e kasan ayin ono ne Prophet Nigel Gazi akwa akoko emekoko wie no ono abomode aka eye Prophet Nigel Gazi ne ntoshe ne bossi wa carefree wono ma Manchester Abrante no ye ka son kokora na ontumi nkoko wo biem Kum Chacha say munjai san hihye nim na mo ye on pesa ono onjina bebi enkonkoko ye e na afi no ye nhwe na so oto no obi ambeka na so entisa Ghana for social media for and I think central for na mo de my margin say some mutu obi disi was a champion very na Kum Chacha so on fire so yen kan Ghana for some munja san hihye nim no e san so no onum no oni obi enkoko ye ono onumi ono Prophet Nigel Gazi omo ye kama pa omo ye nanfofo solid omo nyomo spiritual father baako aso mo spiritual father no tu kwan no ba omo nyina kokko hiem na te so obi edin komo fine and some mo jona mo na ye si wakokko se munja san hihye nim no on pesa na eye bulldog asisi o se enfre no bull god na chese odi nsemfo bi atudwa o twemu se MPP amanyoko ne de nti obisa mu se ntimu so 2024 mu kwakoye campaign na o twema amemmo boni pa ni anti o se 2024 ntimu kwa eden kra na mkwakwa kire nkofo no se mobile mu 24 prices mu ana mobile no chese any something will be said be yepa and o say MPP for ebe ya on anka 2024 campaign anka mo kwakoye no ebe ya anka mo fanda no chelpa eni okwaya mo se Ghana for mo ana mo di tumi ni hye yensa yesi yempe biem ya de chelpa kese bremo esanse e bae no amemo na nkoyi se na anka mo expect yensa nka mo ti sika sui na so e comedian no ki e ba na nka sika na mo tetete so no ki e be yi ni nyina bako ne dia solve obi an problem enso akwa ese bae no amatena sika ne so mo ntaye bulldog say o person ka che Ghana mampani na dan kwaku fado ene ne MPP amanyoko ne say ebe ya nka 2024 pam no cha no mo bia nko be bia nko ye campaign mo fa chelpa emre Ghana for Ghana city cheni ono so ti sini twasi ye pa e John Dumelo eno no so ba be make case pa obehye na che se eye wi Bonsam Tower ganja onya me pa che no marijuana obebo modin a hwe se be legalize e wo Ghana hanom esan so chema Ghana hanom no yetumi a shape eye cigarette yesan to eye ensan e difri amanone casino e de ba Ghana hanom e bebeton egi sika emra yen so Ghana hanom no onyame a chen ade e ma sa marijuana utumi titibia kama ade ntina yen legalize na nkan yan so yesi ye be shape na ye de be ko amanone a na yenya because I say so yes ade na ye benya sika 70 billion enkwan enedi efrim internet na aban no chete on bon ho mmodi na nkasa marijuana ni o process anampo ni legalize wa Ghana hanma ebetumi abot na be benya sika wa Ghana hanom chen say na ye gi cigarette free ya ye gi nsen free na emre kwa ye use sa marijuana ya ebetumi abo aye o man Ghana Rakie katra o ma mesa rakie wa na me da Kofi nti asem na me ba be katra mi na ono na otwemu se ono sisi oti Ghana no oti wiase mu oye better oye good say enyum to fo no mo sori na me na me good no ono otwemu ahwe mre of status or tonyum odi e kaka yo se rakie anyumi Unta me to ye krampo na o sa osesa ni nyumwe enu nti no tete ono no oye good nti ne etumi frɛ no international platforms your friend so no meto nyom also de oyɛ nyomtoni bia wɔ Ghana hanoma wo na wo sie sɛ wo yɛ good a wo de bomodi an jai sɛ enyum to for like 2 years bi 3 years bi na hwɛ sɛ wo nyom no ba na wo ba Ghana na ta beto bi ma obi be support wa na ɔsɛ ɔno ho no mi enye nne na kyɛ sɛ ɔba begina aba be brag ya be ka sɛ na menye sɛ na me fine ɔsɛ ɔno no ɔyɛ very good nti no obi antumi fa ne ho ma metoto ne ma me ka sɛ ne nyum etwam ɔsɛ ɔno enya de obɛpene sa asɛm no da ɛkɔ sɛ ɔyɛ good kyɛ sɛ ɔyɛ good ankasa na ne yɛ gyina kofi nti so na kyɛ sɛ ya pension kakra bi anom na yɛ ba yɛ de nkae no so ato awo so.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Ebusia besama makwa aba eba nkomo wo hoso media ni mama ekuache senya mekan no ai me ginemu amba me nua ba papa bi ama broni ene ne nto aso ne etufa akoye America memu ane honom na chese nyumtuni Rihanna ewo ho na odi na se de wankasa boni duedue nsem na wo shota social media obo se ye re onyem oni ne boyfriend be ye friend say ASAP na chese nkofoi omanyima bo me ne na se de dressing ye ne dress no sasa Ghana fo hu a to so ka say eh ade we de otu o de bag Ghana ha no ma nka se me kan ye fu no asen na we na no call fashion show bi e wo Paris e na bana be hwa de lace tintintin maternity na wa hye ene mu atuatue ye di ntokro bebre gum say sam e na ne ye fu yi bom ashe sexy pants akre bi dia kan wi no ya ahye coat bi egu eche teze betumi akava nachi ene e ba ne be hwe social media omusi ere wu bekun o no mu bisa se inti sa de wenti aso wo de baga na hano ma aso ye mbisa o sa na po ye nka ncha o se ade a wo ye huhum oba no bewu ana ene e ba no aye de janya sam ketwa social media adani ja fe kra de Twitter okọ no ma jai and so catro one so cut Twitter ho na kokoshe bi esanse ne ma ye koso no enya sam keto akra na eye week here musu na eye Ghana senitwe ni eye Gloria Stafo ono so de maame atfa na no ma won sia do nti eye week mu na chese ye di ni 1 week na ne ba ye no dodo na amanfo hwe anim se akoye media personality dia na mpo no akoye no senitwe ni nim se hu senitwe ni na chese hu nyumtuni na so akoye se ekoye no nyumtuni bia entuni na ensensi wonom entepa na amanfo ebisa se aden na moye eyera beisa ade wayo mo boni bia na asede nanso eye kobirana na afi Emilia brobe enu ba okopopo nim ne mu a chese na nya asem ketwa okoto ma atwene rade anim oto na afi behye na Gloria Safafe ne niasi nisio tetetetetetete na ne ma ne ye hu ne se na omanfo ebisa se na kobirana wo de nka nyuma a wotu de nka ne gospel omo de nka efan be hia nanso ebusia penny behwe Mrs. Adano me ehwe sa abofo e wosoro nyina obi asori pagya ne nsa esanse ne course wo washi panie kobira na wan fendi agro kra na chese na nya asem keto kra e wo Gloria na yie na so na eye nyuntuni Lord Bonzi onde oni eye nasi chaso mo de no mo ye no tribe na so tisia na yade nasi wate ne won kakra na Lord Bonzi etwem a nasi ne kwa wakọ na ha ne ye pa esanse nso no se no ni studio ntinka nyumo mo record bi aye nasi chese ni studio no mo record anwum ye ne nkeka ho enti na see kwana wa kwana Lord Bonji Chuma wa hani ye pa esan say enyuma enyum hwe na see voice shono ankasa ne voice no mo kabo ma na ma manfo edro mo nyum ene ne nkika wo say wotumu say every day bi o mo nyum bia na obi ya ready such as o mbeti enyum no so akwa sisia no na see free honom no hani ye pa nti no de chopa anampo no de ato na see enim say be yanka na see san bra ne nchen esan say wo chirema se na wo kwa na wakona hani ye pa ohia wo se ne be ya no tribe no ebesia ba chese na chese mo ba mo de amanfo nan anampo mo de agya no asa be hye ya nwum to ne mu biem na eya queen efia Schwarzenegger ne oba ye mama nsiri de onimie ye pa no de atodwa se enche bia no 2024 eya de obomode akofomena akwakọ jije mrahye bedwani wo honum ye pa ochema unse na nse ne papa to na mo unse de ntase okoto no ne papa krom ne mami kro na obenwa na okonso akamra ise ni so ani na no okokọ pie wo fom na ne obe hye nkofo edi nachi omuchema na fom na MP nya hwe emfa mo e no makwan asei afei kwa de mo mponche wo no obenwa na posi ni bia wo no abeja aponche de afi omo nsem e na kwenefi ahwa echema Ghana fom nhwe nanim esanse 2024 ono abebomode atuka ahwi akwakọ gina asem mrahye bedwani e de ama ye fom na from na for if you show us yen kan kire mo go design yeso aka abonwamane say 2024 mo da from na MP mo forget no na o cheso no ne ba mo nto aba enfama no na Nigeria nyum tini aye fe no say Burna Boy na chese na say de nyame nko anka ye beti na what a shock that is why if you at for asa ate so esan say any Ferrari a chese odi tu kwan de kwakọ gineni kakra ni ekokonya accident na so nyame adom chese o chema bibia anye no ne no odi nsemfo bi eto social media na o chemu say hu nwanwan so yie papa esan so obi a wenya nkwanhia anka ogina anka o hwe senka nipa dasani eba abeboa no o se afa na manfo atwe phone ena selfie si hi Berna omugina ono abra no nipa ebre wo honom na so se nyina no enkogu de enhada mfa no sa esan so mehu celebrity so de hu na so obi a person ni twa picture ni sa nti nko no de di trema de nyame ase se nyina nkogu no chese amobo nsan bi amfa na anya hanam amanese na wachi we die jit ne doso enya asem keto akra na we na ye ne nama na ekuhu post bi aye Juliet Ibrahim antata Ghana sini twani so no ye pono so de ka no sini twa otiasie ye pano no eno de atugya no de foto kakra bi akwa mema sai mema adanti na samoni oba di mpemu agra na mo lubricant bi emfa nyenya mo ade hu se ne be ye betumi ama na ko smooth na mo sori na mo de ntasu edi afefa mo ade hu a edi prepra masa o se mo yesa yare kwa na mo de mayemba afen so hu sai ma no hu sai akosua kuma ne mpotwa no ye japade a emu ode sombo ye pa enti ofo yamponsa edi tu na nim sai owura wone hwan ababeka kire se na Christopher anampo gospel musicians wo ho no mo nyum mo tu nyina se bio ye nkwase anwom kwesi ene so de fa me so ye mfa nto oforian ponsa nim se nim anim ya wo so to me ba no de chese cheopa kese pa every gospel musicians nya no no mpo no osenye mbisa wo se o aso wo kra no anwum papa ben na wabo ene unsa na se unso bible to ye gospel song and unhu se gospel song ye nkwase anwom dia ene se bio se unso nyuma beto ene nkwase asem ene wa tu bi dia mani ni ye pa chese ye kra de ye ntumi nke bi so ba GhanaWeb bia san se menya ya de a wo so ba o misnu obenye bi akan ama wo ho week ye mu so ye nenam na chese kokọ pie mu wo kila blacko me che black sheriff ye kokọ pie wo na kachi ne je da ho ne nye ejaketo na ne nyina ne se eye ne boss anampo ne manager si say ye friend no se eye snap service chirema ade asan no ne wo honom na dwingina ne se kila blacko di ono no na chese mo koba no sa no chirema black sheriff afa nachi ene eye US based company be friend no se empire for ono makwa sign ya chese nya asem keto akra o ma na nipa da sani so sana otene ne okokumasi a yes radio station bi o DJ bi o so aye friend say DJ Slim on the why na Jesus so boy you ore ye chi bonechi na ne nyo no o cheche mama fo enti ase o chire mu kra e me beto de bi kra po de o chire mu sa akwa yese snap service wa ma black sheriff wa ma no 7 bedroom house ni nyina branch yi so mpe wa ma ne car V8 car CB ni nyina o so mpe o se kila blacko e de kra na o pe so ye ma o se ne be ya we ni bejo chese ni nyina no kila blacko chi ma ni nyina no ompe na na wan for ba no bisa say enti chese na ompe so obeji na chese we no na mechira na oya na ene e ba ye no social media enya asanketo a omo kuma black kila blacko ko wan so mo didi na tam de ya de no mo didi na tam ya chese na enya asanketo akra na ya nyina yenim say Ukraine na afia ya Russia okopiem honum de achese enya asem keto crowd na ne ba ye no na say dodo na ya na amanfo eta atwetwemu bisa say adenti na say ba no African na afia brofo na asenia racism bi egbomas ye mpewasem na ye ntokoya ya ba su ya na ya kosompoi e na achese video kakra bi e beto mu e beto dwa e wo Ghana hanum na ye kabi ochire da ko na achese odisa ade we ba beto dwa odisa video no bisa say enti sisi ya no ntokwa keke na so won po a esi no so mpo no eno so no akwakoye mempewasem na sasa akode atwem se sa so ban we de ensem fatakra ensem fata se na uye bibini na uye nipa tuntum de ye mpewasem no chese ye oni mabasa na ensa akode atwem ma ensem fatakra nte be ya kasa de no eni manim ya se bibi wo honum na se wo so mo hwe eya e wo so eni manim ya mo hwe na chese o mo ye na anope ya da sorry ya ni obehwe GhanaWeb family nyumtuni and watcho list tin did ababi go no one fi say na da asem kreni na odi nchemu ba ochemu sa aya ni echese last year onum baby was yade a ono ni team asizi arante bi oko school e wo Legon esan so ochema da could be so nam shashi road no so and no you over speeding kakra wa say ochema normal nte na ekoye ne cross ye trotro bi nte okwa na chese ni odu okponglo hono ma traffic light bi e wo hono ma say traffic light ni so red na trotro no be park won chana chese driver no po di onim say ye mate o say ye driver o mo pe no ni say onipa ko ni say no bi san say abranti adan o be so okun ya na nto say on di opa ne chewa bi na driver ni gitum say driver ye oba be kwa ni sa obe nwane say abranti bi aba be gina o say hwan no e hwan na family chiri ma o chese o choking one side no bie ne car glass no and o kwhwe onipa no say abranti ani say eye wa wo e family incident and o start say o video no e hwan na family chiri mu say u video me and me seize u phone no family mpo de o chirema ni team no chese we hu time mo ye mpo mo gi phone ni fra branch na so sisi a won say sisi na kwakwa say abe phone tintan sisi a wo no ma bibia to me si e wan na branch no e de ba nchemu nyina ba na o chemu say Ghana for moto wa ma family twa mo ntro say e ma mo so ma gi atum okay and me so ma be come side of your story e wan abranch yi hyase ono so di nchemu e ba ye o chema e hono mo call ya chese oni abra family kasa no start so video na e wa na ne boys si form aba be gini phone de free ni nsem e ka chene se wan delete video no enya de odi phone no e be ma na family so o ka no ka chene se e ya de o ma ni 2 days on ma na chese o ma delete video no free phone so e wan so one mo hu se abranch ye dia na kotweda o keka nsem de fa no se and yes dia no problem 9 January last year 2021 and a family G a branch phone free ni sem and say bepemo na branch ma family fa phone e ma no intend on Twitter na nya asem keto akra or trendy ye pa amanfo by na social media won mo dem ma Davis ye dem ma won so dem ma family de o mo dem ma ni ye pa. On that note, aheya ne yade enne nkomo ho ne besi sadia meka no media ni mame akuache ene me gina mu mame ankasa me nua ba papa bi ama broni da se ne yebesan ehia. Se omanfo ebeka ya emra Arsenal na afi Watford for ekoko hia e de agudie course no tumu se yade Arsenal for yade ye pa eme kokko wie no Thomas Partey etumi share goal e de ma Arsenal for ne no na ba beto dwanampo videos bi a ekoso ana ekoso e kire mu se yade akidi na afi Kwame Eugene enyumtufo e kwakko hia Thomas Partey na ya nije kra na nya asem keto akra na Thomas Partey etwe mu a yade ono ankasa ne modern boy no yade eso na yiye pa. Ohini o water male potemu a ye friend no said dakpe ma na fusei ni bawa ena afe nipa fo ahodo bi eka yetremu asisa ekasa ide ade etuototo bi akoso e ma chese ohini age ne de na nipa fo no so na omoka ne yede ntwemu ba omutwemu se ade a chese ntokwa bi eda omuntem ni nyina ne se talking drum bi omkokoboy no na kire se na chese ohini no twemu no na ohini a ede masa ampotem no na chese samenti ase no ebaye emekokọ wie no yetumi abosa nipa enumi ameka wansem yetumi abo omutuo na Northern Regional Crime Officer I friend says Superintendent Bernard Baba Ananga etrema enipa num de eyade a omo sustaining gunshot wounds chief no ka won afi substitute chief so and afi imam yensa bi eka won yetrema omo miensa ni nyina no anampo mo num ni nyina ne yeka sei eyade omo gwa yaresa bi acheso omoje ayarehwe.
It's yet another Friday and I've come your way once again with another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. As usual on BizTech, we serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, we take a look into Ghana's extractive sector, and our business reporter Mauli Aholmega had an engagement with two experts in the sector because this particular sector generates substantial revenue for the country and it also helps boost the local economy. Here is the full report.
The extractive industry is one that has not been spared from the coronavirus pandemic. From job cuts to production losses, the sector has received its fair share of effects from the pandemic. But how is the sector improving in the midst of the global pandemic? On this edition of BizTech, I'll be speaking with some experts, specifically from the Goldfields Limited, which is the Group Chief Executive of Goldfields, Mr. Chris Griffith, and also the Head of Global West Africa for Goldfields, Mr. Joshua Mototi. And we'll be picking their thoughts on the extractive sector and also the recent explosion that occurred in Apiate. Mr. Chris, welcome to Ghana House. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thanks. Great to be in Ghana.
Yeah, great. So I just wanted to get your take on the extractive sector. What do you make of Ghana's extractive sector, and what's the role of Goldfields playing in that?
I think Ghana is a very attractive place for mining companies to be in, particularly gold mining companies, and so that's why Ghana is an important country for us. For Goldfields, Ghana makes up 35% of the volume that we mine, and so a very important part of our business is Ghana. It's an attractive country for us to be, and with stable politics, stable environment, stable laws, and that has meant that it's an attractive destination for us, and that's why we've been here for almost 30 years, and that's why we continue to see Ghana as an attractive investment destination.
So obviously COVID has had to do some disruptions to the sector and all of that. I understand you're not able to retrench some workers in the sector. In terms of moving forward, in terms of this uncertainty in the mining extractive sector, what do you think we could do to make sure that jobs are stable for workers?
Yeah, so I think of course, COVID has had a major impact on industry right across the world, and the mining industry has been no exception. We have had some impact from COVID in terms of production, particularly in the early phases in 2020. In 2021, we had much less disruption. I think most of our disruption was in South Africa and in Peru and South America. Some of our other operations, for example, in Chile, where we're building a new project. But we haven't had that much volume disruption here in Ghana, and we've been able to manage through the entire COVID period, actually with relatively little disruption across the company. Of course, it has cost the company in terms of investing to make the company safe, to make our employees safe. We've encouraged vaccination across our workforce globally. Globally, we now over 90% first vaccination, more than 80% second vaccination right across our workforces globally, and our workforce here in Ghana is rapidly catching up with that. So, I think we've invested for that. We've invested alongside government to help minimize the impact of COVID, but we haven't retrenched one employee right across our global operations, including here in Ghana. And I think the answer around COVID is we've just got to get on with it. We've got to be flexible to whatever COVID throws at us. But at the moment, we're not holding back because of COVID. We continue to invest, we continue to mine, and COVID actually hasn't, other than our ability to move around the world, hasn't really impacted our business that much.
Yeah. So finally, just your take on the Apiati explosion that occurred. I know you offered some sympathy, but in terms of lessons that we can learn from that explosion, just give me your take on that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a tragic incident for, of course, our mining family here in Ghana. It's a tragic incident right across the globe because everyone's now going to be looking right across the globe, as we should, what learnings we can take, how do we make sure that the transportation of explosives is safe. Generally, both here in Ghana and across the globe, the regulations that are associated with the transport, the storage and the handling of explosives is actually very good. Now we know that out of this will come learnings, and we are anxiously awaiting to see what those learnings would be. At this point in time, it's premature to know what those will be. We are not impacted at the moment. Our explosive transporter is a different company. Okay. So we're not impacted at the moment, but of course we are working collaboratively together with the regulators, and we're working collaboratively with the other mining companies to provide support to the community and to the mining industry in South Africa, in Ghana. But it is just too premature at the moment because we don't know what the outcomes are going to be. And then, but once we know that, we of course are going to work collaboratively to see how we can improve our regulation, improve our systems and our processes to make sure something like this cannot happen again.
Mr. Chris, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
So that has been Mr. Chris Griffith, and he's the Chief Executive Officer of Goldfields Limited, and he's been sharing his thoughts with me on the extractive sector and some lessons learned in the sector. Mr. Matoti, many thanks for having us. So what's your take on the Apiati explosion, and what do you think we can learn from this?
It's an unfortunate accident, and my thoughts and prayers are with the community. It's an incident that has shaken all of us, and our posture to it is to learn as much as possible from the investigation and see what else we can do better to improve. But beyond that, first is how we can alleviate the situation for the villagers. What we have done as Goldfields is actually one of the very first responders to the incident is to provide tents, mattresses, food, water to offer immediate relief. But beyond that, we're working through government and the ministry and the chamber on how we can provide long-term, if you like, rebuild for the people of Apiati. I must say that our thoughts and prayers are with them. Families have been impacted, and we can only pray and hope that this never happens again. We will do everything we need in our power as an industry for this to never happen again.
So quickly, just in terms of gold output, what are your expectations Goldfields for this year?
We're expecting to produce around what we produced last year for the 3 operations that we're talking about. between 700 and 800,000 ounces total is what we're targeting for this year.
And finally, the Ghana Chamber of Mines had come out with a report stating that some companies have been underreporting their production value. What's your take on that, and what's Goldfield's position on that?
I don't think it's the Ghana Chamber of Mines. I understand it's a different organization that is alleging that there is underreporting of gold produce. I do not know the veracity of the report, and I can't really speak for it. But what I can say, as a listed company, Goldfields does not underreport its production. We don't do that, and we just don't underreport. We actually subscribe to organizations that talk about publishing what you pay. We subscribe to that through the chamber, and on our websites and everything we do in our communications to people who invest in us, we transparently tell them what we produce, and to government we do exactly the same.
Thank you so many. Thanks for
Pleasure. Pleasure.
There you have it. I've been speaking with the Group Chief Executive of Goldfields Limited, which is Mr. Chris Griffith, and also the Head of Global West Africa for Goldfields, which is Mr. Joshua Mototi, and they've been sharing their thoughts with me on the extractive sector and also the recent explosion that occurred in Apiate. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maoli Aholumega. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maoli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story on the cedi depreciation, the Ghana cedi, according to a 15-nation ranking, has now been ranked as the worst performing currency in Africa within just 2 months into 2022. According to reports, the development is due to the cedi's depreciation of about 7.60% to major trading currency, US dollar, from 1st January to 25th January. This also means the cedi's current struggles against the US dollar have overtaken the Zambian kwacha, which was some 2 weeks ago ranked the worst performing currency in Africa, according to the same ranking. Already, Ghana and Zambia are facing economic challenges due to increasing public debts, expenditure management, and revenue generation constraints. In addition, Ghana's exchange rate regime, coupled with inflation and possible interest rate hikes, is set to place more burden on government. On the international capital markets, investors have signaled uncertainty about Ghana's economic outlook and prospects. Key rating agencies such as Moody's Investor Services and Fitch Ratings have all downgraded Ghana's credit worthiness. Now to fuel prices, COPEC has projected another increment in fuel prices before the end of March this year. According to the Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Duncan Amoah, the free fall of the local currency, cedi, is a contributing factor to the increase in petroleum products on the market. He further indicated that crude oil and other petroleum products on the international market will continue to surge because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in the past few, attracting parties and the Ghana Group. The achieved selling prices of Ghana's group crude entitlement was closely aligned to traded Brent prices, reflecting a continuous and commendable effort to generate value for the country. The Ghana Group has earned $6.55 billion in total petroleum receipts between 2011 and 2020, equivalent to 9.97% of 2020 GDP. Key finding from PIAC's report read. In addition, PIAC said an amount of $31.22 billion in value has been generated from 3 producing oil fields in Ghana between 2011 and 2022. Regarding the breakdown of petroleum receipts by fiscal instruments, PIAC said it discovered that carried and participating interest, the CAPI, has by far generated the highest share for Ghana, accounting for 58% or $3.81 billion of the total $6.55 billion revenue earned. World Bank Country Director Pierre Laporte has disclosed that an amount of 28 million cedis in grants has been pumped into 400 small and medium enterprises in Ghana to help them recover from the shocks of the global coronavirus pandemic. The grant was disbursed to these beneficiaries between November 2021 to January this year by the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Mr. Pierre Laporte, while speaking at the 7th IFEJ Flamingo Awards for Business and Financial Journalism in Accra on Friday, noted that the World Bank is available to assist these SMEs technically to improve their productivity. This, he explained, will assist these SMEs to create more jobs and give employment opportunities to the teeming unemployed youth in the country. Commissioner of Insurance at the National Insurance Commission, Dr. Justicia Ofori, has disclosed that the country's coverage of insurance as of December 31st, 2020 stood at 44.6%. This, according to him, represents nearly 50% of the working population in Ghana that have one form of insurance cover or the other. Speaking at the launch of a training program of prisons officers and recruits on the basic principles of insurance and risk management, Dr. Justice Ofori said, "I am delighted to disclose that following these efforts, the number of working Ghanaians who have one form of insurance or the other stands at 44.6% as of the end of 2020. This is a phenomenal increase of 14.6% over the 2019 figure. The NIC's objectives and functions per sections 2 and 3 of the Insurance Act 2021 Act 1061 include supporting and encouraging financial inclusion, promoting public awareness and undertaking public education on insurance. This launch for prisons, cadet officers and recruits is therefore a priority to the Commission." Touching further on the training exercise, which was in collaboration with the Ghana Prison Service, the Insurance Commissioner said the exercise will focus on basic principles of insurance as well as highlights of various lines of insurance that will allow them to benefit. To our final story for the day, it is emerging that Ghana and 3 other countries are all candidates for loan programs from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. News magazine The Economist, in its February 26th edition, indicated that the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic were still having a toll on global economies. It observed that 2 years of pandemic fighting and on-off lockdowns have turbocharged global debts, both public and private. The magazine observed that central banks of various countries have raised interest rates to combat inflation. The cost of servicing has also gone up, raising demand for the IMF's assistance. That's all for today, and thank you for watching BizTech, which airs every Fridays on GhanaWeb TV. You can log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a blessed weekend.
Previously on People and Places.
The Shire Cave was once the tribal chief palace of the Shire.
Okay.
So when I say tribal, 4 tribes that lived here, when they see the leaf on your leaf, it tells that whatever you see here is a hidden truth that you will not go and expose or tell anyone. The focus was war-minded people, you know. They were like people who can easily come in and take the place from them, since they also took it from others.
Somebody else. That's how you call them?
Yeah, sometimes you just make a little
to stir them up. Wow.
And hence the name Bat Cave. They sit on the stone, which they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Is that it?
No, they took it away when they were sacked.
Okay.
And there are 2 indications. If you are a virgin, you get up easily. If you are not a virgin, you get stuck to the rock.
Now, did you know that it is dangerous to feed the baboons you see at Shire Hills? In the last and final episode of the Shire Hills adventure, we learn all about the baboons, tour the museum, and meet the newest additions to the animal farm, the African pythons. Stay tuned and enjoy. So we are heading towards the animal farm, like I said before, but we made a stop by our friends, the baboons, right? And we are going to have a little talk about them. You usually would see people feeding them as they pass by. Is that something we are supposed to do?
Yeah, so we don't encourage people to feed them. We do community education to, educate the people around that they are wild and they must find food for themselves.
They are wild?
And then hence they must find food for themselves. In feeding them, they tend to forget the wild parts. And then they go to the nearby villages, towns, and steal food. Sometimes there are issues with animal-wildlife conflicts. That is, they go there, tend to steal their food. Sometimes when they drive them, these baboons will scratch on them or bite them, and they can give them infections.
Oh, okay.
There are so many cases that we have encountered. So in order for us to avoid these issues, we are trying to educate them because they are wild and hence they must find food for themselves.
Okay, I'm trying to break it down. When you say they are wild, what exactly do you mean?
Undomesticated, free-ranging species of animals. So since they are not domesticated, they must find food for themselves.
Okay. Okay. Are they originally called baboons?
Yeah, so these are baboons. These are olive baboons. In the world, we have about 6 species of baboons. But these ones are mostly the ones that are in Ghana, olive baboons.
Okay.
With the fur being olive fur, and hence the name olive baboons.
How many of them do we have here at
So
your place?
we have about 24 to 25 troops, and each troop, and each troop is about 35.
Oh, okay.
So
wow.
You can, multiply 20.
That's a
at
lot
least
of them.
25. By
And they
20,
keep
35.
multiplying.
They keep on creating new troops, and each troop dominate within 1 to 2 kilometers around their sleeping headquarters. As I earlier on said, they are omnivorous. They are omnivorous. That is, they feed on both flesh and plant residue. So what they do is that after creating a territory, they try to protect it, and they don't allow any of the baboons to. Even if you are not part of them, but you are still a baboon, you cannot enter the territory. And each territory is dominated by an alpha male who serves as the boss of the group. And in feeding or in food search, it's supposed to be satisfied before the younger ones eat. And then also it is supposed to mate with all the females when they are on heat.
The alpha is supposed to be satisfied, eat and be full before the
younger
others.
ones. And then in terms of mating, it is strictly supposed to mate with all the females. So if the females are 20, that is its job to satisfy them.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And so the same thing boils to the fact that strong genes are used for reproduction. So the stronger one is supposed to help with reproduction. And in view of that, if a younger one does it, it tries to beat them in that way. in their settings, showing your eyebrow like this is bad communication, or just putting your hands on the ground. So when you're closer to them, you are not supposed to do that. Then they can, even if you're a human being, show your eyebrow spontaneously, they can attack you.
What does it mean?
It's a sign when the older one wants to, punish the younger one. They do that.
Oh, okay.
So in that way, they feel like you want to, cause threats or harm them, so they can attack you.
Oh, okay.
They can actually live for 30 years, 23 to 30 years.
Wow. And when people try to feed them, is that dangerous to them as well? Aside the fact that it changes their
it is very dangerous because one, you are not supposed, you can't touch them. So in touching them, they can scratch you, bite you. You can't also, for instance, you can't also, as I said, your facial expression. You don't know when you feed them, they can actually attack you. And they are wild. So when you get closer at some point, there are so many times that the younger ones will rather call, crack, 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 and then the adult will just come and attack. It's very, and when you are bitten, you can easily get disease like rabies or any other form of infection from them because they are wild.
I see. Okay. And one other thing I want to know, is there a particular story behind them, like a human face to them?
Yeah, so they are primates, and primates are the in line. Aside human, they are next in line. And so the only thing that the humans have that is more structured than them is our brain, our ego. We have well structured brain, but they are next in line.
But I mean, like in relation to people who come out or the people in the community, do they think they are human or anything like? Is there any perception